King Sudhanshuji, we have Supriya Srinath, who just ran a very successful social media campaign for Rahul Gandhi, helping RG revive his battered image. Flanking Supriya, we've got Ashwini Mahajan, who heads the Swadeshi Jagran Manch. Very key insights on Atmanirbhar Bharat oftentimes come from the Swadeshi Jagran Manch. So thank you all very much for joining us. Supriya Srinath, the BJP says, look at what our government has done 1 year before the elections and compare that to what the UPA did. Closer to the elections, UPA was spending money in the hope that money being given to voters would help the UPA come back to power. That didn't work. Sudhanshuji's party is looking at the long game, trying to spend on public infrastructure in a bid to ensure that you build the assets that can build the new India, because as you well know, the highest multiplier for money spent is on infrastructure. So yours was short-sighted politics in the budget. Theirs is a longer game, which is laying the foundations of building a new India. Let's start from there.
We've seen the build-up of New India since 2014. It's been 9 years now. We are still waiting for those fruits to emerge for every section of this society. But before I go any further and answer questions on their frugal or not so frugal spending, let me ask two things to my esteemed co-panelist. Every budget text is presented in some context. This is one budget which is absolutely out of context. What are the 3 or 4 big things that Indian economy and we, the people at large, face today? Unemployment, price rise, income inequality, and lower wages. The budget doesn't seem to talk about any of that. The budget has not moved the needle on consumption. The budget has not moved the needle on jobs. The budget certainly has not moved the needle on poverty. And please explain to me, whatever they're spending may be frugal or prudent or imprudent otherwise, how is this government planning to lay the foundation of a new India while actually cutting the spending on education, on health, on agriculture, on rural and on urban development, and on flagship women's schemes, and on social empowerment? And I speak with numbers. I am also telling you that this budget had allocated, the budget this year had allocated a certain sum for all of these things, spent much less, and this year as a percentage of the GDP, those numbers have gone down further. I mean, what is this double speak all about?
Sudhanshuji, John Drez has a piece out which says, adjusted for inflation, actual spends on key social sector schemes is actually down in comparison to 2013-2014, which were the last years of the Manmohan government. The charge against you is, while you're spending on public infrastructure, when it comes to the social sector, whether it is on Manrega, whether it is on some of the social sector schemes to do with education and health, the spends are flat or tending downwards, which if you adjust for inflation are actually much lower than earlier. Sonia Gandhi, in fact, the chairperson of the UPA, has written an editorial this morning where she's accusing your government of being anti-poor and pro the rich capitalists.
Since you have given the reference of the last budget of UPA government 2013-14, I would just like to put forth 2 facts. Number 1, they have given a loan waiver to the farmers in 2013, just in run-up to the 2014 election, 60,000 crore rupees, but they have not mentioned in their budget. They have shifted it to the next year. If somebody is having doubt, they can go through the speech of Sri Arun Jaitley ji in 2014 budget and you will get a clear thing. Another thing, that they have taken so many oil bonds which were not liable to be paid in that year. This liability will be in 2026. So just 2 points which can give you a fictitious good picture. Despite that, the rate of growth was lower than the rate of inflation at the time. Now coming to our side, right from 2014 onwards, if somebody is unable to see, we were the 10th largest economy, now we are the 5th largest economy. We have become the 3rd biggest producer of automobile. We have become the 2nd biggest producer of the mobile handset. Previously, we were the 2nd biggest consumer, but not the 2nd biggest producer. We are having the national highways developed at the pace of 38 kilometers per year. And for the first time, we are having a defense production. Prior to that, there was no production of the light machine guns. Now we have get an aircraft carrier ship. All those things have happened, but to visualize this, you should have a wise vision, which I think is lacking on the part of the Congress party.
I make a small
Very
intervention?
quickly, yes.
The smallest intervention that I would want to make on this is, do not compare 2013-14 budget. Compare last budget of this government, 2023 fiscal year versus 24 fiscal year. Spending on education was 2.64% of the GDP, down to 2.5. Spending on health was 2.2% of the GDP, down to 1.9. Spending on agriculture was 3.8% of the GDP, down to 3.2. Rural development, 5.8 to 5.29, and it's a similar picture for urban. My problem with the government and the defendants of this budget is, you should never talk about oil bonds, because all that you have paid is 3.5% of the 28 lakh crore that you fleeced from the people of this country. For the last 6 months, crude oil prices are down $36 a barrel. Have petrol and diesel prices gone down in this country? You have cut subsidy for fertilizer and for food and for agriculture. What are we even talking about? I mean, you really are talking about an India that doesn't seem to exist for the common man. Even your tax proposal is so anti-common man and so anti-saving that nobody has been put their right minds together and explain
Ashwini
it.
ji,
That's
respond
really
to this. The critique is, if this was the UPA government doing some of these things, by now the Swadeshi Jagran Manch would have been out protesting. The fact that some of the government spending on key social sector schemes, including on Manrega, is actually coming down. That a lot of MSMEs in the MSMEs and those in the informal sector continue to be in distress, and that we're seeing wealth inequity rise post the pandemic, doesn't now seem to be bothering the Swadeshi Jagran Manch as much as it would have had another government been in power.
See, if you talk about Swadeshi Jagran Manch, it has always been critique to all sorts of governments, not just this government or the other government. Now the question here is about the budget. And budget obviously is the reflection of the government's policies. If you look at the budget this year or the previous 9 years of the budget, this government and our school of thought is our opinion is that it is never good to give doles, it's never good to just give freebies and say that yes, we have reduced the poverty by giving away the right to work, giving away this and that. We have to empower the people. We have to make them capable of earning enough so that they can spend on all these. But this is a mismatch, and this is a kind of difference of opinion between the UPA and NDA. And in the very beginning, Narendra Modi ji had said that Manrega is a symbol of the policies of the Congress government, where people were kept on suffering from the poverty, unemployment and so on. We have to keep people capable enough. This was his opinion. So this is the different school of thoughts. You know, one school of thought, the other school of thought. They were of the opinion of which was given by the Amartya Kumar Sen, that we have to give this free. Now, on this count, yes, we are with the government on the issue that yes, they are providing houses to the poor people, those who don't have, or making them capable enough. But giving doles is no good. But at this juncture, if rural people are unemployed, we have to keep them going, and therefore Manrega is a necessary evil. But we have to come out of this Manrega and all sorts of doles and make the people capable enough.
Okay, so you're talking about wasteful spending or non-optimal funding, and the fact that every rupee spent on Manrega, Supriya, could potentially be spent better. You could get higher return on your spending if you were spending on public infrastructure, which is what the BJP is trying to do, unlike what you were trying to do, which is just to hand out cash in the hope that they'll vote you back to power.
So it's very rich for us sitting here at the Moria Sheraton to say that what we do for the poor is doles and what we do for the rich is incentive. That's the classic problem that this government is obsessed with. I'd like to actually counter question you and ask, When corporate rates effectively come down by 5 percentage points, is that dole or incentive? When surcharge for the super rich in this country comes down significantly, is that dole or incentive? I mean, let's not get carried away. And if the Prime Minister hated Manrega so much, he
But
wouldn't
tax
have...
collections have gone up
No, one
since.
second.
Despite the pandemic, there is greater regularization in tax collections. Tax collections are showing more buoyancy. In fact, one of the reasons why the fiscal deficit is better than most people would have expected to, because tax collections have been more buoyant.
Fiscal deficit is at 8.8%, including the government's fiscal deficit and the PSUs. You're letting the PSUs do their own bidding. The fiscal deficit is as high as 8.8%. The government may not admit it in parliament. The government's record is showing a very different picture. I have a counter question to anything that is being said here on doles and rights. The reality is that you have to incentivize consumption. What has this government done to incentivize consumption? You're actually telling people in this country, you know, to answer the question on Manrega first, actually. The Prime Minister said Manrega is a monumental failure and how he's had to spend every year more on Manrega. In fact, the BJP governments are now talking about an urban Manrega of sorts, an urban
Sudhanshuji, respond to this. If
scheme.
it's such a failure of the UPA,
You're
you've
having to
now
spend
been in
more.
power for 9 years. Ab tak to UPA failures ko aapko khatam kar dena
50,000
chahiye
crore
tha.
rupees was allocated for Manrega. You had to spend 90,000 crore. You've cut it down by 1/3 in this budget. What good?
Actually, there is a fundamental difference in the approach of ours and theirs. When
Yeah,
you
you
say
work for the
that
rich, we work
provide
for the
1
poor.
rupee in the hand of a person to spend it at his or her will. This is an empirical study that contributes to the 45 paisa to 90 paisa in the economy. But if you put it in the capital expenditure and creates an infrastructure, it provides 3.45 rupees in the long run. But look at our Supriya ji. She is saying that the PSU's deficit is that. I challenge her that post-liberalization, can he quote a single budget in which the PSU's deficit is included in the fiscal deficit? The answer is categorically no. But in order to create a situation and in order to evade what is the real thing, I want to say just one thing. We have given 81 lakh self-help groups to the women. 34 people are getting the Mudra loans. At the fundamental level, 80 crore people are getting food support, those who are the poorest of the poor. But on the upper side, if you say, first time we are manufacturing the BrahMos missile, exporting it. Now, Philippines has become the first country. Now the Airbus has joined and fighter aircraft is being manufactured here. I just want to ask one question. Our scientists and engineers were capable enough of making Chandrayaan and Mangalyaan, but they were not capable of making a fighter plane. Does this thing sounds logical? We were capable of making intercontinental ballistic missile, but not the light machine guns. Does this thing sounds logical? No. The previous government was not interested.
And you had wrong
Might
priorities.
be because business can carry on in some other way to make some people super rich.
Because people were benefiting in the UPA from weapon imports. I think Sudhanshuji's managed to get a round of applause, which is interesting.
You can
Therefore,
coax one out of the audience if you say that one more time.
Was that?
You can coax an applause
I
out of
didn't,
the
I
audience
didn't.
if you
This
say
was
that one
completely
more time.
unsolicited.
Anyways,
They're
go
welcome
ahead.
to clap or not clap whenever they want. Anyway, that you wanted to continue importing weapons from abroad because there were people in the UPA gravy train who were benefiting from it, whether it is the AK-203 project in Amethi or the BrahMos, which is being manufactured again in Uttar Pradesh and elsewhere. The BJP is trying to make India Atmanirbhar. From semiconductors, they are attempting to get them into India. Electronics manufacturing in the NCR region, defense manufacturing. It's all an attempt in the right direction. It will take time to show results, but they're pushing in the right direction.
What is Atmanirbhar? To my understanding, it translates into self-reliance. And any country can only be so self-reliant as far as people have jobs to do. The BJP's track record on jobs, I don't think I have to sit and eulogize it here or put out the numbers. Their track record on jobs is dismal. They've now been in government for 9 years. So to say what UPA did and what you did not do, let's not get carried away. Yes, the BJP has done something unprecedented. He speaks about missiles. You know, a day before the budget, the economic survey puts out numbers. Industrial production growth is down to 4.1% from 10.3%. What is their explanation? Why is that growth dipping? Why are those numbers dismal? Why is the job scenario so grim? The problem is that it's very good to sit here and make boisterous statements. Can you explain to me why is our trade deficit at China at an alarming $100 billion unprecedented in India and China's bilateral trade. And let me tell you, no. Before you go any further, they'll say, we have become the largest or the second largest or third largest, whatever he said, mobile manufacturers. Who's inflating that mobile bill? Who's inflating the trade deficit bill with China? The mobile making companies. What are we talking about? I mean, let's talk in the
Ashwini ji, is that not something that bothers you, that post Galwan the government said they would ban Chinese apps, that they would try and restrict trade with China? Instead, the deficit in India's trade with China has actually gone up much more than in the past, and that continues to happen. So isn't that something you should be critiquing? How does the Swadeshi Jagran Manch wrap its head around this?
See, we have always been telling the government that this deficit with China is getting more and more serious, and therefore we need to do something. Government did a right thing in 2018 to raise the tariffs on electronics and telecom, and that produced results. Everybody here would agree with me that after that only our mobile production has increased, and this has also led to increase in the exports of mobiles and other telecom products. But there is a confusion in the government, I must say, and we have always been saying so, and just one day before we had issued a statement that we should have raised tariffs. We should have raised tariffs during this, and we have to make strategic calculations that where the tariffs are to be increased. There is, Sudhanshu ji, I would like you to really pass it on to the finance minister. We have also been saying that there is one example. Our viscose, there are about 7-8 viscose factories, plants. 7 of them are not working, they are idle, for the simple reason that viscose is coming via Vietnam under ASEAN agreement, and it is coming at a lower tariff. We need to do something. We have to make strategic efforts. Yes, government will have to go and change the ASEAN agreement or whatever we have to do. But this is only an example. There are several other examples. That is the reason why our economic analysts keep on making holy cow out of this intermediates imports. Intermediates, we are having, as Sudhanshu ji was also saying, that we have a lot of capabilities. We could do everything. We could make Chandrayaan, Mangalyaan, everything. But can't we make these intermediates? Yes, we can. I have given you one example. There can be several such examples. We have to make efforts to stop Chinese imports, and China has been deliberately doing it. During UPA government, there was 3,000% increase in the imports from China. That is also to be seen. And obviously, this continues. Then why? Why? Because we have not made sufficient efforts. But PLI scheme is good. All other efforts which are being made is good. When we are saying yes, we have to impose technical barriers, that is also okay. But without tariffs, I don't think, as a student of economics, I don't think it should not be like Nehruvian tariffs of 400%, 700%, but it has to be raised from 5% to 10% or to 15%, wherever we can make our people competitive.
Okay. So of late, Swadeshi Jagran Manch has stopped talking about the custom duties that are raising, because they now have held a brief for Mr. Adani. And I want to talk about it.
We have raised.
Very good,
no,
sir.
this is not correct. This is not correct. One day before we had issued the,
sir,
it's not that. We have always been saying so. We have always been saying so. Please don't say.
You could have raised whatever. Nobody paid heed to you. The finance minister went ahead and raised customs duties. So don't tom what you raised. Let's address the elephant in the room. He spoke about incentivizing production, super rich, and all of that. How is the Modi government incentivizing corporate India by letting one man build leading monopolies across ports, airports, food, agriculture, renewable energy? And look at what that contagion is doing to corporate markets. Look at what that contagion is doing to LIC, what that contagion is doing to SBI. And not a squeak from India's regulators. There are indices like Dow Jones and S&P that have put out scathing statements saying fraudulent and serious allegations. Look at the severity of their tone. There are institutions like Citigroup, Standard Chartered, Credit Suisse that have said we can no longer accept Adani Group's bonds as collaterals for any loans. But not a squeak from our regulators. And let me tell you, in my earlier capacity as a business news journalist, I can tell you there is SEBI, there is RBI, there is IRDA, which is the insurance regulator, there is DRAI, there is ED, there is SFIO, there is MCA. Multiple agencies and institutions actually should be looking into the mess on which the government has chosen to maintain a stoic silence, and people to my left and right hold a brief to defend them.
Now, this is where the opposition has its knives out for you, Sudhanshuji, saying that this is a government. Jairam Ramesh tweeted on behalf of the Congress to say, "Akhir Adani aapke hain kaun?" Now, is this turning out to be a big problem in Parliament and outside?
Taken the issue to China and the international aspect, so I would like to put forth certain facts. You have said that a knife out, it's knife out certain things to cut the growth story of India. I would like to give an example. iPhone factory shifted from China to India in Bengaluru. You remember 2 years back? Such a huge strike and violent strike in only iPhone factory. How come? And who is going to be benefited? I think anybody can understand if somebody is having doubt, he should or she should try to check their common sense.
No, so Mahesh Jethmalani ji said yesterday that he sees a Chinese hand in the attack on Adani by Hindenburg. Are you supporting that?
I am just saying that if Apple has started manufacturing 25% of the phones in India and a violent strike in which damage was done only in Apple factory, तो मुझे लगता है समझने वाले समझ रहे हैं, ना समझे वो अनाड़ी है.
So Rahul, you are essentially suggesting here. Oh, I thought you were done.
Now coming to the international aspect she has mentioned. Then I would like to say, I'm not quoting the government of India data. IMF saying that India's growth rate is going to be 6% next year. And what is going to be the global growth rate? 2.9. I would like to ask, name a single G7 country, single G20 country which is going to have higher growth rate than India, or any country which is having lower inflation than India. And as far as the international agencies are concerned, I would remind just a couple of months back, these people you were chest thumping that in hunger index we have gone down, even gone down with Pakistan, in which क्या situation है, खाने का ठौर नहीं है, दंगे हो रहे हैं, गोलियां चल रही हैं और उनसे हम पीछे हैं. If these type of things happen overseas, and also I would like to say, since last 7 or 8 years, you go and check the timing of the things. Whenever there is a session of parliament is going to be there, from Rafale time to Pegasus time to this time, suddenly something erupts. And taking the clue of that, they always try to create a ho-Allah, and finally nothing substantial come out of that, because I think they are trying to evade the real discussion, because discussing here on the on media platform is very easy. You say something and go out, but it's standing on the floor of the house, there is an issue that if you are saying anything incorrect, there is can be a matter of privilege. Like they are saying that per capita income is going down. Finance Minister in her speech has said that in the last 8 years, it has doubled. 1,97,000. They are not able to talk to that.
Do you
Can I make a small
just one
point
second,
on
Ashwini ji, do you see in the Hindenburg Adani report a Chinese conspiracy, an alleged attempt, a geopolitical war which seems to be at place, where China is trying to trip one industrial conglomerate because they seem to be adding to India's economic diplomacy capacity internationally?
We have to look at the Hindenburg attack on 5 points. One, whether Hindenburg had some conflict of interest, everybody will say yes. Second is whether Indian laws permit Hindenburg to do like this. The answer is no, because this has happened in the lower court. Tisajari court, Hindenburg was questioned, they didn't contest, and Google was asked to take down, Twitter was asked to take down their tweets. Then comes the third point, whether Hindenburg is allowed to publish reports in US about any US company. They are not allowed. But they are allowed to do anything with India and create this kind of atmosphere in India. Fourth, whether Adani is burning cash, like Nykaa was doing, like other companies, Paytm and others, where 70% of the money was lost. The investors lost 70% of their money, but no questions were raised. Now I come to your point of Chinese hand. Whenever there is something, we would always be, try to see who is going to gain out of it. China is the biggest beneficiary because Adani is giving good run to China everywhere. In case of ports, in case of solar panel production, in case of semiconductors, in every field. Therefore, who is going to get benefited? It is China. Therefore, Chinese hand should also be investigated in this.
You're asking for an investigation into the Chinese hands because whether it's ports with Bangladesh, Israel, attempts in Sri Lanka and elsewhere, the Adani Group has been a force multiplier to the India story. Therefore, those linked to the current government say this is something that at least should be investigated, Supriya.
Can I make a small point? I must congratulate Mr. Mahajan for defending Adani better than they could have defended themselves. So big congratulations, sir. You really have put in a very brave defense, completely false and infructuous, and I'll tell you exactly why. Nobody is questioning Mr. Adani's dealings in ports or Haifa, Israel or Sri Lanka or any of that. What are we bothered about? 16 lakh crore worth of market cap has eroded in India's capital market since the 24th of January. 10 lakh crore of that money is Mr. Adani's companies and his counters and his shareholders. They are paying a price for that contagion and that carnage. Why should 6 lakh crore additional money be destroyed of those shareholders who have invested in 4,000 plus perfectly clean, good governed listed entities? Who's going to talk about the minority shareholders in this country? I want to understand. That is SEBI's job. Who is going to talk about the fact that 30 crore worth of LIC policy holders put their money, and some people who invest in LIC are not, blue-blooded people who are sitting here or the pink papers. People who invest in LIC are people with very, very meager income who believe that zindagi ke saath bhi or zindagi ke baad bhi. That money has been put in Adani, and what is LIC's defense? That our exposure is under control. We entered at 20, we are at 50 or whatever they say. They also went up to 76. There is something called time value of rupee. If I invest 100 rupees 10 years back and 5 years later it becomes 1,000, but again at the end of 10 years it becomes 200, my investment has not gone up from 100 to 200. My investment has come down from 1,000 to 200. That's how financial institutions the world over, mark-to-market CAGR is calculated. That's how it's reported. So let's not get carried away. What about India's banks? 38% of Mr. Adani's exposure is to banks in India on debt. 81,000 crore rupees. 8% of that is private. 30% of that is public money. 45 crore shareholders of SBI want to know how are they ring-fenced? Why is the government not acting on it?
Awkward that a body that's meant to handle people's life's earnings through pensions invests in a stock or a group of stocks where domestic mutual funds are not willing to put their money because it doesn't meet the investment mandate of domestic mutual funds, even if they're on the equity side and are meant to be more aggressive than a body like LIC, which is meant to be highly conservative because it is handling people's life savings.
Those who deal with the financial institutions and the share market and the financial instruments, they very well understand that in any time space of less than 1 week, drawing any conclusion is nothing but your prejudice. Our regulators are professionally competent enough to see the things, and Finance Minister has given in a statement that any one company or institution cannot have any significant impact on the Indian financial system. But जैसे ही कुछ थोड़ा सा गड़बड़ हो जाए तो क्या लगता है, खुशी मिली इतनी जो दिल में ना समाए, पलक बंद कर लूं कहीं छलक ही ना जाए. मतलब in a span of less than 1 week, you are drawing so many conclusions from here to there.
This is an important point.
One sentence. One interesting fact I would like to put. You know, from where the word Hindenburg was attached previous to this. Hindenburg, first air crash in the history of the world, was a Hindenburg was a big balloon in 1937 who came from Germany to New York. When it was going to land in New Jersey, prior to landing it crashed. And you know, another name, word associated with Hindenburg. Hindenburg, Paul Wall Hindenburg was the chancellor who appointed Adolf Hitler as the chancellor of Germany. So the history says that those who relied on the decisions of the Hindenburg are bound to give a big crash to their sentiments or whatever the decisions prove to be wrong.
Supriya,
What
one of the
crashed is
Supriya,
the big
Supriya,
hot
Supriya.
air balloon that we built with Adani, thanks to your Prime Minister.
अरे
and
उसमें
it's
जो
come
बैठे थे
crashing
जल
down.
गए थे.
Supriya, one of the basic tenets of criminal jurisprudence is that you're innocent till proven guilty. The opposition in India, particularly the Congress, as Sudhanshu ji says, seems to be lapping this up with delight. You know, Gadkari ji was here on the stage this morning. He said that there are 25,000 crore rupees of projects which are with one particular group. And naturally, if those projects are halted, it slows down India's march. Therefore, let the investigators, the regulators do their job, but don't assume guilt just because it suits your political agenda.
You hit the nail on its head. Let the regulators and let the institutions do their job. Are the regulators and institutions being allowed to do their job? IRDA, the insurance regulator, has not even put out a single statement on LIC's exposure. What essentially are we talking about here? What are we saying? We are saying let investments continue, let the group continue to function, but at some stage the regulators and the institutions have to step up and protect minority shareholders. It's very good for him to say, एक हफ्ते में मत देखिए, एक हफ्ते में लोगों की जिंदगी भर की कमाई उड़ गई है मार्केट्स में.
No, but
6 लाख
LIC
करोड़.
put out a statement to say they invested because Adani stocks were AA grade. It fit their investment mandate. It's not as if they did something which was outside their mandate. When the price went up in the manner that it did, that investment manager would have been deemed to be a genius ki dekho uska jo investment tha, look at how it's done, which is what Sudhanshu ji is saying. It's come down now. At some point in time, it will correct. You can't cast judgment in just a matter of a week.
You have heard about the institution Elara Capital that invested in Adani's FPO that had to be called out. Joe Johnson, the brother of Boris Johnson, former UK's premier, whose son, of course, works for Adani Defence here in Ahmedabad. Joe Johnson had to quit. Heads are rolling in the UK, but not a squeak in India. What disparate comparisons are we even making? I'm sorry to say. LIC may put out a statement. LIC has to be questioned on why did they take this exposure? How did that 76,000 crore become 30,000 crore as of today?
But that's the way the markets function.
And what about ring fencing the small investors? What about ring
Sudhanshu
fencing
ji,
LIC's policy
all
holders?
these questions which are being asked,
And
the
a
opposition
small
says
point
the
that I want to make.
government must
Now, a
explain.
very small
Yes.
point. The finance minister informed Lok Sabha in July of 2021, particularly Ms. Moitra of the TMC, that an investigation is being done into Adani stock manipulation and its overvaluation. It's been 18 months. Where is that report? And which is why we are questioning that institutions
The
and
opposition's
regulators are
concern
not being
is
allowed to function.
because of alleged political proximity between the industrial house and the government, investigators and regulators may go easy. There is apparently an ongoing DRI investigation on stock manipulation, which we haven't heard from.
I just like to put forth the political intent in the shown content. Anything is decided after the completion of the financial year. And at least 1 quarter is weighted for giving a rate of growth or rate of inflation. And you are trying that draw a conclusion within 6 and 7 days and act within 6 and 7 days, presuming on the basis of one media report without giving any time or any assessment. I denounce the assessment of the regulator. I denounce the assessment of the financial. Problem ये है कि अच्छा छोड़िए, इनको regulator भरोसा नहीं है. चुनाव आयोग को भरोसा था? नहीं. आर्मी पे भरोसा है? नहीं. एयरफोर्स पे भरोसा है? नहीं. अरे जनाब, जिसके कि दिमाग के ऊपर ये चढ़ गया हो, जिसे कहते हैं कि जो साये को भी देख के डरता हुआ, एक लाइन कहना चाहूंगा कि इसमें क्या रखा है, देखे है जो तू आन के पास, बदगुमा वहम की दारू नहीं लुकमान के पास. हकीम लुकमान भी आपको दवा नहीं दे सकते. अदरवाइज विद ड्यू ह्यूमिलिटी आई वुड लाइक टू आस्क, एक इंस्टीट्यूशन बताएं जिसके की बारे में इन्होंने निगेटिव स्टेटमेंट पिछले 9 सालों में न दिया हो.
I must say one thing though. I think Mr. Trivedi's defense of Adani is a lot stronger and better than his defense of the union budget. I must compliment him on that. Despite the fact that in the last 10 minutes that we've discussed Adani, he's not named Adani even once. I think the parliament of this country deserves to know what is happening with Adani Group And why has government, this is taxpayers' money at stake. Let me remind you, we recapitalized SBI, which is taking exposure to Adani, a group that has lost 80% in its market cap valuation. How does the parliament not deserve to know the truth? Why are you running away from a
Ashwini ji,
debate?
should this be discussed in parliament? Just one second. Ashwini ji, your perspective, should there be an open debate in parliament?
Obviously, there should be open debate if the debate happens. The very suggestion I would like to give here is a sane advice to all the political parties, including the ruling as well as opposition, that as Supriya ji had said, that many innocent and those who had not invested in Adani's shares, they have also lost. Therefore, please look for their interests and don't try to dramatize. Don't try to create a kind of political atmosphere about a company which is such an infamous company, which is not allowed to publish reports in their own country, but we have, and जैसे उनका होता है ना, ब्रह्म वाक्य है, कहीं से आ गया है, अमेरिका से आया है.
Okay, so we're running out of time on this. Quick final comments. You are...
If whatever Supriya ji is saying, her party is having faith in that, I would just like to remind, in the last 6 months, the biggest financial investment with Adani Group has done in any state is Rajasthan, 60,000 crores. How many contracts you are cancelling? And the biggest port was in Kerala. I have just quoted 2 states. One state which is the biggest Congress rule out of those 3, and one is the state from where Rahul Gandhi comes, जो आपके लिए नंदनीय, वंदनीय और जनता के लिए निंदनीय है, वो वहां से आए हैं. तो at least you should tell what action you are going to take in Kerala and Rajasthan. Then it shows the credibility. Otherwise, it is just
cancel his projects in Rajasthan.
That's a silly argument, and I'll tell you why. That project has been won by tendering. Why should we cancel it?
वही तो सब जगह बोल रहे हैं. वो तो सब जगह बोल रहे हैं. One second. I spoke to Mr. Adani myself. He said every project that he's won has been won through tender.
No,
Others had the right to come in. If he goes
Rahul
in
जी, दिक्कत ये है
which is what?
कि मित्र मंडली मंत्रिमंडल पर भारी है, इसलिए ये जांच नहीं करा पा रहे और यहाँ पर आकर लच्छेदार बातें कर रहे हैं. The reality is that they do not have the guts to speak against Adani. They do not have the guts or the courage to investigate him and probe him because of his proximity to Mr. Modi. The mess on Adani stops at one person's doorstep, and that is India's Prime Minister.
Will the Prime Minister clarify on this?
किस कैबिनेट की बात कर रहे हैं? केरल की कि राजस्थान की? मतलब कितना मजेदार, कितना कन्वीनियंट स्टेटमेंट है. नहीं, जो हमारे यहाँ हुआ है वो तो एकदम नीट एंड क्लीन. अगर आप क्या हुआ है,
ज्यादा तो आप क्या हुआ है, कुछ करके तो आप भी दिखाइएगा.
Moreover, I would like to put forth one fact. You know that Mudra port was in profit before 2014. And it is not in profit after 2014 because the government ports have started working efficiently, so that profit margin is reduced.
So we're out of time.
That
this
shows
is a
the
debate
honesty on the part of the government.
We'll hear a lot about in the weeks and days to come. So thank you very much, Sudhanshu Trivedi, Supriya Srinath, and Ashwini Mahajan, for joining us here at the India Today Business Today Budget Roundtable. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. All right, let's dive into... They're setting up. All right, let's dive into the taxes, the tax changes that were announced this time around. What were some of the hits, and also what were some of the misses? Vijay Jain, Senior Tax Advisor, Neeraj Ahuja, APAC Tax Head, Neeru Ahuja, APAC Tax Head, Deloitte, with us, and Sanjay Tolia, Partner, Price Waterhouse Co. Thank you so much all for joining us in conversation with Saurav Majumdar.
Good afternoon, and after that very heated political debate on discussions on Adani, Hindenburg and the budget, we will come down to a bit of a fine print on the budget with three very eminent tax people, and we will go into some of the elements of this budget which are on the tax front. First things first, I would like to ask all of you on your broad takeaways on the tax front, what the budget you think has in line with the subject of discussion, what are the hits and what do you think are the misses? Mr. Jain, first with you, please.
I think I should not, there's nothing to say about the hits and misses. It's so clear. What is the hit? Obviously the 7 lakh rupees tax exemption threshold, that's the biggest hit, I believe. The thumping of tax in the parliament was an indicator. That's the biggest hit which was there on that part, on that issue. And the second part, if I can say on the hits, was that of reducing the surcharge from 37 to 25%. And I was very glad to see the Honorable Finance Minister day before explaining that she has reduced this tax rate from 42.7% to the 39%. And then she said, don't you feel 42.7 looks to be a little too high, and that's why you need to bring it back to 39. But I raised an issue. If it was so high, it was high for the last 4 years. So why it was so high if you consider it was high on that? And if you look at the misses, I will say the one miss in a lighter vein is, in a budget, you expect concession, and the finance minister is obliging you by not putting any additional tax. That's the biggest miss. You don't find any new tax in this budget. That's a miss in the budget. That's a great thing. But looking on the realistic side, I will say India is going to become the global capital of manufacturing. Geopolitical situation permits India, China to shift the base to India. And this is a golden opportunity for India. We introduced in 2019 a corporate rate of 15% for company manufacturing in India after 1st September 2019. And that exemption is going to expire up to 31st March 24. If we are really looking make in India, if we are really wanting that India should be the global manufacturing capital, there is no reason why this should not be extended, should be available. People who want to put a project, maybe 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, if I want to put a project in 2023 and I see the gestation period of 2 years for putting the plant in operation, I can't do it because the exemption will go by 31st March 24. So I think this should have been extended, and this is the biggest miss, which I believe in the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. Niru, your view.
Right. So I think Vedji has already talked about the personal tax, which we all consider as a hit. On the corporate tax side, I think taking his words, but giving a different point of view, the fact that the tax rates have remained stable for corporates, there is no change in the tax rates, I think that is also a hit, because we keep wondering what's going to happen next, is it going to go up or down, and I think the finance minister gave a very clear message that we want it to be a stable tax regime. So I think that's clearly a hit. Another interesting hit which I read about was around the litigation. One of the biggest pain points of industry is that anything we do in tax, any tax return, we file, it gets audited, there are disagreements with the tax officers, there are disputes, and these tax disputes go on for years altogether. So one very nice move she has announced is that there will be a new post created of a joint commissioner of income tax appeals, and they will take care of a lot of backlog of appeals. So I think that's another hit which we ought to talk about. In terms of the misses, again, manufacturing companies have to start manufacturing by 31st March 24. One of our asks, or rather ask of the industry, was that there's a condition in this to avail the lower tax rate, that you must set up a new legal entity. Now, one of the asks of the industry was, please do away with this condition, because when we want to bring in new investment, we don't necessarily want to spread into so many new entities. Allow us to bring the investment, set up the manufacturing in the existing, which I thought was a valid request, but this is a miss. We didn't hear anything about it. Similarly, there was an ask that extend this lower rate to service industry also. After all, they are adding value to the country as well. Why limit it only to manufacturing? So I think these are some of the misses which could have happened this year.
Sanjay, manufacturing, are you getting a lot of complaints from your clients about the date not being extended?
Yeah, I think this works.
Yep.
So I think we are getting that, because see the way you look at this manufacturing provision, one of the things, and it's a hit and a miss. One, we did a great job of creating something like this, which is 15% tax, which you've never seen in any other parts of the even Asian countries. But I think the miss part is that we're doing a good amount of free trade agreements with the largest nations, and these are the new age free trade agreements. So if you look at the harmonization and putting it as a package, we have PLIs, we have state incentives, we have this corporate tax rate of 15%. We have custom duty exemptions which have been provided for bringing intermediates at a lower cost so that finished goods are manufactured in India. If you put it all together, they are independently being provided to the taxpayers or to a corporate. If you can package it, we could actually do something what Vietnam has done. Vietnam has created free trade agreements in a manner that the world's supply chain goes and sits there. Right. So this could have been a big one, probably in my view. But I just wanted to make a point, Saurav, that if I look at the hit, I think we need to look at some numbers. The prior panel said lots of stuff which actually makes me not say this, but I will still say this. So if you look at the numbers, we are 3.4 trillion economy. Our chief economic advisor says that we will reach 5 trillion by 2025 or 2026, 7 trillion by 2030 with the current numbers. Against this, if you look at the fiscal deficit, which is 6.3 going down to 5.9 and then going down to 4.5. If you look at that journey, no country has been able to achieve that journey. One of the biggest thing in a country is the tax GDP ratio, because the tax helps you to do the capex. We talk about the 10 lakh crores all the time. Where does the 10 lakh crore come from? So look at the tax and the borrowings mix. So I think if you look at the tax GDP ratio, this year it's 11.1%, and the next year it's going to be 11.1%. So we're going to maintain that ratio and then probably take it up. So I think if you look at the mathematics, if I was sitting there, I was wondering how well I would have got it to 4.5 with a country which is going at 7 trillion in 2030. I would actually say it's a commendable stuff. You will always, someone will get it and someone will not get it. I'll give an example. When COVID struck us, around the world, everyone changed their corporate tax rates. India did not change it. And they had to make a balancing act. What did India do? We didn't change our corporate tax rates, but we took away the depreciation on goodwill. That was enough to just balance out everything. That same thing has happened now. The 42 to 39 is balanced by those two things, by bringing down the deduction to 10 crores for new house and managing the insurance policy. So it's a balanced budget, but I think manufacturing we could have done better by actually packaging it with all the other stuff we are doing around.
No, that's a good point, and we'll come to the other points in a little while. Mr. Jain, tell us about, I mean, you mentioned the new and the old tax regimes at the beginning of your comments. What do you expect in terms of the public, whether they will go in large numbers, opt for the new regime, given the fact that, you know, there's a simplified tax structure there, but yet there are a whole lot of salaried people who want tax savings as well. So where do you see that playing out?
See, now one must appreciate the way the new structure has been now worked out and proposed in the budget. And I see for all resident individual, by and large, there will be no option but to opt for the new regime. And the reasons are obvious. The tax benefit extended in the new regime vis-a-vis the old regime is so high. If you just look at the calculations, if I do the calculation as 7 lakh rupees, there is no option for an individual because there is no tax whatever you do it. On 9 lakhs, if I do the calculation, still I say I am benefited under the new regime. Only when the challenge comes is when your income is falling between 7 to 10 lakh rupees and you have some saving or more than 3 lakh rupees, so that there can be a possibility that the tax under the old regime may be lower by 2,500 to 5,000 rupees. Other than that, absolutely no advantage in the old regime for resident individual, that's the issue. But you have raised a larger issue about the saving. See, what was the earlier policy was that you make saving, which was a basket given by the government, that this is the basket you can make the investment. If you make, then I will give you a concession. Now, you don't make an investment, the basket is wide open. In that basket or some other basket, you make an investment. That's, you are not stopped from making investment. Only thing is you are not going to get a rebate for making that investment. That's the only difference. And it does have a larger implication, frankly speaking. From if a society to create a social security, I think this is a larger question to be pondered over, whether we want taxpayer not to create a social security, because earlier the taxpayer was being, I think, compelled to go for a social security. And the reasons were obvious. We, being in India, being a population of 1.4 billion, the government of the day cannot assure a social security for all people up above 60 or 70 years that will do it. So it was giving an option that when you are paying taxes, I may not be able to take care of you when you retire, but you create a social security for yourself. That was life insurance you created, you create a provident fund, or you like this. But now I believe the thought process is, instead of creating a social security, let's give an open basket to anyone and do it whatever the way it want to do it. So only challenge is that whether this will work and should be encouraged or not, that's a larger question which we need to work it out, because still the option is available. And the finance minister's idea, which I could get it out, is that if you have an income of 10 lakh rupees, you make an investment of 4 lakh rupees to get a tax rebate. Now the money which is left in hand is lower. Now on 10 lakh rupees, you don't make investment, you have additional money of 3 lakh 50,000 in your hand. And if I understand, out of 5 crore taxpayer who fall in this bracket up to 10 lakh rupees, even 1 crore taxpayer do not make investment, then the money supply in India is 3.5 lakh crore. This is a substantial amount. That's the money, and to propel the economy, increasing the purchasing power, making more money available in the hand of the taxpayer.
Ninu, Mr. Jain has actually raised a very important point about the social security aspect of it. Because of these the changes in the new and old tax regime, how do you look at that?
So few thoughts on this.
Because at the stage our country is in, do you think this is a little bit too early, or do you think this will play out over time?
Right. So let's talk about social security, or I think we're all talking about 80C, which was the relevant section in the erstwhile regime. And if you would recall, one of the important elements was investment in Provident Fund. That's if I take an example. Now, Provident Fund in any case is legally required to be done. So whether you get a tax rebate or not, Provident Fund is going to happen. Employers are going to pay 12% Provident Fund. Employees' salary will suffer a 12% Provident Fund deduction. Right. So that compulsory saving elements like Provident Fund, ESI, etc. will continue. They will not go away just because there is no tax rebate. However, the other angle that yes, people's habits, it's a mindset, it's a softer issue. Absolutely. I think. We all grew up on the principles that save as much as you can. If you save, you will get a tax discount. I think those thoughts are a little not so current with the current generation. The current generation wants more cash in hand. They want to spend today.
They were also wanting to spend on crypto, right?
That's right. So I think the younger generation will be happy. They'll probably get more cash in their hands. They want to spend it now, and times have changed. So I think in our minds we need to de-link savings from tax. No one is stopping you from doing the savings. You must do the savings, right? But this generation, the younger generation, is doing savings in different ways. So I think it's a matter of what has happened over the years. The changes have come. They are saving in terms of buying a house or paying the mortgages. So I think we need to de-link tax with savings, and that's a fundamental
You think
shift.
That's the move the government is actually
pushing? I think so. You see, because in the past the government announced this scheme long time back, couple of years ago. But a lot of individuals are not opting for the new scheme simply because of all the deductions and rebates they were getting, especially standard deduction. Now, since the proposal has that standard deduction will be given even in the new regime.
But then it's counterproductive, right? You're giving, yes, Mr. Jain.
I can just clarify on this one issue. See, under the labor law, we mandate that every employer will deduct a particular amount as a PF. And the labor law mandate is to ensure that every person who gets employed creates a social security. So tomorrow, if he's out of job or if he get old age, he has enough money. And that was the scheme in the income tax also for self-employed people or other people. If they do not have a PF like this, they go for PPF, etc. So social security is considered to be an objective for the society to create awareness that you make saving today because you will need it tomorrow. Similarly, when we give medical insurance and ADDA rebate, the idea was that you please have insurance, health structure, tomorrow you will need the money. What happened in COVID? People needed money. Those who were having insurance, they got insured and they got the money. Now, with no incentive being available under the income tax, I do agree, open basket, one can buy it out. But labor law mandate that you will have it, same logic applies for every person that they need to create some social security for future. That was the objective, I believe. That's have some clarity on this issue.
Sanjay, do you think then ATC is all but dead now with the new the regime?
No, I don't think so. I totally agree with what they have said, and I don't want to repeat. I think if the social security is not kept in mind, it will create a challenge. So I'll just give you an example. So my son is working in an organization which has only 6 people. So the PF doesn't apply to it. So he put money into PPF. And when the budget came in, he said, Papa, मैंने डाल दिया PPF में, I can actually go to the new scheme and get the same tax. मैंने बोला फिर भी अच्छा है तूने डाल दिया. Forget, don't take the rebate. It will come as a benefit to you. So I think that we always thought about savings, right? The social security, if you look at even the developed markets, it doesn't work without a social security scheme.
Right.
So I totally agree with Neeru that you need to de-link it. I think the best part is, look at the corporate tax. What do we have today? We have 25% tax rate for people with incentives. And you have the 25%, sorry, you have the 30% tax rate with benefits, and you have 22% without benefits. You can opt for it, and I think at some point of time we will all move to the new regime.
But at this point, the finance minister has herself said that this is the default option. But so how long do you see the old regime continuing?
See, one is if you look at the provisions of the law, it is not mandatory, right? So when the finance minister said that it is a default scheme, it doesn't mean that everyone has to move.
Yeah.
But the way things are moving, probably the expectation is that more and more people over the next 2 years should move to the new regime.
So 2 years, you're giving
That's
Mr.
my take.
Jain. Neeru,
I would say 1 year. I'm not so
Mr. Jain, last word from you as we run out of time on how long you think the existing old regime will continue?
I believe it is fading out, and I am reasonably sure when the taxpayer are going to file the return next year, the statistics will be just reverse what we have. Now today the statistics says that out of the 7.5 crore, only 4 to 5 lakh have opted for the new regime and balance of the old regime. I am reasonably sure with the way I have worked out the calculation, the next time the data will be absolutely reversed. By and large, 99% going for the new regime and only 4 to 5%, somewhat percentage will be under the old regime. And once that happens, the old regime is likely to be withdrawn, or it will be given in the cold storage the way it has been done, 2.5 lakh to up to 5%, 5 lakh to 10 lakh to 20%, so nobody will pick it up, and the new regime slowly will be, threshold will be increased, some more tax concession will be given, so we'll phase out. So now this has been extended to only also to the HUF, to the AOP and all other entities also. So it will fade right out. That's a plan I believe I can see to it.
This should make the finance minister happy because that is probably the aim. Thank you very much, Neeru and the gentlemen. Thank you. It was wonderful.
Thank you. Let me welcome back Siddharth Ravi, Managing Editor, Business Today Television, to welcome our next guest. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Jayant Sinha, MP, Lok Sabha, BJP. Warm welcome, sir.
I'm good. Very warm welcome to Jayant Sinha, a man who's been part of many budget-making exercises, and nothing gives me greater pleasure than to have him here. Mr. Sinha, we'll try and keep this as a rapid-fire round. You've been very patient with us and have been waiting by. So I'm going to start by rattling out some bit of data that we were able to access, and this is to do with the number of the capex number. This kind of unprecedented capex number, I don't know how many in the audience will know, and I was checking, it's larger than the GDP of Kenya and double that of Myanmar. The question everyone is asking, in the last 3 years, the Modi government has gone full hog ahead on capex. What is the philosophy behind it?
Good afternoon, Siddharth, and really good to be on your show, and thank you for your kind words. Capital expenditure is really sort of the secret sauce for growth. Because what happens is that when you're investing in infrastructure like in railways, in airports, in highways, in other aspects like metro lines, all of these not only result in growth right away, because what happens is you obviously employ people when you're building a railway line, you buy cement, you buy steel, you get a construction company to do that. So you definitely stimulate growth even as you're building a railway line or you're building a national highway. But what happens is then you're putting an asset in the ground that's going to make you more productive and more efficient for the next 30, 40, 50 years. And that's where the huge multiplier effect of capital expenditure comes in, and people have estimated that the multiplier effect of infrastructure totally is 2.5x, which means a rupee spent on a road will give you a return of 2.5 times the money that you've put in, and that naturally results in growth in that year in which you're constructing, but it also helps you create growth in future years and growth that ripples through the economy. So it really is the secret sauce. It really drives growth. Certain aspects of infrastructure are even better. So for example, having been associated with the aviation system, people have found that if you invest in airports, airports have an economic multiplier of 6x. So you build an airport, you drive growth 6 times as a result of that, because not only then do you drive, obviously, usage in that particular year, you create more tourism, you create better logistics, you improve efficiency, and so on. So by really making this very bold and very dramatic bet on capital expenditure, on infrastructure, we have been able to sustain our growth, and right now, the growth that we have in India is absolutely the pride of our country and is being hailed everywhere in the world.
That's a very good point, and if we were to add on what the states are going to spend, the loan that are provided to the states, State Bank of India, Soumya Ghosh was earlier on the panel, Mr. Sinha, and he told us that if you added up everything, including PSU spending, you actually have 19 lakh crore plus. Now that is a massive number, and roadways alone has gone up. The transportation segment, including railways, the allocation has gone up 56%. The question to you, sir, is while the double R, roads and railways, has gone up by 56%, rural development is 4%. Agriculture is just 0.7%. Health and urban development are just marginal increases. The question a lot of people are asking, you are putting money in roads and railways, why are you not putting money in health or agriculture for our 400 million farming dependent people?
Yes, Siddharth, that actually is a very poor analysis, and let me correct the numbers that you have. Sure. First of all, when it comes to the rural economy, rural infrastructure is being built up very, very quickly. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, which I can tell you about from my own constituency in Hazaribagh, is being being rapidly accelerated, and we are spending a lot of money on Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. A lot of the highways are going through the rural sector. There's tremendous money being spent on Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, that's gone up 33% to 80,000 crores. Jal Jeevan Mission has also got a 30% increase. That also is largely happening in rural areas as well, because that's where we don't have clean drinking water. That's going into rural areas as well. So we are doing a lot for the agricultural economy. Rural infrastructure is being built up very strongly. And remember that there was an announcement of 1 lakh crores for agriculture infrastructure fund a couple of budgets ago. You may remember that. That money is being spent right now, and that is absolutely being used to make cold storage facilities in rural areas. It's being used to improve irrigation schemes. All of these are getting the benefit of tremendous infrastructure spending as well. And when it comes to health and when it comes to education, people are saying that we are not putting enough money there. That also is not correct, because the reality is that there it is largely the states which collectively account for more money spent than the central government. The states are spending massively on education and health, which constitutionally is their subject as well. And in addition to that, we have other sources through the 15th Finance Commission for urban local bodies, where again they're spending there for health facilities and so on. And then finally, for a place like Jharkhand, where we have lots of mining, we get royalties from mining. I can tell you in Hazaribagh and in Ramgarh, my own 2 districts, we are getting 300 crores a year. 300 crores a year from mining royalties, and these are being used largely for upgrading our Anganwadi Kendras, for upgrading our schools, and really improving our health facilities. So if you look at the sum total of government spending through all the different sources, you'll find that not only are we spending massively on infrastructure, which is roads and railways, as you mentioned, but also on health facilities, on educational facilities, and so on. So across the board in the economy, our infrastructure, our facilities, our basic services are being strengthened and improved dramatically.
I'm glad you gave us that perspective by adding on so many other expenditures that are being. There is very clearly 100% acknowledgement that there is no short-term populism. And given that is pre-election year, I'm guessing it must have been a tough call. The point I'm asking you is, what are your own hopes about private sector investment rising on the back of this massive capex push? A lot of this money is going to be executed in the hands of private contractors. What's your own sense, Mr. Sinha?
Siddharth, before I come to the question of private sector capex, let me explain to you this question of election spending. The Honorable Prime Minister has to be commended for his visionary and wise thinking in these matters. Remember, he's been the Chief Minister of Gujarat and won election after election there. And it is remarkable. I'm just coming from Surat. I was in Surat yesterday. It's remarkable the development that has happened in Gujarat and the popularity, the long-term popularity that has ensued as a result of these visionary longer-term policies. And for the Bharatiya Janata Party under Honorable Prime Minister's leadership to win a 7th successive election in Gujarat, a 7th successive election, and to have been in power for 27 years, and this election was won with the BJP getting 156 seats, which is 85%. 85% of all of the seats is remarkable, and it demonstrates that it is not election gimmicks. जो रेवड़ी वाली जो बात माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने की, वो रेवड़ी का तो आप छोड़ ही दीजिए मामला. अगर आप दूरदर्शी विजनरी अगर आपकी सोच हो, लॉन्ग टर्म अगर आप सोचें, तो जो आपको सस्ती लोकप्रियता नहीं, नॉट चीप पॉपुलैरिटी, but genuine long-term enduring popularity you will get if you follow good policies. I think that's what the Honorable Prime Minister has shown us in Gujarat, and that is precisely what we are following in the national level as well. And that is why I think we'll keep winning election after election, because it's not election gimmicks, but long-term visionary, pragmatic policies that deliver results on the ground, that result in true long-term popularity. And that is effectively what we've done. I've said this in Parliament on many occasions as well, Siddharth. Now, let's come to private sector capex. Now, if you studied the economic survey, Siddharth, you'll have seen that there is a clear upswing in private sector capex. Private sector capex is beginning to improve. And that, of course, is very natural, because we are coming out of COVID, where capacity utilization had come down, demand had come down, and now capacity utilization in our factories and in our private sector facilities is now inching up to 70-75%. And this is the point at which people start to invest. By keeping inflation under control, keeping real rates under control, we made it very attractive for the private sector to invest in infrastructure and in their productive facilities. And that's why, with growth being sustained, with the macroeconomic stability that we have, and India continued to being seen as a shining star globally, we are likely to see, along with the very significant capital expenditure that the government is incurring, we are likely to see very strong private sector capex as well.
Mr. Sinha, since we are talking about growth, what's your own sense? Earlier today, a question was asked, when will India sort of aspire for double-digit growth? We don't hear a mention of that, and I'm not pinning you down on that, but your own reading of the growth dynamics at least playing out till 2025.
My own sense is that we are in a neutral global environment or in a negative global environment on a domestic basis, completely capable of growing 6 to 7% a year, and have been growing at that rate. We are estimating 6.5% next year, when next year the view is that the global economy will hit a recession or be very close to a recession. So with the global economy in a recessionary type of environment, for us to be able to do 6.5% growth is absolutely remarkable. And that is why India is seen as a shining star globally, because of our strong domestic growth. And of course, the capex and the consumption story that is unfolding in India domestically is sustaining that growth. Now, if the global economy does well and our export engine fires on that, and we have bullish sentiment in the capital markets and stronger investments as a result of that, it's highly likely that we will be able to grow beyond 6.5% and get to that 8 to 9% growth that we would all like to see for India. But that does depend on global conditions as well. I think there is an impact of those conditions on our growth. With that in neutral or negative territory, which is what next year is expected to be, we can still grow at 6.5%. If that turns around, we could easily grow at 8 or 9% as well.
As I wind down this conversation, one broader question to you, because you understand the masses, you are an elected politician. Is it the government's intent to withdraw all exemptions that the middle class enjoys? That is one of the responses we have heard for the new tax regime.
We want to make sure that we have a fair and transparent tax regime that is something that will result in better compliance and more people coming into the tax net. So we want better compliance, we want fairness, we want transparency. And if you look at the new tax regime is absolutely taking you in that direction. And in fact, if your exemptions are modest, you also are able to save quite a bit of money in the new tax regime. And that's what makes it fair, transparent, and easy to comply with.
Is it fair, given the kind of lower headline rate that corporate India enjoys versus the middle class?
You have to look at it from the point of view of what the global tax environment is. The global tax environment for corporations that are quite mobile in terms of their businesses is in that 25% range. So 25% is about where corporate taxes are around the world, and we are very much consistent with that as well. When you look at individual tax rates around the world, whether you look at China, you look at the US, you look at Germany, you look at the UK, our tax rates are very consistent with individual income tax rates in those countries. So from a global perspective, tax rates are very fair, very much aligned with global benchmarks.
All right, Mr. Sinha, thank you very much for that short but effective explanation of certain questions that have been lingering in the air. Thank you very much for your time with us today.
Thank you, Siddharth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha. Thank you, Siddharth. And Siddharth, do stay on with us as well. To continue that conversation, we would like to invite to join us Nitin Gupta, Chairman, Central Board of Direct Taxes, to really further this discussion on the long and short of taxation in conversation with Siddharth Zarabi.
Thank you very much, Abha. And once again, a very warm afternoon. It's a bit warm, thankfully, after days of cold. And Mr. Nitin Gupta is here, the chairman of the Central Board of Direct Taxes. When we were planning the session and prior to this, when we had invited him here, we had hoped that his counterpart from the indirect tax side would also be there. But since it's only Mr. Gupta, we are calling this session the long and short of taxation. Mr. Gupta, lots of questions that you must have answered in the last 5 days. And I'm going to start with the big one. Why are you confident that the new tax regime will be a game changer?
Very valid question. And the contours of the proposed tax regime are before everyone. You will agree that a lot of changes have been made. The slabs have been widened, the number of slabs have been reduced, the surcharge for the rich and super rich has been moderated. So, lot of changes are there, in spite of the fact that it is deduction and exemption free. There is something which will remain with the taxpayers in terms of the amount of tax saved, in terms of the decision making which they can make for the investment in case they like to make. So the choice is left with the taxpayer to decide what way he wants to do, and therefore we believe that it would be a game changer. As you all know, the scheme is there from 2020, but it could not take that wings which it should have taken, and we believe that with the proposed changes, it is going to take wings and it will move forward in a very fast way.
Sir, one of the questions that is being asked, and perhaps you have answered this, is that this is government very slowly and quietly moving towards doing away with all exemptions. Government does not want to pay too much interest on small saving schemes. Therefore, you are encouraging people to save less, spend more and pay extra tax.
It's not, strictly speaking, the way it is being projected. As a taxpayer, even if one chooses to be in the proposed regime, he is free to make a contribution towards savings or anything. So that's not the case. See, we are looking at from the taxation perspective, and apart from being simplistic, where you need not maintain any documentation, you can file the return of income in a very simplistic manner without the help of a professional. All these are pluses. And from the tax administration perspective, let me say, what we are coming across is certain people are misutilizing the trust which we have reposed in them by claiming wrongful deductions and exemptions. So probably that thing would also be a thing of the past, only because of certain people who, I think, shift the taxpayers, change their mind to utilize unavailable deductions and exemptions. That will become a thing of the past as well. And the administration of tax, administration of the return would be simpler for us as well.
What is the percentage, if you can share with us, Mr. Gupta, of such people who, as you said, are claiming wrongful exemptions?
It's very difficult to define in terms of percentage, but even a single person, if he is utilizing it wrongfully, is not good. We mounted certain actions in political parties, and what we found that it is very rampant to claim deduction of the contribution made to the political party and claiming it. The money has been paid back to the person who donated the money, who contributed to the political party, and then so it is limited to not all political parties. It is limited to certain very with low profile. So that is there. These are unregistered as well. Apart from that, what we have noticed is that certain organizations where a particular tax professional induces the salaried employees to claim wrongful deductions, and what we have observed that these deductions are claimed up to the hilt. That means to say, if the ATC deduction is there, it is up to 1.5 lakh, then ATD up to 1 lakh or 50,000, something like that, which is not possible looking to the income profile of that person. So it's that sort of thing are happening. We have come across these things and we are taking corrective actions. But suffice to say that even if these are small in numbers as compared to the overall taxpayer base, it is not appropriate. And these people, these salaried employees who have taken it wrongfully are liable for prosecution, and they get.
What action has been taken against those, as you put it, small political parties which might just be sort of fronts for certain kinds of activities?
As I said, we mounted action, and then we take whatever is required to be taken in terms of putting them to the prosecution, taxation, and cancellation of their registration, etc. So these are taken in terms of what has been provided under the statute.
Okay. Let's come to another question, and this is to do with the fact that there are certain people in the insurance industry who are saying that there will be a negative impact on the insurance sector because of some of these proposals in the finance bill. What would you say to them?
Let me clarify 2 points. The first is that with the proposed regime, it is up to the taxpayer, as I have told you, that it is up to the taxpayer to decide which type of policy he or she wants to have, whether term or endowment or any other policy. So it is left to the choice of the taxpayer. So exactly, it is not going to, it may have some impact on the insurance sector, but not to that extent. Secondly, the proposed change of limiting the tax benefit up to rupees 5 lakh of the annual premium paid by the taxpayer is not restrictive, in the sense that insurance company can still float a policy where the annual premium is of 10 lakh rupees or anything, but the tax benefit will not be available. So that is the only point which is there. And one more point which comes to my thought is that probably it is going to make the sector more competitive. Probably the insurance companies will come out with better products. They will be more efficient in terms of providing returns to the person who is taking a policy. So I think it is going to be a better terrain, better area henceforth.
So what you are also saying, Mr. Gupta, is that insurance products should be for the specific purpose to insure against certain eventualities and not for tax shopping, really.
Definitely.
Okay. Let me also ask you about your own sense, and you briefly touched upon it. What is the net benefit that taxpayers can expect if they switch to the new regime? Obviously, there are various income profiles. Can you give us the broadest sense of who benefits the most and to what extent?
Now, every section of the taxpayer benefits, number one. Number two is the person who is the lowest rung, earlier up to 5 lakh, now up to 7 lakh in the proposed regime, is not required to pay any tax. If he is salaried employee, it becomes 7 lakh 50,000. So a person earning 7 lakh 50,000 per annum without any deduction, without any exemption, will not be required to pay any tax. Now coming from 7 lakh or 7.5 lakh to 15 lakh, at 15 lakh, our calculation shows that in the proposed tax regime, the tax payable would be 1 lakh 50,000. So effective tax rate works out to 10%. Okay. But if there is a taxpayer who with the income of 18 lakh 75,000 with a deduction exemption of 3 lakh 75,000 in the old regime, net income becomes 15 lakh, will also be paying tax of 1 lakh 50,000 in the old regime. That means to say 18 lakh 75,000 income, deduction of 3 lakh 75,000
plus exemption.
Of deduction exemption put together is at the same level as income of 15 lakh in the new regime. If a person has lesser deduction and exemption aggregating to 3 lakh 75,000, the new regime, the proposed regime would be beneficial to the taxpayer. Now the issue is at the income level of 15 lakh or 18 lakh 75,000, what could be the quantum of deduction or exemption one can enjoy? Because one requires money for expenditure, for his own utilization and all that. So it is our perception that it's quite decent amount, which is we have thought about making it an inflection point. So 3,75,000, if a 18,75,000 is putting to exemption and deductions, is at the same level as the new regime, I believe lot many people who are claiming less than this would be better off in the new regime. Okay. And that will be the position in the income level higher than this. Above 5 crore, obviously surcharge will make a lot of difference and they will be benefited.
One question about the way the new tax slabs are proposed to be said, and it is my understanding when I looked at it, for 12 to 15 lakh taxable income, the rate is 20%. And the moment you cross 15, you go straight away to 30. Shouldn't it have been 25% if you were following a graded 5 to 10 to 15 to 20? Why this sudden jump from 20 to 30? The point that someone said that you are perhaps targeting those who are what you see as the creamy layer, really.
We could, our calculations could lead to this thing. It could have been done that way, what you are proposing, what you are suggesting. So it's a call to be taken. See, budget exercise is very, very time oriented. There is a timelines involved. There is a lot of work to be done. It's really, I'm saying, our team is working overnight, at times 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Even I left office at 12:30 in the night. So it's a very rigorous.
There is no argument against this, and people like me who have covered the finance ministry know that if the midnight oil is burnt in Bharat Sarkar, 3 months before budget, North Block burns a lot of oil. But sir, I will persist with that question, and you must allow me this. For corporate sector 25%, मैं आम आदमी हूँ, मैं क्यों 30% दूँ? मैंने क्या खता की है? I am complying with everything. I am paying indirect tax on every single transaction that I undertake. But आप मेरे को निचोड़ रहे हैं. 5% आप कम से कम मेरी parity रखवाते ना corporate sector के साथ. उनको तो आपने 2019 में माला माल कर दिया, आम आदमी को छोड़ दिया.
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. It's not the case that what Siddharth is suggesting, but we will definitely keep it in mind, and maybe if it will be deliberated or discussed as well, we will keep it in mind. Everything cannot happen in one go. Probably it may happen in future as well. So
I'm glad you are hinting at that, and I will just say this with your permission, that just like you gave a mid-course corporate tax cut, maybe you might decide to do that in this September or whenever you choose to do that, but definitely you have given us a headline that you will take a look at it. Let's now come to another aspect of this new tax regime, which is the benefit for employers and how much compliance systems, filing. Every year we have to give 5 proofs. There is a whole department in companies which is, they are busy with tax compliance. Will Indian employers also benefit in some way with the new tax regime? And more importantly, sir, for all our viewers and audience here, what would you tell corporate India with regard to incentivizing their employees or pushing their employees towards the new regime?
You have rightly, succinctly pointed out that it is going to be beneficial for any deductor, means employer, because of the lesser paperwork needed in terms of the verification of claims and all that. So definitely it is a beneficial for the tax deductor, the employer. And but I personally feel that it's up to the taxpayer to choose which regime it would like to have. So probably the employer can just put forth the benefits of the new regime, the proposed regime, before the employee, and it is up to him to take a call onto that, what way he or she likes to choose.
Sir, by when will you make the new regime mandatory?
I think Honorable FM has already indicated that it would be work in progress anyway, and as of now we have not touched the old regime. The benefits are percolating to the new regime, so it shows a policy shift in the mind of the policy makers that the time will be for the for the new regime only.
Okay. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and Revenue Secretary, Finance Secretary and other Finance Secretaries and the budget makers like Mr. Nitin Gupta are here with us through the day. Mr. Gupta, one more broader point, and this is to do with the expectation in the run-up to the budget that you will also use this opportunity to, if not actually do it, but indicate a reform roadmap for ending the sort of gaps between long-term and short-term capital gains taxation. How much were you able to work on that, and why did it not come through in this budget?
Capital gain is a very complex, really complex exercise in terms of the asset classes, in terms of the holding periods, what we have done over a period of time, over last 60 years, adding one or more layer. There are different treatments for residents, non-residents. Then we have indexation, without indexation. So then it affects whole lot of people. We believe that it's such a ticklish exercise that we initiated that, not that we did not discuss it, we did not deliberate upon it. It was discussed, it was deliberated upon. But up to the last contours, in that limited time frame, it's not possible to find a common ground. And therefore, it's a, again, work in progress where we would revert back and take a call.
Sir, is there a possibility of a public discussion paper? The department has been encouraging public feedback before certain policies and decisions are finalized.
See, there were a lot of communications, lot of representations on this issue as well from the different chambers and associations, and these are already there. So if new suggestions are there, if there are any representations, that we will also consider, as we consider for any change, any amendment or proposal.
Okay. Sir, I have one more question, again from a different perspective, but on the new tax regime. It used to be, many years back, EET in terms of taxation. Has it now shifted to TEE, tax exempt?
See, the choice is with the taxpayer, as I have said. You have rightly put it. Though no, this way we have not thought about, but it is really so now. So one can take like that.
Okay. The broader question that a lot of people may want to understand from you is your own reading of the buoyancy in tax collections. We have seen several major steps and decisions over the last 6-7 years, which have led to greater formalization of the economy, much better tax compliance and tax collections, direct tax collections as well as indirect. In terms of direct tax collections, which is your ambit, how do you see the revenue outlook going ahead in terms of compliance and ensuring that more and more people come under the tax net?
Tax buoyancy has been really good, barring for the COVID period when everything was topsy-turvy, but overall revenue buoyancy is good, particularly in the current financial year, where we are growing at 24% and net 18%, in spite of higher refund outgo, which has been appreciated by the taxpayer community as a whole. And we think that we can continue with that, getting better trust from the taxpayers. Having said that, the buoyancy for the remaining part of the current financial year is likely to be good. Looking to the way businesses are moving, the quarterly results are witnessed because quarterly results are being seen now.
Yes.
And the advance tax which we have already seen. So we believe that remaining 2 months, roughly 2 months of the current financial year will be good in terms of buoyancy. Now coming to the future, means the next year, the buoyancy is, we expect it to be good, and with the revenue foregone, it will be of the range of 1.2 to 1.3. So which will be a very reasonable buoyancy for us to meet the targets. Right. Then the taxpayer base, what has been our experience has been that technology is giving us a good support. We have come out several new schemes. and we are utilizing technology in a way which we can be used to nudge the taxpayer to voluntarily come forward and file the return of income, or if in case he has submitted incorrect particulars, to come up and file a correct particular. So that way we are already moving and it is giving us dividend. We are witnessing around 5% increase in the return of income, the taxpayers who file return of income every year.
5%?
Yes, around 5%. So that has been the experience, and with this our taxpayer base is also rising.
Okay.
Then if new measures have been taken to give a audit trail about the taxpayer in terms of the TDS provisions, and therefore we think that it is going to give us good traction. That has been the policy of the government for some time.
My final question, the last one for today, is to do with your own assessment of whether the glitches, certain issues that taxpayers had faced when it came to filing. Obviously, there is a volume, people come in, everybody wants to do it in the last 24 hours. So that all said, you yourself, your department has been putting a lot of attention on that. How robust is that system? Can you assure us that people will not face problems in the next filing cycle?
See, we witnessed difficulty in the year 2021 when we shifted to the new portal. A lot of difficulties were faced by the taxpayers, and we had to work again a lot to remove the glitches. In 2022, you would agree that we did not extend the date for filing of the return of income, and in spite of that, our filing process was smooth. Taxpayers could, like you have said, the record is 72 lakh returns were filed on a single day, and our team, which were supporting the taxpayers in terms of the redressal of their problems which they were facing, in terms of, not in terms of uploading of data or putting the data in the portal, but how to do it and how better way they can do it, were also responded to in the most efficient manner. We believe that we would be able to have provide a still better environment to the taxpayers to file the return of income in the cycle of 2023.
Absolutely, and that's the whole point. You cannot avoid taxes, just like you cannot avoid death. But I'm not going to end on that somber note. I'll just end by saying, Mr. Gupta, thank you very much. All taxpayers look up to you, not just for reductions, but also for ease of filing, and I'm glad you have made that assurance. I thank you very much for your time with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for one of the key budget makers this time around. Thank you very much, Mr. Gupta.
Thank you, Siddharth, and thank you, Mr. Gupta. We'll begin the next panel in just a couple of moments. It's a power-packed panel with different representatives of industry to talk us through the kind of impact felt on various sectors post the budget this time round. Okay. Ready? All right, let me invite on stage my next set of guests. Piyush Malhotra, Chairman, Feedback Highways, OMT. Pattu Keswani, CMD, Lemon Tree Hotels. Navneet Muno, MD and CEO, HDFC Mutual Fund. Kunal Behl, CEO, Snapdeal. Rahul Garg, founder and CEO, Moglix, and Prashant Tripathi, MD and CEO, Max Life Insurance. In conversation with me, I'm Abha Bakaya, senior editor and anchor at Business Today Television. Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone, and it's great to have such a power-packed panel here to give us a perspective on all aspects of the budget this time around and its implications for industry. But let me start off with you, because there was, in fact, plenty of chatter around tourism this time. Do you feel the Finance Minister has actually listened to all the feedback, perhaps, that the industry gave her over the last couple of years?
Not really. I mean, they've reiterated that tourism is important, but I think this government is probably more focused on manufacturing right now as a source of employment. I live in hope, so maybe next year.
Okay, all right. Navneet, let me come to you in terms of, the market reaction and the kind of buzz we saw post-budget. Pre-budget, we heard that it was a non-event, but I think the fact that there were no negative surprises and the fact that she did actually give a boost to CAPEX positively surprised the street.
No, I think budget is for the Amrit Kal, next 25 years, so we should not evaluate based on the market reaction over the last couple of days. There are a variety of other variables that impact market. But I think looking at the budget, analyzing it, I will use three words: credible, continuity, and conviction. Credible in terms of budget math, continuity, whether in terms of enhancing the tax to GDP through simplification, digitalization, formalization of the economy, changing the expenditure more tilted towards capex rather than revenue, using the DBT to make the best of the revenue expenditure, particularly subsidies, ease of doing business, ease of living. All of that is like continuity. And conviction, I would say that when the world is going through so many challenges, having a conviction that over the next 25 years, India has a real opportunity of becoming a large, developed $20 trillion economy. An important part of that is not only a size of the economy or the per capita GDP increase, but also can we create an example of becoming one of the most sustainable, equitable, inclusive society. I think that's where I would say the conviction. So full marks.
Kunal, let me come to you and your overall views on the budget this time.
Yeah, I think I'm usually asked about what do startups think about the budget. So I'll, I actually feel whenever I'm asked this question about what is the startups' view on the budget, I always say, look, we have to revisit our assessment of the terminology of startups, because the budget caters to all sectors of the economy, as do startups. So from whether it's infrastructure, financial services, fintech, or education, manufacturing, hospitality, startups transcend all these sectors. So I feel that in this budget, obviously they were conservative, given the market conditions globally, but at the same time, there's enough for growth also across sectors, whether it's agri-tech, manufacturing obviously got a lot of focus. So overall, I would say it was from the startup lens, it was all very positive.
Okay, so talking about growth, let me go back across to Parvesh and get a sense, because it's really your sector that saw the biggest boost. Were you happy with the budget this time around?
I think a lot of positives, a lot of capex allocation, long-term, lot of projects are being shown. But I think the bigger things which to my mind is, I think the momentum of the last few years has been picked up. More has been added, and I think it actually bodes well for the future years, because I think they're going to add more and more money. So I think we are in a very, very good period as far as the infrastructure is concerned, whether renewables, whether it's rail, whether it's road, whether it's airports. There was a lot of it, and particularly green energy. So a lot about environment has been said. I only have a couple of small, if I have to figure out I have to say something which is not that great. I don't know why they had to touch the InvITs. They touched the InvITs, which I don't know why. Why they had to touch the insurance? And I'm not sure the capex which has been allocated, there is a ready absorption capacity of that much of capex. So actually it's a bit of an over allocation of capex, but the enthusiasm is very nice.
That's an interesting point, and I'll come back to that. But Prashant, I heard you nodding on the piece on insurance. I think the market was wondering that too. Why touch it?
Yeah, it came as a negative surprise to all of us because we were representing that insurance should have better carve-outs as far as tax is concerned. Over the years, we have seen that the use or usage of ATC has been going down for insurance, and that number has been flat for many years. But 1010D is something which is quite relevant, which means you get all your proceeds tax-free if you have bought a policy which has 10 times the sum assured. This time, there is a cap of up to 5 lakhs on traditional policies. It came in ULIP a couple of years ago for more than 250,000. This time, it was more than 5 lakhs. And that is something which has evoked a negative reaction from the industry, from share market. All the listed stocks are down anywhere between 10 to 15%. While on one side, there's a market reaction, but on the other side, I think insurance as a vehicle is one of the most trusted vehicles as far as savings in India is concerned. And because of our long-term nature, etc., all of us serve a lot to retired customers. So people who are buying, typically buying more than 5 lakhs policies are trying to save for their retirement period. And hence a recommendation of this kind definitely has a bigger impact, which we are trying to see how to mitigate. At the same time, I think the government intent actually to tax wealthy people is quite well understood. But somebody who is able to afford 5 lakhs may not necessarily be wealthy. I mean, people who are earning more than around 30, 40 lakhs are not really particularly wealthy people. So our view is that that benefit should have continued. If we had to tax, maybe we could tax more than 10 lakhs, not 5 lakhs. Of course, as an industry, we'll represent and see which way it goes, but definitely a negative reaction.
All right. Rahul, coming to you. And I want to get your perspective on the entire angel tax issue, because that's much talked about in the startup ecosystem. There was a sense that perhaps if that could have been eased out, it might have been a little bit more of a fillip to the sector.
No, so the way I look at it, for startups, there are two things which are very important, right? Access to more money, and angels play a very important role in it. And over the last few years, we have talked about how do we get access to more domestic capital. And the second thing which I would also want to expand the question, which is on ESOP taxation at the point of exercise. So I think these two things, remain a recurring ask for last several years. We continue to hope that it will come in the budget hopefully very soon, or maybe as a separate topic, because these are two fundamental things of how do you create value for employees and investors, and how do you attract more and more people coming into the sector. However, I would say that I continue to remain excited about the fact that just few years back, startup was not part of the budget conversation. So the fact that startups are talked about in the budget conversation, the country is continuing to think about how can we have more startups, not just facilitated by the central actions, but also by states encouraging startups to come in, is a positive direction that I would believe.
She definitely did mention the word several times. Kunal, and also talked about, pockets, like you mentioned, fintech, and driving action in those segments in particular. Do you feel that perhaps the startup ecosystem would have wanted more of a fillip, or that just the fact that they're being recognized as such is a good start?
I think we are past the point of, while I agree with Rahul completely, when I started 15 years ago, startup was not even part of the parlance in India, where it was like either you got a job or you maybe started a company. What is this startup thing? But obviously now it's part of national parlance, and the smartest kids out of the best colleges want to start up, and they already start up when they are in college, compared to something which is, it's like something you would irregularly see in the world. I do feel that, while this recognition is great, we are past that point as an ecosystem now. I think we feel abundantly recognized. I think at this point in time, we are now part of the conversation in various industries, right? If agriculture is having a conversation about how to move that industry forward, startups are part of the table, where they are saying, here's how we are using technology to bridge the gap between demand and supply and make things more efficient. Same in financial services, same in manufacturing, so on and so forth. One area where I do think, which has been a constant ask from our industry, which impacts employees, investors, sentiment, flow of domestic capital into startups, is the equalization of the long-term capital gains tax on unlisted equities to listed equities. And today there is actually a benefit. If you invest as an overseas investor in an Indian company, you get a lower tax rate when you sell your shares in a startup versus if I invest in a company as an Indian resident in the same startup, which sounds a bit, inconsistent with what we would want to do as a country, where we would want to have the same level of tax so that there is no disincentive for domestic investors to invest in startups, which today, unfortunately, is the case.
Okay. All right, let me come back to the startup segment. But Patu, let me bring you in here. And while you said that perhaps she hasn't yet heard the industry's call, we've been seeing a fantastic set of numbers coming in across the board when it comes to tourism, hospitality. Right now, the economy is looking good. Do you expect that optimism to remain? Any sort of uncertainty or grey skies on the horizon? Or are you also confident, given what the finance minister also outlined and the kind of boost she's delivered in the budget, that things will remain on track?
See, our industry is in the discretionary sector, and I feel that other than some new black swan event, I see the next 4 to 5 years for the hotel industry as just an upswing. So, in this industry, in fact, in the tourism industry, I just see positive waves going forward. In the hotel industry, what I find interesting is that, I guess nobody is in the hotel industry except me. You make, in 10 years, you make 80%, it's Pareto, 80% of your profit in 2 years, which is the top of the cycle. So it's a bit like a commodity cycle. And that's come finally after 14 years, okay? So what I see happening is that every hotel company in India, so there's a saying, at the top of the cycle, gadhas and ghodas run at the same pace. So here, everybody will run. Of course, there will be differences, but my view is the next 3 years, and perhaps 4, till supply comes in, you are going to have a period where every hotel company in India is going to make a crazy amount of money.
Fantastic. And where do you see that growth coming from in terms of segments, or would it be across the board?
So here's the interesting thing. I find that, nobody in his right mind wants corporates as your customers because they buy large amounts of inventory and give you very low rate business. So what you really want is retail. One is it protects your brand, expands your brand, and it's very difficult to shift a retail customer, whereas a corporate can say tomorrow we've signed, a contract with somebody else. What's growing very fast? So if I break this sector, where does growth for the hotel industry come? It comes from the services sector. So if the GDP grows at 5%, but the services sector grows at 10%, and within that, say technology, financial services, and so on are growing at 12 or 15, the hotel industry grows at 1.5 times the services sector, okay? And now supply is going to grow at roughly 3 to 4% for the next 5 years. You can project that because supply takes 5 years to get ready. So what I see happening is there's a 15% demand growth, a 3% supply growth, 5% supply growth, and for every 2% difference in favor of demand, it's like the oil industry. A 1% increase in demand is a 10% increase in price. So if I project 1.5 years from now, the average cost of a hotel room will be double of what it is today. Wow. Okay, and that's operating leverage because there's no increase in cost. You'll see it from Q3, Q4 as companies report.
Okay, so I guess my next question then would be, Navneet, do you see spending power? Do you see that demand? Do you see all the factors in place for that kind of demand to match what Patu is saying?
Very clearly, I think over the last several years, we have seen a majorly consumption-led growth. but 1/3 of the economy which is investment, and that you split between government capex, corporate capex, and household capex. Within that, government is surely leading from the front. The corporate capex, I think looking at the cleanup of the balance sheets over the last couple of years, now banking sector's balance sheet is in a great shape to lend money, and with capacity utilization increasing and the other opportunities coming from in a geopolitically realigning, in a demographically diverging, and a digitally redesigning, in a decarbonizing and a deleveraging world. India is clearly an oasis of hope, and I'm sure we are going to see that. Household capex has been increasing, particularly on the real estate side. Maybe higher rates may dent some bit of it, but otherwise, structurally, I think we are moving in a right direction. When that happens, you have a more sustained increase in consumption. Because when investment cycle kicks in, you have new jobs getting created, incomes rising, people consume more, people save more. When people save more, it goes into investment, which in turn creates more capacity and more jobs. So I think we are likely to enter into that virtuous cycle after a very long time.
Okay. So let me ask you, Prashant, talking about savings, because there was also debate, it was playing out earlier, on one of the other panels and post-budget otherwise, in terms of whether or not this is going to result in less of a savings economy, or will it be savings of a different kind as the economy moves to different instruments?
I think from the vantage point of life insurance, where we see a lot of savings come through, I think post-demonetization, we saw formalization, which led to savings flow through to companies like us, of course, to mutual funds. And I can see across all financial services cohorts a steady increase in savings inflows. For example, COVID was a very difficult year, but our industry didn't stop. Actually, year on year, we have seen savings of or inflows, new premium of about 15 to 20% growth, which is one of the very robust growths that I've seen in over a very long period of time. So my sense is that as wealth permeates, people will spend, and I think people will continue to save also. And I think that means an overall growth for all the sectors of economy. From our perspective, I think life insurance as a category holds license to be in several zones. And you must have read quite a lot about life insurance over the last couple of quarters. We have a new chairman who is very visionary, has a vision of where life insurance industry should be in by 2047, which is 100 years of independence. And I think across not just savings, plain savings, but retirement saving, pure protection, reaching out to tier 2, tier 3 and village levels, I think there's a lot of work that needs to happen. And I think all that is definitely good news. And personally speaking, I feel very optimistic about which way savings in general and life insurance in particular is headed.
So a lot of this hinges on the capex push and the supply side measures that she's talked about. Pravesh, you talked about the absorption being perhaps a challenge. Would you like to elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, I think before I go there, couple of other things I just want to add. What I find very redeeming is this long-term loan to states. 50-year loans, interest-free or low interest rate, because whatever development was to happen, which is led by the central government, were happening very well. States were not really picking up the wake what they're supposed to. They're supposed to be 50-50. It was becoming actually like almost 1:2.5. With this coming in, if the state come to the party, I think that will happen. There's one thing. Other one is the urban infra. We're not yet able to crack this threesome of center, state, and the municipal body, because of which, there's a lot of gap at the urban infra level. On the absorption side, I think road sector can pick up all the funds it has. I find railways not yet shovel ready with the kind of money which has been given. Metro, yes, but Indian Railways per se, railway just came out of these high, operating ratios just like 2 or 3 years ago. For them to be absorbed, to be able to absorb 2 lakh plus crores in a year, one wonder how and when that's going to happen. So that's, I think, one part absorption there. But I think suffice is to say, a lot of funds are being done. But the last part, which is actually far more redeeming for me than anything else, I think the private sector capex is picking up. That has not happened very often. With the private sector capex now picking up, I think that is the actual boost which will happen now.
All right. I want to also touch upon digitization. Kunal, let me come to you on that because, a lot of talk about that. And the government also seems to be on a very firm path to ensure that they're also driving that, when it comes to systems and regulations and bringing the country online. We just want to get your thoughts on how you see this evolving over the next few years.
I personally think that we are living in such an exciting time in our country because India at this point in time is arguably the most or one of the top 2 most digitized nations in the world. And that brings with it so many advantages, whether it is, and it plays a role in our daily lives now, right? From UPI and now with the new platform ONDC, which the government's launching for democratizing e-commerce, to the India Health Stack for democratization of healthcare services and access to them. The benefits of this will start becoming more and more. We are already seeing the benefits of digital transactions. We'll start seeing the benefits of ONDC in our day-to-day commerce or digital commerce. We'll start seeing the benefits of India Health Stack in our daily lives. If anyone's used DigiYatra, like everyone's been, there are the long lines and then there are the short lines of the people with the app, right? So we are seeing the benefits of digitization in our day-to-day lives now, and I feel this is a trend that will keep continuing even in this budget. The fact that PAN will be a single source of truth as an identifier, the stuff the government's doing around data embassies, there's just so many. There's an initiative after initiative after initiative allowing for digitization to seep deeper into our daily lives, and for the most part it's a very positive thing because it brings more productivity, more efficiency, more democratization of services, right? Now, irrespective of where you are in the country and who you are, you will have access to most of these digital services everywhere. And the government continues to invest. I think the amazing thing in India is that on one hand, we obviously have to take care of the almost like 1 billion people who don't have access to all the resources many of us more fortunate have. But at the same time, in the quest to provide them the requisite welfare, they are not falling behind in modernizing the country. And not only modernizing, but staying at the global forefront of digitization. So it's obviously a very, very positive trend going forward.
I think it's an underappreciated fact. There is a saying you don't realize when you're part of history. Our transformation from the most data-poor society in the world to the most data-rich society in the world is so underappreciated. The reality hasn't sunk in what it has done and what it has the potential to do over the next several years.
Okay. Rahul, any closing comments before we wind up this conversation?
No, I think Kunal made a fantastic point. So we are probably going to become the, on population basis, we might be already the largest digital country. And we, as a government, as a private sector, have taken it up that this is the way the modern India will be created, using a digital-first approach. And I think it is super exciting next 10 years.
Fantastic. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. It was great to hear from all of you, expert perspective coming in, from across industries and overwhelmingly positive with an eye to a future growth story that's going to propel India. Thanks so much. A big round of applause, please. Yeah, tell me. Well, since digitization was all the chatter in the last conversation, the Honourable Minister for Skill Development, Education, Entrepreneurship, it seems natural to continue this conversation with him. I'd like to welcome the Honourable Minister, Dharmendra Pradhan, in conversation with Siddharth Zarabi. A big round of applause, please.
Namaskar, a very warm welcome once again, and a great privilege to have Dharmendra Pradhan ji here with us at the India Today Business Today post-budget conclave. Dharmendra ji, you've been a student activist who understands the pulse of the masses, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has asked all his cabinet colleagues, including yourself, to explain the budget in the simplest manner possible. I want you to tell our audience here and those who are watching us live, what is the key element as far as the education sector is concerned? One analysis says that you have not received a very high allocation. How would you explain that, sir?
Thank you, Siddharth. You are a very critical teacher. So whatever I will say, I don't know how much I can satisfy you, but I am very thankful to my leader, my Prime Minister and Finance Minister, for allocating handsomely to the knowledge vertical. It's in education, it's in health department, it's in METI, Ministry of METI. Putting together, my rough calculation is around 1,25,000 crore is the spending, will be spending in the education and other knowledge verticals. This is the highest ever allocation after independence. We are all implementing National Education Policy 2020. Our job is to create global citizens from India with a global viewpoint. They all will be answer for India's problem, challenge, and they will take responsibility. Also, their capacity will complement the global ecosystem. With this target, with this ambition, we all are preparing, implementing National Education Policy, and government is, the Finance Ministry, especially Honorable Prime Minister, is personally taking care how all this will be implemented with proper budget allocation.
Since we talk about the number that you gave us, and it is a sizable number, Pradhanji, where do you expect to spend this allocation in the upcoming financial year?
You see, education is a concurrent subject. There is a dual responsibility of union government. Also, the major responsibility lies with state governments. Government of India in the 21st century, what is our primary strategy? How do we unfold or implement NEP? We have to make education qualitative, accessible, affordable, and equitable. To implement all these four pillars of the new challenge, new requirement, Government of India is focusing how to make it qualitative, how technology will help for exponential growth, how the common man will access to the knowledge, access to the education we are offering, and how the good practices of the different states, different languages. NEP is giving emphasis to multilingualism, to the mother tongue, to the local language. There are enormous good literature in the different languages. This budget has given priority for digital library. What does it mean? It means all the good work of all the language will be, the new generation should learn should know all the good things in all the language. All these things are priority of the time.
Pradhanji, I was trying to look through some of the data on higher education, and the number that comes out is 44,000 crore. Now this number is very important because the budget is about so many thousands of crores. We lose sight of the fact that the highest population of adolescent youth in the world is in India. What will your priorities be as far as the higher education sector is concerned, which is under your command?
Before that, I will clarify. Exactly, education department spending is 1,12,000 crore. There are 300 million students in our country, 30 crore students in our country. Out of that, the recent IS report has reflected higher education students are 4 crore, 40 million. Rest 260 millions belong to the school education. 85% of the brain of a child has been set by age of 8. Right. We can't disbalance, we have to make a clear balance, quite balance from all section of education students. In the higher education, this spending of 44,000 crores is by education ministry. Let me give another example. 157 new nursing schools will be developed. The The spending will come from Ministry of Health. 100 5G lab will be developed in the education institutions. The fund will come from METI or Telecom. The Science and Technology Department, Biotechnology Department, Space Science Department, Earth Science Department, half of their allocation are coming to the education institutions. Reputed IITs, reputed NITs, reputed universities. That means putting together, this is not 44,000. Skill Ministry is spending around 3,500 crore in the skill vertical. If we bracket age-wise, for the adolescent age of young population, the spending will be more than 55 to 60,000 crore. This budget is giving importance for research and development. This budget is giving importance for entrepreneurship. Lot of spending on MSME will be there. 9,000 crore will be spent to incentivize the MSME ecosystem. That means the young person will get benefit out of that. New production chain, new supply chain, young person is going to be benefit. We have envisioned our education system now. We have a national credit framework system. That means the student will now study and work together. Prime Minister Modi very categorically said, degree are important, but competence is more important. So when we are creating a blending mode, work and study, degree and skill, in both this dual model, this is the model of so many developed economy, we have to create new pathway, we have to new learning modules. In all these area, I am very confident and very encouraged the kind of response we are getting from the educational community.
Dharmendra ji, you from a very young age, you have spent time in attending student problems. One of the issues when we talk to corporate India people, they say that there is a lack of talent, quality manpower. And let's say IT sector, till recently there was a big chase for talent. People were getting 3 times, 4 times the salary. And that has led to its own consequences. Why does this issue still keep coming up despite the central, state and private sector investment in education?
Because that for Prime Minister said, competence is more important than degree. What we are doing now? In India, we all are saying there should be a compatibility between industry, academia and policymaker, but practically it is not there today. NEP is giving us opportunity and the approach of Honorable Prime Minister is in the same direction. We are working, I am citing one example. Now we all are very enthusiastic about semiconductor industry in our country. Recently, the Ministry of METI and Ministry of Education sat together with the industry people, those who are working in the semiconductor industry. We asked them, what are your requirements to create an ecosystem from designing to project implementation? What kind of knowledge level you require in the supervisory level, in the design level, in the implementation level, in the high-end research level? They have identified certain number and certain area of their priority. Now, we are inviting a workshop involving all the important institutions of our country, universities, deemed universities, IITs, NITs, but this is the requirement of industry. They are ready to invest. Government of India and different ministry will also invest. State government are also coming forward, but you have to align yourself. That for NEP has recommended multidisciplinary, flexibility. These are the new policy reform we are envisioning in the NEP.
The Modi government started the Institute of Excellence framework, and it was supposed to spur institutions to move up the value chain and provide better education. What is your assessment, if you can share with us, about how the Institute of Excellence framework has performed so far? Is there need to further sort of look into it?
That's not Institute of, there's Institute of Eminence. That's the Institute of Eminence. That's the same thing.
Yep.
But after that, the NEP 2020 came out. Fundamentally, NEP 2020 want to create a research ecosystem. They will need a network of academia, industry and policymaker through this network, through this strategy. We have to create a different kind of institution. All will not be center of excellence. Few will be center of excellence. The primary condition of to be a center of excellence is autonomy. The academia should get freedom to get autonomy to envision what kind of course they want to design.
Right.
What kind of multidisciplinary they will envision in their industry, in their institutions. I can cite you one example. Recently I had been to Jammu. The IIM Jammu, IIT Jammu and AIMS Jammu, which is zero state, they are in the same locality. Coming together, all the three institutions, they have created a master's degree after pandemic. How all the three knowledge ecosystem will create a new manpower. Dual degree, twinning of degree, multiversity, these are the new policy approach. All this will create few center of excellence in all the area. Now, gone are the days, singular vertical will develop. A doctor has to know about mechatronics, about engineering, about electronics, about digital functioning. Previously, the doctor academia was only limited up to human anatomy. Now, the medicine, the student of biochemistry will be more competent to create vaccine than a student from medical science. This multidisciplinary approach will be only achieved through autonomy. Now NEP is giving scope of this kind of thing.
Two quick questions before I let you go. One, on the teacher education ratio, this budget, if I remember the numbers correctly, proposes to have 38,000 more teachers in Ekal Vidyalayas. How will the teacher education ratio progress going forward?
This is 38,000 new teachers will be appointed by centrally funded scheme in Ekal Vidyalaya. Now, putting together state government's teacher and central government run institutions teachers and private school teachers putting together is 1 crore. This 1 crore people, 10 million teachers are there. We have to, if we want to create...
And this includes all entire state, center? School teachers, 10 million school teachers.
From nursery to class 12. This putting together 10 million teachers are there. We have to enhance their capacity. We have to enhance their mathematical capacity, their science knowledge, their technology knowledge, their social science. They have to align with global geopolitics. We have to make them exposed to the new world. For that only, we consciously decide, if you want to make success the NEP 2020, we have to focus on teacher capacity, building teacher education. That's for now, there are more than 750 DIETs, district level education institutions are there. We have to make center of excellence in all the districts.
Okay. Dharmender ji, one final question, and this is not about the budget. But with your permission, I must also inform the audience that since you have been education minister, I would safely say that gone are the days of controversies around autonomy of institutions and all the headline news that we used to see about certain institution, some board of governors, vice chancellor appointment. Why is that? Is that your experience in student politics, or have you used some different formula and mantra to deal with so many educational institutions all over the country?
No, you are kind on me. Because you are fair on me, you are kind on me. That's why this is not in news. But previously also, there is a process. There are process how a vice chancellor will be selected, how a professor, associate professor and assistant professor will be selected. Now the numbers are high also. We are in a appointment drive in the institutions. We have to follow the process. My government and Prime Minister Modi is a great believer of process-driven system. We are believing in process. Process will find out the best of the talent for the education institutions.
आखिरी सवाल, आपको प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आने वाले साल के लिए क्या दायित्व, क्या काम दिया है? I am not talking about your responsibility for Karnataka and elections, purely from your ministry's point of view.
How to implement, how to execute, how to ground the NEP 2020 is the biggest responsibility in front of the ministry, in front of all the responsible citizens of the country today. Now I am a small person in that ecosystem. Prime Minister Modi's expectation from the society, from the younger community, he is himself involving himself on the Pariksha Pe Charcha kind of initiative, to give tips to the young generation. That much importance is giving to the future of the society. We all have to come to this point. We have to create global citizens.
Absolutely, and I wish you all the very best for that very major responsibility. Pradhanji, thank you very much for your time with us today. With that, it's a wrap on this session. Thank you. Abha, over to you. Okay, am I supposed to announce tea? All right, we can also break for tea. I know many of you have been waiting, but we have a short tea break now before we get back for the rest of the session. Thank you very much. Good morning, a very warm welcome to all of you here. Nitin Gadkari ji, a great honor to be here with you on the stage, days after the budget. And if I may call it, there have been various descriptions of the budget, Nitin ji, but I would call this a budget for building India, and you are the chief building or the chief builder of India in some ways. Just some statistics for our audience to consider about the importance of both Nitin Gadkari ji and the ministry that he represents and what it really means in terms of the government of India's spending. You must have heard of this number of 10 lakh crore, but let me give you some other data which will tell you about how important this ministry is. India has the second largest highway road network in the world after the United States of America. I don't know how many people absorb this fact, and we are ahead of China in this regard. And a round of applause to Nitin Gadkari ji for being the man who has done so much. One more bit of data before I open up the first question with Gadkari ji. In 2014 March, the total highway length in India was just over 91,000 kilometers, 91,300. And the last data that I have, and that is with the lag, and that is where I will start my first question with Gadkari ji. It was closer to 1,40,000 crore.
47,000.
47,000 crore is the latest number, Gadkari ji. Tell us, sir, where will all the extra capital expenditure that has been allocated to the ministry be spent in the forthcoming financial year, sir?
Actually, the Bharatmala 1 is already in the process. Now, the approval for Bharatmala 2 is pending with the cabinet. The idea is we are making green express highway. For example, already there is an existing road from Delhi to Dehradun. But now from Akshardham, we are making new green express highway, where it will be possible from Delhi to Dehradun 2 hours, Delhi to Haridwar 2 hours, Delhi to Chandigarh 2.5 hours, Delhi to Amritsar 4 hours, Delhi to Srinagar 8 hours, Delhi to Katra 6 hours, and Delhi to Jaipur 2 hours, Bangalore to Chennai 2 hours, and Bangalore to Mysore 1 hour, and Nagpur to Pune 5 hours. Presently it takes 24 hours. So this type of new green express highway, where we are starting from land acquisition to making new roads, and there we need more investment. For example, in Delhi, Mumbai, the cost of the road is coming 1 lakh crore, and it is totally the new alignment, axis control highway. And that is the reason that we can increase the speed on that. So today we are making 32 green express highway, economic corridors, connectivity for the ports and for the airports and for the railway stations, for all districts also. We are giving priority for development of aspirant districts. Now government is concentrating on aspirant blocks. And roads are very important. I always remember the statement of American President John F. Kennedy, that American roads are not good because America is rich, but America is rich because American roads are good. So these are the new roads which is going to give new prosperity to the nation, and where we are making the investment of this budget. At the same time, we will raise the capital from the market also for that.
50% of India's entire infrastructure sector, and infrastructure is a very big term, viewers, 50% of the entire infrastructure activity by volume is roads. I started by saying about the importance of the ministry and Gadkari ji as the minister in charge. 22% of all infrastructure by value is in the road sector. So that gives you a sense of the size. I want to take the second question, which is about the speed at which execution is happening. With the extra budgetary allocation, what do you think about the speed of execution of all the projects that you have currently?
Presently, to be very frank and clear, we don't have any resources problem. I am just giving you the example. Just one and a half month before, we launched our bond for InvIT model in Mumbai Stock Exchange. Actually, the bond was prescribed for 10 days. But first day, within 7 hours, it was 7 times oversubscribed. And now in our bond, we are giving 8.50 interest per year. And even there is a scheme that we will deposit the interest monthly on their account. So even they can invest 10,000 rupees in this bond. The small people like salary earned people, the pensioners, they can invest in NHI. And as compared with the deposit rate, interest rate in the banks and other, it is not more than 5 or 5.5. And we are offering them 8.50. So that is the reason that even the Indian people want to invest in NHI. Then we don't have any problem about the investment from abroad. All international financial agencies are keenly interested to invest in India. My priority is taking maximum investment from the poor people of this country and giving benefit to the poor and middle class people, salary earned people, pensioners,
how we can give them more benefit for that. That is my priority. And I want to give more priority for that. I need more investment from the small people, and they will get good returns. It will be a great thing for me.
Sir, when is the next NHI bond issue coming so that everyone will be able to...
Sir, now we are planning to make the issue every 15 days. And we have a lot of projects. And InvIT model, the Bombay Stock Exchange, we are going to launch. And my request to all of you that particularly the salary and people, they can get good returns, because anywhere on their deposit, they are getting maximum 5%, 5.5%. NHI is AAA rating, and you will get the interest of 8.50.
8.5% a return, that is almost unimaginable with NHI. Sir, several years back, there were questions raised about the NHI taking on too much debt and it having financially some not being very viable. Tell our viewers and our audience here, where does NHI stand as far as its finances are concerned?
Actually, the NHI assets are concerned. We are working on the report now. My estimate, it's not exactly, our asset is more than 80 lakh crores. Our toll income is 40,000 crore per year. And at the end of 24, our toll income, we are estimating up 1,40,000 crore. And presently, the loan which we have, only 3 lakh crore. And that is not a big problem. NHI is actually based on very strong financial base, and it is one of the flagship organization of Government of India, and under leadership of Prime Minister Modi ji, we can make it, and making road is a profit making business. So some way, if I am telling you this thing, people may misquote me or misinterpret me. Now I am just telling you, for Mumbai Delhi highway, we are making investment of 1 lakh crore in the single road, and we will get back this investment within 15 years. And after that, the toll also there, it will be continue. So my income is going to increase and liability will be reduced. So the way in which we are in good, we are not at all at any financial crisis. We are in a good position. Our rating is AAA. And we don't have any problem.
Gadkari ji, since you say that from 40,000 crore, the toll collection will go up to 1,40,000 in 24, that's a big jump. So does it mean that all of us have to be prepared for much higher toll fees?
No, sir. It's not the case. One thing is very important, that if you want good services, you have to pay for it. If you arrange program in this hotel, you have to pay the cost for that. Otherwise, Ram Leela Maidan was the option, free of charge. So people now from Mumbai to Delhi, now it is 12 hours. Generally, it takes 44 hours.
No,
so the fuel saving is there. Now I am telling you the example of Mumbai-Pune. I started, actually the BOT is introduced by me. At that time, there was a lot of discussion in Mumbai. And now, at that time, 8 to 9 hours they have to take from Mumbai to Pune. Now it is less than 2 hours. So the fuel consumption is less. You are saving the time. You are paying for that. It is profitable. It is not a loss.
We are paying for that. And Gadkari ji, whenever you have given this message that we need to pay for public infrastructure, completely taken.
But you take one example. Sir, you go anywhere in any country in the world. You have to pay the toll.
Sir, in any country in the world you have to pay, but no other country in the world do you see these big green boards with exemptions, President of India, Union Minister, State Minister, Falan, Dimkan. Why are people exempted and common people have to continue to pay toll? This is a question that you agree I am asking a fair question.
That is, there is an exemption for ambulance. There is an exemption.
Sir, let's leave ambulances, but why these VIPs? Why this VVIP culture when it comes to tolls?
It is not VIP, the MLA, MPs and ministers
but why,
part
sir?
Of the government.
We pay their salaries, sir. Why should they be exempted?
Sir, you know the limitation of the popular politics also. If I am going to take the decision, what will happen in the parliament?
Sir, you are a solutions man. You have found ways to get work done that used to take 3 years. You get it done in 3 months. I have seen you hold meetings in the ministry.
Actually, frankly speaking, there are no answers for some questions.
There are no answers for that question. I will not press that point further because I have another point to ask you. This is the leakage of tolls. Is the additional 1 lakh increase that you are projecting for toll collection also because more technology and other measures will be used to prevent leakage?
Presently, we have FASTag. And because of FASTag, our toll income is increased by 7,000 crore. And now, within 3 to 4 months, we are in the process using automatic number plate linked with satellite. And we will charge the toll. There will be no toll nakas. So we are in the process. It is 100% leak proof. Anywhere, anyone who is not going to pay, 100% you will get his image and photographs and everything.
Sir,
So
MLA MP की गाड़ी पे लगवा दीजिए ना वो satellite वाला toll.
Sir, वो free of charge है ना.
Okay, I'll move on. You said something about the time reduction that it will take on the new beautiful superhighways, green expressways that will be built, sir. Are you competing with airlines for their business?
Sir, 100% is going to happen. I'm not against airlines, but I'm telling you the example. When we construct Mumbai-Pune Express Highway in 97, 98, at that time there was 8 flights between Mumbai to Pune. From last 15 years, there is no flight between Mumbai to Pune. I am giving you the guarantee. The end of this year, there will be no flight from Delhi to Chandigarh, Delhi to Dehradun and Delhi to Jaipur. Even I feel that even Bangalore to Chennai also, there will be no flight. Then Mysore to Bangalore, no flight. Because you have to go to airport 1 hour from your house. Then again you have to wait there for 1 hour. Then after taking flight 1 hour and going to home 1 hour, 4 hours. So in place of 4 hours, they want to go take the car from going to Dehradun. It will be within 2 hours. So why people will prefer airlines? That is the problem.
Since we are talking about the budget and the budgetary capex increase that has happened for your sector, I think there are 2 R's in this budget. One is roads, the other R is railways. I also want you to talk about a subject that is very close to your heart, which is road safety. And on road safety, my first question, sir, is about the allocation for maintenance. The last number I could see was in FY22, the allocation was just around 2,586 crore for maintenance. In the United States, for the comparable period, it is 1.7 lakh crore. Are we not spending enough on maintaining roads? Highway बन गई, सब कुछ बढ़िया हो गया उसमें. 1 साल बाद हम देखते हैं कि वहां पे स्थिति खराब हो जाती है, डेंट आ जाते हैं.
होती नहीं सर खराब. एक रोड का नाम बताओ. मैं गारंटी देता हूँ 50 साल रोड पे गड्ढा नहीं पड़ेगा. मैं कंक्रीट रोड बना रहा हूँ, इतनी बड़ी स्लैब है. मुंबई दिल्ली बन रहा है ना
जी,
गड्ढा ही नहीं. आप पुणे मुंबई जाओ, 95, 96 में बना हुआ है
जी,
गड्ढा ही नहीं है
जी.
मैं नागपुर में 750 किलोमीटर कंक्रीट रोड बना चुका हूँ, पूरे शहर में गड्ढा नहीं है और 50 साल की गारंटी देता हूँ.
So sir, is that the reason that maintenance funds?
सर लगता ही नहीं मेंटेनेंस.
Okay.
एक चीज है
जी
कि जो कंक्रीट रोड बन रहे हैं और जो रबर के टायर बन रहे हैं, तो टायर पर मैं स्टडी कर रहा हूँ कि वो इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड में कभी कभी टायर बस्ट होते हैं और हमको कंक्रीट रोड पर हीट के कारण प्रॉब्लम आता है. तो आइडियल स्टेज ऐसी है कि हम कंक्रीट रोड बनाकर उसको बिटुमिन सरफेसिंग करें, जैसे एटोबॉन पर जर्मनी में हुआ है. तो वो करने में कॉस्ट बढ़ती है. पर ये कंक्रीट रोड क्या है कि जैसे जहाँ टेम्परेचर बहुत ज़्यादा होता है वहाँ थोड़ा सा कुछ घटना है. बाद में क्या हुआ, पुरानी गाड़ियाँ जो थी उसमें प्रॉब्लम आए, पर अभी जो नई गाड़ियाँ बन रही है उसमें ये प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. अब टायर के भी इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स हम अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं, तो थोड़ा सा रोड में वो एक चिंता थी. और थोड़ा राइडिंग सरफेस जो होता है कंक्रीट का वो थोड़ा हार्ड होता है, तो जितना कंफर्ट बिटुमिन पे मिलता है उतना नहीं मिलता. पर हमारा एक प्रॉब्लम है, ब्लैक कॉटन सॉइल और बिटुमिन, इसका बहुत बड़ा झगड़ा है. आप कितना भी बिटुमिन के अच्छे रोड बनाओ, बरसात आने के बाद वो कोलैप्स होते हैं. तो हमारे देश में यही अच्छा है कि हमको कंक्रीट रोड बनाना चाहिए.
Why are there so many accidents? India is second largest in road network, but unfortunately we are also very high in terms of accidents on our roads.
एक सब्जेक्ट है जिसमें मैं इस बात को कबूल करता हूँ कि निश्चित रूप से ये चिंता का विषय है. मैं इसमें जितना चाहिए उतना काम नहीं कर सका. 5 लाख एक्सीडेंट होते हैं, 3 लाख मौतें होती है और 1.5 लाख मौतें होती है और 3 लाख लोगों के हाथ पैर टूट जाते हैं। 3.02 जीडीपी का नुकसान होता है और मरने वाले लोगों में 18 से 34 वयोगट के करीब 60% लोग हैं। और अभी हम लोग बहुत कोशिश कर रहे हैं, आपको भी मैं आह्वान करूंगा कि आप मीडिया के द्वारा हमें सहयोग करिए। ये ह्यूमन बिहेवियर को बदलना चाहिए, कानून के प्रति सम्मान भी नहीं और डर भी नहीं। और दूसरी बात, रोड इंजीनियरिंग, ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग में हम सुधार कर रहे हैं। फिर हमने एजुकेशन में रोड सेफ्टी के बारे में, रूल्स ऑफ द रोड के बारे में हमारे बच्चों को पढ़ाने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हम फिल्म, बड़े बड़े सेलिब्रिटीज़, क्रिकेटियर्स, उनका वो लेकर कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं, मीडिया पे कर रहे हैं, बाहर कर रहे हैं। अब धीरे धीरे लोगों के बिहेवियर को, जैसे अभी जर्मनी में देखो या यूरोपियन कंट्री में, अमेरिका में देखो, रेड लाइट लगेगा तो लोग खड़े हो जाएंगे। हमारे यहाँ रेड लाइट लगने के बाद भी लोग चिंता नहीं करते, घुस जाते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं पब्लिक बिहेवियर को भी सुधारना पड़ेगा एजुकेशन के द्वारा, और ये कानून को भी कड़ाई से इम्प्लीमेंट करना पड़ेगा। हम लोग इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कैमरे लगा रहे हैं, अब फाइन लग रहा है, स्पीड के ऊपर कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं। पर ओवरऑल इस समय सबसे दुख का विषय है कि हम वी आर हाईएस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड, और जितनी कोई लड़ाई में लोग नहीं मरते, कोविड में नहीं मरते और कोई दंगों में नहीं मरते, सबसे ज़्यादा लोग ये रोड एक्सीडेंट में मर रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और इसके लिए हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हमने ब्लैक स्पॉट को इम्प्रूव किया, हमने ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग में एयर बैग्स के बारे में अभी निर्णय किया है। बहुत सी बातें हम कर रहे हैं। अभी उसके बाद में भी हमने हमारे रोड इंजीनियरिंग में सुधार करते हुए काफ़ी ब्लैक स्पॉट्स, कर्व, इसमें भी चिंता कर रहे हैं। फिर भी मैं ये कहूँगा कि इसमें सब कुछ करने के बाद 8 साल से मैं मंत्री हूँ और मुझे ये कहते हुए कोई यानी खुशी नहीं है, दुख है कि इसको हम अप टू द मार्क ये काम नहीं कर पाए। इसमें जनता का बहुत बड़ा सहयोग चाहिए, आपका भी चाहिए, तभी ये हम लोग इसमें यशस्वी होंगे।
Mantri ji, another point that you just said, which is concrete and its benefit. I don't know the numbers of how much we are doing in terms of concrete roads. If you have that number, if you can share that with our audience. And is there a target you have in mind that by 2025, the percentage of highways that will be constructed made purely of concrete?
Actually, मैंने पहले तय किया था कि मैं पूरे कंक्रीट रोड बनाऊंगा, पर मेरे बातों का फायदा सीमेंट इंडस्ट्री ने उल्टा लिया। मैं देश का 40% सीमेंट हम कंज्यूम करते हैं। इन्होंने कार्टेल बनाकर रेट बढ़ाना शुरू किया। जब पावर में बढ़ोतरी नहीं हुई, रॉ मटेरियल में बढ़ोतरी नहीं हुई, लेबर कॉस्ट में बढ़ोतरी नहीं हुई, टैक्सेशन में नहीं हुई, और ये रेट बढ़ाते रहे। फिर मैंने आकर एक दिन कहा कि नहीं, मैंडेटरी नहीं करना। अब मैं स्टील और सीमेंट के अल्टरनेटिव ढूंढ रहा हूँ। और ये अगर एक प्रॉफिट लेना सबका काम है, पर इस प्रकार से डिमांड को कार्टेलाइज करना और रेट बढ़ाना ये ठीक नहीं है। तो मैंने कहा कि चलो बिटवीन बनाओ। तो वो थोड़ा सा ये प्रॉब्लम है, पर कंक्रीट रोड जो है उसकी कॉस्ट में और बिटुमिन की कॉस्ट में साधारण यहाँ 1 रुपया लगता है तो वहाँ ₹1.25 ₹1.5 लगता है। अभी हमने एक नया सिस्टम लाया, वाइट टॉपिंग। वाइट टॉपिंग का मतलब ऐसा है कि जो बिटुमिन रोड है उसको निकालेंगे और उसके ऊपर 6 इंच से 8 इंच की कंक्रीट लेयर हम लोग हमारे जो पेवर्स है उसके द्वारा कर देंगे। वो भी रोड 20 साल 25 साल चलते हैं, उसमें कोई गड्ढे नहीं पड़ते। तो शहरों में ये बहुत सस्ते में होते हैं, पर ये भी है कि ज़्यादा मटेरियल यूज़ करेंगे तो अभी जैसे हमारे कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट की जो इंडस्ट्री है, इसका टर्नओवर 50,000 करोड़ था, वो 1 लाख करोड़ हो गया, क्योंकि 3 गुना बढ़ा डिमांड, क्योंकि रोड इतने बन रहे हैं जी। तो मशीनरी की भी कीमत बढ़ी, रोजगार निर्माण हो रहा है, और रॉ मटेरियल में भी सीमेंट और स्टील की खपत बढ़ रही है, गवर्नमेंट को भी जीएसटी मिल रहा है। तो ये क्या है, मल्टीप्लाई इफेक्ट से जब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में इन्वेस्टमेंट होगी तो सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स को उसका फायदा होता है।
मंत्री जी, क्या सीमेंट का कार्टेल अभी भी चल रहा है?
अभी मैं इसमें कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहता, पर मेरी बात अगर उनके पास जाती होगी तो वो फिक्स पॉलिसी बनाए। अगर रेट में कहीं अगर बैंक का इंटरेस्ट बढ़ता है, रॉ मटेरियल कॉस्ट बढ़ती है, लेबर कॉस्ट बढ़ती है, टैक्स बढ़ता है, पावर कॉस्ट बढ़ती है, तो वो बढ़ा है तो कोई अड़चन नहीं। पर मुझे लगता है ये अगर वो फिक्स पॉलिसी करके अगर कीमत रखेंगी तो मैं दावे के साथ कहता हूँ कि हम उनसे कंक्रीट रोड करेंगे। और निश्चित रूप से हम नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी, हमने एक इन्फोर्समेंट टेक्नोलॉजी लाई है। ये जैसे ब्रिज बनते हैं और मेट्रो बनती है ना, 2 पियर बनते हैं, हिंदुस्तान में इसका मैक्सिमम डिस्टेंस केवल 40 मीटर तक था। ये जो ऊपर का बीम होता है, इसमें हमने अभी टेक्नोलॉजी मलेशिया और इससे लाई है। उसमें क्या है कि ये जो बीम को प्रीकास्ट करते हैं उसको स्टील फाइबर में करते हैं, तो उसका फायदा ये हुआ कि डिस्टेंस बिटवीन टू पियर 40 मीटर के बजाय 120 मीटर हो गया, तो कॉस्ट 1/3 हो गई। तो टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके विदाउट कॉम्प्रोमाइज विद द क्वालिटी वी आर ट्राइंग फॉर रिड्यूसिंग द कॉस्ट ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन एंड इम्प्रूव द क्वालिटी ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन। तो अलग अलग प्रकार के, अभी हमने ये अहमदाबाद डोलरो वहाँ मैं गया था देखने के लिए, 20 लाख टन कचरा अहमदाबाद का हम रोड के अंदर डाल रहे हैं। अभी ये गाजीपुर की टेकड़ी पूरी खाली करने का मेरा इरादा था, ये दिल्ली मेरठ हाईवे में हम अनेक जगह पर कारपोरेशन की सॉलिड वेस्ट को रोड में डाल रहे हैं।
गाजीपुर का क्यों नहीं हुआ मंत्री जी?
अब मैंने बहुत कोशिश की, वो दिल्ली म्यूनिसिपल कारपोरेशन, डीडीए, एलजी, मैं मीटिंगें हुई, हमने कहा हमको सैग्रीगेट करके दो, तो सैग्रीगेट कौन करेगा? तो कोई तैयारी नहीं हुए, तो मैं सैग्रीगेट करना मेरा मैंडेट नहीं था।
केजरीवाल जी तैयार नहीं थे, ये तो सेंटर का मुद्दा था, डीडीए
नहीं, मैं उसमें राजनीति नहीं करता, वो केजरीवाल उस समय नहीं थे, उस समय बीजेपी के थे। मैंने कोशिश की, पर ये सैग्रीगेट करने के लिए जो सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में सैग्रीगेट करने के लिए जो मशीनरी लगानी पड़ती थी उसमें प्रॉब्लम आया। पर मैं अभी अनुरोध करूंगा
जी
सभी राज्य सरकार को और म्यूनिसिपल कारपोरेशन को, और आपके द्वारा आप भी करिए, ये वेस्ट टू वेल्थ वाली बात है
जी,
कि पूरा कचरा सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का उसको सैग्रीगेट करिए, प्लास्टिक, ग्लास, मेटल, वो कचरे को उठाकर मैं रोड के बीच में डाल दूंगा
जी।
ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट से ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन बनेंगे। और जो सुवेज वाटर है, मैं अपने खुद के कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में
जी
नागपुर शहर का सुवेज 7 साल से बेच रहा हूं महाराष्ट्र सरकार को, पावर जनरेशन को। आप इमेजिन करोगे 300 करोड़ रुपए साल के टॉयलेट का पानी बेचकर हमको पैसा मिल रहा है। और अभी हमने मथुरा में एक प्रोजेक्ट डाला है, वो हाइब्रिड एन्युटी पे है कि 80 mld मथुरा का स्लज, मैं जब वाटर रिसोर्स मंत्री था तो मैंने हाइब्रिड एन्युटी में डाला है। उसमें ऐसा है कि जो गंदा पानी है मथुरा का, उसको शुद्ध करके वो इंडियन ऑयल खरीदता है और 20 करोड़ साल के देता है। तो 40% सरकार ने दिया और 60% त्रिवेणी इंजीनियरिंग करके कंपनी है, उन्होंने लगाया और प्रोजेक्ट सक्सेसफुल हो गया। तो पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट इन सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट एंड लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट भी सक्सेसफुल है।
I don't know how many people who are watching us know the fact that Gadkari ji has given a clear-cut direction within his ministry that the budget that is allocated should be utilized by the 3rd quarter, which is by December.
Yes.
Not all ministries are able to do. There is a lot of money that goes back into the government at the end of the financial year. What is the success in this regard, Gadkari ji, and what formula have you used to get work done?
Actually, ये फिर से टारगेट है, ये कमिटमेंट नहीं है। क्योंकि मैं जब टारगेट रखता हूं तो लोग मेरी कमिटमेंट करके आप लोग लेते हैं और फिर छपवा देते हैं, तो मेरी एम्ब्रॉसिंग पोजीशन, इट्स ए टारगेट। अभी हमने 12,000 करोड़ के अवार्ड किए रोड के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, मैंने कहा ये 24,000 करोड़ करो। दूसरा, एनुअल प्लान में जो रिस्ट्रिक्शन है राज्य सरकार को, जितने प्रोजेक्ट है भेज दो। फिर हम लोग 16,000 करोड़ के आरओबी बना रहे हैं, 2 लाख करोड़ के लॉजिस्टिक पार्क बना रहे हैं, 260 रोपवे, केबल कार, फैनाकुलर रेल बना रहे हैं। और मैं एक मंत्री हूं जो नम्रता के साथ कहना चाहता हूं, पैसे की देश में कोई कमी नहीं। मुझे अगर सरकार पैसा देती है तो 4 गुना पैसा मैं कैपिटल मार्केट से खड़ा करके, मेरे प्रोजेक्ट इकोनॉमिकली वायबल है, इंटरनल रेट ऑफ रिटर्न अच्छा है, तो मैं उसमें से पैसे तुरंत करके मोनेटाइज करके पैसे मिल जाएंगे।
मैंने ये देखा है आपके कार्यालय में या घर पे कि एमपी आते हैं और थोड़ा स्ट्रेस्ड होते हैं, उनके हाथ में फाइल होती है, जब आपके कमरे से निकलते हैं तो बिल्कुल खुश होकर निकलते हैं, क्योंकि आप कोई प्रोजेक्ट मना नहीं करते हो।
एक को भी नहीं बोलता, अरे मंत्री एमएलए कोई भी आए कि मेरे यहाँ ये प्रॉब्लम है, मंजूर। इसका कारण ऐसा है कि प्रॉब्लम सही में लोगों को है। दूसरा कारण ये है कि तो हमारे पास पैसे हैं। क्या होता है कि हम बिल्कुल अपने रोड नेटवर्क को अच्छा करना हमारा मैंडेट भी है। अभी मैं आरओबी बना रहा हूँ, आप ताज्जुब करोगे, मुझे 1600 करोड़ निर्मला जी ने इसके लिए दिए। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट सिटी के जो मेरे एनएचआई के नहीं, वो सेतु भारतम योजना बनाई। अब मैंने उसमें 1600 करोड़ पे मैंने कहा 10 गुना प्रोजेक्ट मंजूर कर दो। तो मजाक में मैंने कहा, लोग बोले सर क्या होगा, मैंने बोला 8 साल से मंत्री हूँ, मैं सीआरएफ में 6 गुना 8 गुना कभी आपको प्रॉब्लम आया क्या? तो मजाक में कहा कि ये रेलवे ये सब मिलकर डिजाइन तैयार करना, अप्रूवल लेना, तो मुझे सबकी अकार्य क्षमता पर दृढ़ विश्वास है। ये काम 3-3 साल नहीं होता, आप 10 गुना बढ़ा दो कुछ नहीं होता। अब मैं 16,000 करोड़ के आरओबी मंजूर कर गए.
All of this is translating into massive infrastructure on the ground, and like we began this session by saying that we are building India, and if I'm permitted, I would like to call Gadkari ji the chief builder of India, at least from the center side.
But we have a commitment.
Yes.
Under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi ji, our dream and our mission and our target is to make Indian road infrastructure before end of 24 with the standard of USA. USA के बराबर हमारा रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर 2024 समाप्त होने को होगा. उसमें अरुणाचल, मेघालय, त्रिपुरा, बिहार और जम्मू कश्मीर, केवल पंजाब हरियाणा या आंध्र कर्नाटका या महाराष्ट्र गुजरात नहीं, पूरे देश का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर 2024 समाप्त होने के पहले अमेरिका के बराबर होगा. ये मेरा विश्वास है. पर ये टारगेट है, पर अभी तक मैं जो टारगेट तय करता हूं अभी तक तो पूरे होते हैं. बिल्कुल. तो ये भी आपकी सबकी शुभकामनाओं के साथ पूरा होगा.
बिल्कुल. गडकरी जी, जाते जाते एक दो सवाल और. महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात, कर्नाटक, तमिलनाडु, आंध्र प्रदेश, राजस्थान, ये कई सालों से लीड कर रहे हैं टोटल जो उनकी रोड्स हैं उन स्टेट्स में, प्रांतों में. क्या इसमें बदलाव आएगा? क्योंकि आपने बाकी राज्यों की भी बात की,
देखिए आप
उत्तर पूर्व की भी बात
इसका इकोनॉमिक्स समझिए
जी.
जहां पर कैपिटा इनकम ज्यादा है, जहां इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट ज्यादा है, जहां कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट ज्यादा आई है, जहां पर कैपिटा इनकम के साथ एग्रीकल्चर ग्रोथ रेट ज्यादा है, वहां परचेसिंग पावर ज्यादा है. जहां परचेसिंग पावर ज्यादा है वहां गाड़ियों की संख्या ज्यादा है, और जहां इंडस्ट्री ट्रेड बिजनेस में ट्रक ज्यादा है, जहां ट्रक और गाड़ियों की संख्या ज्यादा है वहां टोल ज्यादा है, तो इंटरनल रेट ऑफ रिटर्न ज्यादा है. तो पंजाब, हरियाणा, आंध्र, कर्नाटक, महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात ये एकदम डेवलप स्टेट होने के कारण वहाँ हमारे रोड के प्रोजेक्ट इकोनॉमिकली वायबल है. अब नॉर्थ ईस्ट, कश्मीर, हिमाचल, उत्तराखंड ये कंपैरेटिवली उतना डेवलप, उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार ये नहीं हुए. तो हम क्या करते हैं, हम सब जगह प्रोजेक्ट करते हैं और सब जगह फिर मोनेटाइज करते हैं, और पैसा एक जगह आकर हम लोग जहाँ कमज़ोर है वहाँ भी पैसा देते हैं, जो फाइनेंशियली स्ट्रांग है वहाँ भी देते हैं. तो कभी कभी कमज़ोर स्टेट में इकोनॉमिकली नॉन वाइबल भी प्रोजेक्ट होंगे तो भी उसकी मदद करते हैं. केवल 3 लाख करोड़ के काम मैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट में कर रहा हूँ. अरुणाचल, मेघालय, त्रिपुरा, आप यहाँ कोई होगा, किसी को पूछो कि तुम्हारे राज्य में रोड कैसे बन रहे, तो सब कहेंगे खूब रोड बन रहे हैं.
बिल्कुल. Absolutely. And as we end this session, Gadkari ji, that question which is always asked of you, what is your target for daily road construction? The last number which I recall you had spoken about was around 38 to 40 kilometers. 2024 आते आते ये क्या रहेगा ये आंकड़ा?
देखिए मैंने 40 किलोमीटर का टारगेट रखा था
जी.
38.5 पर हम पहुंच गए
जी.
अभी अगले साल के लिए 45 किलोमीटर का रखा है
जी.
ये टारगेट है
जी.
अभी इसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है, लैंड एक्विजिशन, फॉरेस्ट एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंस, फिर यूटिलिटी शिफ्टिंग, लैंड एक्विजिशन, फिर न्यायालय कोर्ट आता बीच में, उसके स्टे आते हैं, तो बहुत से प्रॉब्लम्स है. पर मैं हमारे अधिकारी को कहता हूं कि देयर आर सम पीपल हु कन्वर्ट प्रॉब्लम्स इनटू अपॉर्चुनिटीज एंड देयर आर सम पीपल हु कन्वर्ट अपॉर्चुनिटीज इनटू द प्रॉब्लम्स. तो आप ये प्रॉब्लम्स है इसका सामना करो, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट अवार्ड करो. और अभी हमने निर्णय किया है कि 90% लैंड एक्वायर्ड किए बिना अपॉइंटमेंट डेट नहीं देंगे, फॉरेस्ट एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंस किए बिना अपॉइंटमेंट डेट नहीं देंगे. मेरी अध्यक्षता में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कमेटी अपॉइंट की, अभी उसकी मीटिंग हुई, काफ़ी काम क्लियर हो गए. फिर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ, चीफ सेक्रेटरी के साथ, मुख्यमंत्री के साथ हम रिव्यू मीटिंग करते हैं. अभी मैं प्रोजेक्ट टू प्रोजेक्ट दौरे कर रहा हूँ. मैं अभी बेंगलोर मैसूर रोड पर पूरा गया, वहाँ मुख्यमंत्री के साथ मीटिंग की. फिर चेन्नई बेंगलोर रोड पर गया. अब वो धीरे धीरे प्रॉब्लम्स आते हैं पर प्रॉब्लम छूटते. अभी गुजरात में गया, मुख्यमंत्री और सब बैठकर वहाँ के प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हुए. तो प्रॉब्लम्स तो रहते. देखिए प्रॉब्लम्स की इस देश में कमी नहीं है. जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी का एक प्रसिद्ध वाक्य था कि जितने लोग हैं उतने प्रॉब्लम है. मैं पहला काम ये करूं कि मैं प्रॉब्लम नहीं रहूं देश के लिए, और दूसरा प्रॉब्लम है कि जो प्रॉब्लम है वो रिजॉल्व करने की कोशिश करूं. तो मुझे लगता है इससे सॉल्व होंगे. अभी प्रॉब्लम होने के बाद में भी ये टीम वर्क है कि हमारे ऑफिसर्स, हमारे इंजीनियर्स, मैं अकेला थोड़ी काम करता हूँ, एक टीम के रूप में अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं. और मैं अक्सर उनको एक बात बताता हूँ, बहुत अच्छी है, कि ए नाम के व्यक्ति ने ए स्क्वायर काम किया और बी नाम के व्यक्ति ने बी स्क्वायर काम किया, तो टोटल वर्क इज ए स्क्वायर प्लस बी स्क्वायर. But when A and B comes together, thinks together and works together, A plus B, ब्रैकेट में स्क्वायर, इसका जवाब आता है A square plus B square plus twice AB. And thus twice AB is a result of collective team spirit.
Collective team spirit.
तो हमारे सब लोग मिलकर काम करते हैं और सबके सहयोग से ही होता है. That is not only my credit, that all credit to my whole team, those who are day and night work for that.
Absolutely. And one of the most important members of Team Modi in the Union Cabinet, Union Road, Transport and Highways Minister Nitin Gadkari ji, thank you very much. The first highway in India was, a road was supposed to have been built in Harappa. The first Grand Trunk Road was built by Sher Shah Suri. And Nitin Gadkari ji is now making sure that India will soon have a larger road and highway network than even the United States of America. As always, very proud to have you on our stage with us. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Good morning. A very warm welcome to all of you here. Nitin Gadkari ji, a great honor to be here with you on the stage days after the budget. And if I may call it, there have been various descriptions of the budget, Nitin ji, but I would call this a budget for building India, and you are the chief building or the chief builder of India in some ways. Just some statistics for our audience to consider about the importance of both Nitin Gadkari ji and the ministry that he represents and what it really means in terms of the government of India's spending. You must have heard of this number of 10 lakh crore, but let me give you some other data which will tell you about how important this ministry is. India has the second largest highway road network in the world after the United States of America. I don't know how many people absorb this fact, and we are ahead of China in this regard. And a round of applause to Nitin Gadkari ji for being the man who has done so much. One more bit of data before I open up the first question with Gadkari ji. In 2014 March, the total highway length in India was just over 91,000 kilometers, 91,300. And the last data that I have, and that is with the lag, and that is where I will start my first question with Gadkari ji. It was closer to 1,40,000 crore.
47,000.
47,000 crore is the latest number, Gadkari ji. Tell us, sir, where will all the extra capital expenditure that has been allocated to the ministry be spent in the forthcoming financial year, sir?
Actually, the Bharatmala 1 is already in the process. Now, the approval for Bharatmala 2 is pending with the cabinet. The idea is we are making green express highway. For example, already there is an existing road from Delhi to Dehradun. But now from Akshardham, we are making new green express highway, where it will be possible from Delhi to Dehradun 2 hours, Delhi to Haridwar 2 hours, Delhi to Chandigarh 2.5 hours, Delhi to Amritsar 4 hours, Delhi to Srinagar 8 hours, Delhi to Katra 6 hours, and Delhi to Jaipur 2 hours, Bangalore to Chennai 2 hours, and Bangalore to Mysore 1 hour, and Nagpur to Pune 5 hours. Presently it takes 24 hours. So this type of new green express highway, where we are starting from land acquisition to making new roads, and there we need more investment. For example, in Delhi, Mumbai, the cost of the road is coming 1 lakh crore, and it is totally the new alignment, axis control highway. And that is the reason that we can increase the speed on that. So today we are making 32 green express highway, economic corridors, connectivity for the ports and for the airports and for the railway stations, for all districts also. We are giving priority for development of aspirant districts. Now government is concentrating on aspirant blocks. And roads are very important. I always remember the statement of American President John F. Kennedy, that American roads are not good because America is rich, but America is rich because American roads are good. So these are the new roads which is going to give new prosperity to the nation. and where we are making the investment of this budget. At the same time, we will raise the capital from the market also for that.
50% of India's entire infrastructure sector, and infrastructure is a very big term, viewers. 50% of the entire infrastructure activity by volume is roads. I started by saying about the importance of the ministry and Gadkari ji as the minister in charge. 22% of all infrastructure by value is in the road sector. So that gives you a sense of the size. I want to take the second question, which is about the speed at which execution is happening. With the extra budgetary allocation, what do you think about the speed of execution of all the projects that you have currently?
Presently, to be very frank and clear, we don't have any resources problem. I am just giving you the example. Just one and a half month before, we launched our bond for InvIT model in Mumbai Stock Exchange. Actually, the bond was prescribed for 10 days. But first day, within 7 hours, it was 7 times oversubscribed. And now in our bond, we are giving 8.50 interest per year. And even there is a scheme that we will deposit the interest monthly on their account. So even they can invest 10,000 rupees in this bond. The small people like salary earned people, the pensioners, they can invest in NHI. And as compared with the deposit rate, interest rate in the banks and other, it is not more than 5 or 5.5. And we are offering them 8.50. So that is the reason that even the Indian people want to invest in NHI. Then we don't have any problem about the investment from abroad. All international financial agencies are keenly interested to invest in India. My priority is taking maximum investment from the poor people of this country and giving benefit to the poor and middle class people, salary earned people, pensioners. How we can give them more benefit for that, that is my priority. And I want to give more priority for that. I need more investment from the small people and they will get good returns. It will be a great thing for me.
Sir, when is the next NHI bond issue coming so that everyone will be able to...
Sir, now we are planning to make the issue every 15 days. And we have a lot of projects. And InvIT model, the Bombay Stock Exchange, we are going to launch. And my request to all of you that particularly the salary earned people, they can get good returns because anywhere on their deposit, they are getting maximum 5%, 5.5%. NHI is AAA rating and you will get the interest of 8.50.
8.5% a return that is almost unimaginable with NHI. Sir, several years back there were questions raised about the NHI taking on too much debt and it having financially some not being very viable. Tell our viewers and our audience here, where does NHI stand as far as its finances are concerned?
Actually, the NHI assets are concerned. We are working on the report now. My estimate, it's not exactly, our asset is more than 80 lakh crores. Our total income is 40,000 crore per year. And at the end of 24, our total income we are estimating up 1,40,000 crore. And presently the loan which we have only 3 lakh crore. And that is not a big problem. NHI is actually based on very strong financial base. And it is one of the flagship organization of Government of India. And under leadership of Prime Minister Modi ji, we can make it, and making road is a profit-making business. So some way, if I am telling you this thing, people may misquote me or misinterpret me. Now I am just telling you, for Mumbai-Delhi highway, we are making investment of 1 lakh crore in the single road. And we will get back this investment within 15 years. And after that, the toll also there, it will be continue. So my income is going to increase and liability will be reduced. So the way in which we are in good, we are not at all at any financial crisis. We are in a good position. Our rating is AAA and we don't have any problem.
Gadkari ji, since you say that from 40,000 crore, the toll collection will go up to 1,40,000 in 24, that's a big jump. So does it mean that all of us have to be prepared for much higher toll fees?
No, sir. It's not the case. One thing is very important, that if you want good services, you have to pay for it. If you arrange program in this hotel, you have to pay the cost for that. Otherwise, Ram Leela Maidan was the option, free of charge. So people now from Mumbai to Delhi, now it is 12 hours. Generally, it takes 44 hours.
No,
So the fuel saving is there. Now I am telling you the example of Mumbai-Pune. I started actually, the BOT is introduced by me. At that time, there was a lot of discussion in Mumbai. And now, at that time, 8 to 9 hours they have to take from Mumbai to Pune. Now it is less than 2 hours. So the fuel consumption is less. You are saving the time. You are paying for that. It is profitable. It is not a loss.
We are paying for that. And Gadkari ji, whenever you have given this message that we need to pay for public infrastructure, completely taken.
Ajay, you take one example. Sir. You go anywhere in any country in the world. You have to pay the toll.
Sir, in any country in the world you have to pay, but no other country in the world do you see these big green boards with exemptions, President of India, Union Minister, State Minister, Falan, Dimkan. Why are people exempted and common people have to continue to pay toll? This is a question that you agree I am asking a fair question.
That is, there is an exemption for ambulance. There is an exemption.
Sir, let's leave ambulances, but why these VIPs? Why this VVIP culture when it comes to tolls?
It is not VIP, the MLA, MPs and ministers
but why,
part
sir?
Of the government.
We pay their salaries, sir. Why should they be exempted?
Sir, you know the limitation of the popular politics also. If I am going to take the decision, what will happen in the parliament?
Sir, you are a solutions man. You have found ways to get work done that used to take 3 years. You get it done in 3 months. I have seen you hold meetings in the ministry.
Actually, frankly speaking, there are no answers for some questions.
There are no answers for that question. I will not press that point further because I have another point to ask you. This is the leakage of tolls. Is the additional 1 lakh increase that you are projecting for toll collection also because more technology and other measures will be used to prevent leakage?
Presently, we have FASTag. And because of FASTag, our toll income is increased by 7,000 crore. And now, within 3 to 4 months, we are in the process using automatic number plate linked with satellite. And we will charge the toll. There will be no toll nakas. So we are in the process. It is 100% leak proof. Anywhere, anyone who is not going to pay, 100% you will get his image and photographs and everything.
Sir,
so
MLA MP की गाड़ी पे लगवा दीजिए ना वो satellite वाला toll.
Sir, वो free of charge है ना.
Okay, I'll move on. You said something about the time reduction that it will take on the new beautiful superhighways, green expressways that will be built, sir. Are you competing with airlines for their business?
Sir, 100% is going to happen. I'm not against airlines, but I'm telling you the example. When we construct Mumbai-Pune Express Highway in 97, 98, at that time there was 8 flights between Mumbai to Pune. From last 15 years, there is no flight between Mumbai to Pune. I am giving you the guarantee. The end of this year, there will be no flight from Delhi to Chandigarh, Delhi to Dehradun and Delhi to Jaipur. Even I feel that even Bangalore to Chennai also, there will be no flight. Then Mysore to Bangalore, no flight. Because you have to go to airport 1 hour from your house. Then again you have to wait there for 1 hour. Then after taking flight 1 hour and going to home 1 hour, 4 hours. So in place of 4 hours, they want to go take the car from going to Dehradun. It will be within 2 hours. So why people will prefer airlines? That is the problem.
Since we are talking about the budget and the budgetary capex increase that has happened for your sector, I think there are 2 R's in this budget. One is roads, the other R is railways. I also want you to talk about a subject that is very close to your heart, which is road safety. And on road safety, my first question, sir, is about the allocation for maintenance. The last number I could see was in FY22, the allocation was just around 2,586 crore for maintenance. In the United States, for the comparable period, it is 1.7 lakh crore. Are we not spending enough on maintaining roads? Highway बन गई, सब कुछ बढ़िया हो गया उसमें. 1 साल बाद हम देखते हैं कि वहां पे स्थिति खराब हो जाती है, डेंट आ जाते हैं.
होती नहीं सर खराब. एक रोड का नाम बताओ. मैं गारंटी देता हूँ 50 साल रोड पे गड्ढा नहीं पड़ेगा। मैं कंक्रीट रोड बना रहा हूँ, इतनी बड़ी स्लैब है, मुंबई दिल्ली बन रहा है ना
जी,
गड्ढा ही नहीं। आप पुणे मुंबई जाओ, 95 96 में बना हुआ है
जी,
गड्ढा ही नहीं है
जी।
मैं नागपुर में 750 किलोमीटर कंक्रीट रोड बना चुका हूँ, पूरे शहर में गड्ढा नहीं है और 50 साल की गारंटी देता हूँ।
So sir, is that the reason that maintenance funds?
सर लगता ही नहीं मेंटेनेंस।
Okay.
एक चीज है
जी,
कि जो कंक्रीट रोड बन रहे हैं और जो रबर के टायर बन रहे हैं, तो टायर पर मैं स्टडी कर रहा हूँ कि वो इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड में कभी कभी टायर बस्ट होते हैं और हमको कंक्रीट रोड पर हीट के कारण प्रॉब्लम आता है। तो आइडियल स्टेज ऐसी है कि हम कंक्रीट रोड बनाकर उसको बिटुमिन सरफेसिंग करें, जैसे एटोबॉर्न पर जर्मनी में हुआ है। तो वो करने में कॉस्ट बढ़ती है, पर ये कंक्रीट रोड क्या है कि जैसे जहाँ टेम्परेचर बहुत ज़्यादा होता है वहाँ थोड़ा सा कुछ घटना है। बाद में क्या हुआ, पुरानी गाड़ियाँ जो थी उसमें प्रॉब्लम आए, पर अभी जो नई गाड़ियाँ बन रही है उसमें ये प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। अब टायर के भी इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स हम अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं, तो थोड़ा सा रोड में वो एक चिंता थी। और थोड़ा राइडिंग सरफेस जो होता है कंक्रीट का वो थोड़ा हार्ड होता है, तो जितना कंफर्ट बिटुमिन पे मिलता है उतना नहीं मिलता। पर हमारा एक प्रॉब्लम है ब्लैक कॉटन सॉइल और बिटुमिन, इसका बहुत बड़ा झगड़ा है। आप कितना भी बिटुमिन के अच्छे रोड बनाओ, बरसात आने के बाद वो कोलैप्स होते हैं। तो हमारे देश में यही अच्छा है कि हमको कंक्रीट रोड बनाना चाहिए।
Why are there so many accidents? India is second largest in road network, but unfortunately we are also very high in terms of accidents on our roads.
एक सब्जेक्ट है जिसमें मैं इस बात को कबूल करता हूँ कि निश्चित रूप से ये चिंता का विषय है। मैं इसमें जितना चाहिए उतना काम नहीं कर सका। 5 लाख एक्सीडेंट होते हैं, 3 लाख मौतें होती है और 1.5 लाख मौतें होती है और 3 लाख लोगों के हाथ पैर टूट जाते हैं। 3.02 जीडीपी का नुकसान होता है और मरने वाले लोगों में 18 से 34 वयोगट के करीब 60% लोग हैं। और अभी हम लोग बहुत कोशिश कर रहे हैं, आपको भी मैं आह्वान करूंगा कि आप मीडिया के द्वारा हमें सहयोग करिए। ये ह्यूमन बिहेवियर को बदलना चाहिए, कानून के प्रति सम्मान भी नहीं और डर भी नहीं। और दूसरी बात, रोड इंजीनियरिंग, ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग में हम सुधार कर रहे हैं। फिर हमने एजुकेशन में रोड सेफ्टी के बारे में, रूल्स ऑफ द रोड के बारे में हमारे बच्चों को पढ़ाने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हम फिल्म, बड़े बड़े सेलिब्रिटीज़, क्रिकेटियर्स, उनका वो लेकर कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं, मीडिया पे कर रहे हैं, बाहर कर रहे हैं। अब धीरे धीरे लोगों के बिहेवियर को, जैसे अभी जर्मनी में देखो या यूरोपियन कंट्री में, अमेरिका में देखो, रेड लाइट लगेगा तो लोग खड़े हो जाएंगे। हमारे यहाँ रेड लाइट लगने के बाद भी लोग चिंता नहीं करते, घुस जाते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं पब्लिक बिहेवियर को भी सुधारना पड़ेगा एजुकेशन के द्वारा, और ये कानून को भी कड़ाई से इम्प्लीमेंट करना पड़ेगा। हम लोग इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कैमरे लगा रहे हैं, अब फाइन लग रहा है, स्पीड के ऊपर कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं। पर ओवरऑल इस समय सबसे दुख का विषय है कि हम वी आर हाईएस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड, और जितनी कोई लड़ाई में लोग नहीं मरते, कोविड में नहीं मरते और कोई दंगों में नहीं मरते, सबसे ज़्यादा लोग ये रोड एक्सीडेंट में मर रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और इसके लिए हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हमने ब्लैक स्पॉट को इम्प्रूव किया, हमने ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग में एयर बैग्स के बारे में अभी निर्णय किया है। बहुत सी बातें हम कर रहे हैं। अभी उसके बाद में भी हमने हमारे रोड इंजीनियरिंग में सुधार करते हुए काफ़ी ब्लैक स्पॉट्स, कर्व, इसमें भी चिंता कर रहे हैं। फिर भी मैं ये कहूँगा कि इसमें सब कुछ करने के बाद 8 साल से मैं मंत्री हूँ और मुझे ये कहते हुए कोई यानी खुशी नहीं है, दुख है कि इसको हम अप टू द मार्क ये काम नहीं कर पाए। इसमें जनता का बहुत बड़ा सहयोग चाहिए, आपका भी चाहिए, तभी ये हम लोग इसमें यशस्वी होंगे।
Mantri ji, another point that you just said, which is concrete and its benefit. I don't know the numbers of how much we are doing in terms of concrete roads. If you have that number, if you can share that with our audience. And is there a target you have in mind that by 2025, the percentage of highways that will be constructed made purely of concrete?
एक्चुअली मैंने पहले तय किया था कि मैं पूरे कंक्रीट रोड बनाऊंगा, पर मेरे बातों का फायदा सीमेंट इंडस्ट्री ने उल्टा लिया। मैं देश का 40% सीमेंट हम कंज्यूम करते हैं। इन्होंने कार्टेल बनाकर रेट बढ़ाना शुरू किया। जब पावर में बढ़ोतरी नहीं हुई, रॉ मटेरियल में बढ़ोतरी नहीं हुई, लेबर कॉस्ट में बढ़ोतरी नहीं हुई, टैक्सेशन में नहीं हुई, और ये रेट बढ़ाते रहे। फिर मैंने आकर एक दिन कहा कि नहीं, मैंडेटरी नहीं करना। अब मैं स्टील और सीमेंट के अल्टरनेटिव ढूंढ रहा हूँ। और ये अगर एक प्रॉफिट लेना सबका काम है, पर इस प्रकार से डिमांड को कार्टेलाइज करना और रेट बढ़ाना ये ठीक नहीं है। तो मैंने कहा कि चलो बिटुमिन बनाओ। तो वो थोड़ा सा ये प्रॉब्लम है, पर कंक्रीट रोड जो है उसकी कॉस्ट में और बिटुमिन की कॉस्ट में साधारण यहाँ 1 रुपया लगता है तो वहाँ ₹1.25 ₹1.5 लगता है। अभी हमने एक नया सिस्टम लाया, वाइट टॉपिंग। वाइट टॉपिंग का मतलब ऐसा है कि जो बिटुमिन रोड है उसको निकालेंगे और उसके ऊपर 6 इंच से 8 इंच की कंक्रीट लेयर हम लोग हमारे जो पेवर्स है उसके द्वारा कर देंगे। वो भी रोड 20 साल 25 साल चलते हैं, उसमें कोई गड्ढे नहीं पड़ते। तो शहरों में ये बहुत सस्ते में होते हैं, पर ये भी है कि ज़्यादा मटेरियल यूज़ करेंगे तो अभी जैसे हमारे कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट की जो इंडस्ट्री है, इसका टर्नओवर 50,000 करोड़ था, वो 1 लाख करोड़ हो गया, क्योंकि 3 गुना बढ़ा डिमांड, क्योंकि रोड इतने बन रहे हैं जी। तो मशीनरी की भी कीमत बढ़ी, रोजगार निर्माण हो रहा है, और रॉ मटेरियल में भी सीमेंट और स्टील की खपत बढ़ रही है, गवर्नमेंट को भी जीएसटी मिल रहा है। तो ये क्या है, मल्टीप्लाई इफेक्ट से जब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में इन्वेस्टमेंट होगी तो सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स को उसका फायदा होता है।
मंत्री जी, क्या सीमेंट का कार्टेल अभी भी चल रहा है?
अभी मैं इसमें कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहता, पर मेरी बात अगर उनके पास जाती होगी तो वो फिक्स पॉलिसी बनाए। अगर रेट में कहीं अगर बैंक का इंटरेस्ट बढ़ता है, रॉ मटेरियल कॉस्ट बढ़ती है, लेबर कॉस्ट बढ़ती है, टैक्स बढ़ता है, पावर कॉस्ट बढ़ती है, तो वो बड़ा है तो कोई अड़चन नहीं। पर मुझे लगता है ये अगर वो फिक्स पॉलिसी करके अगर कीमत रखेंगी तो मैं दावे के साथ कहता हूँ कि हम उनसे कंक्रीट रोड करेंगे। और निश्चित रूप से हम नए नए टेक्नोलॉजी, हमने एक इन्फोर्समेंट टेक्नोलॉजी लाई है। ये जैसे ब्रिज बनते हैं और मेट्रो बनती है ना, 2 पियर बनते हैं, हिंदुस्तान में इसका मैक्सिमम डिस्टेंस केवल 40 मीटर तक था। ये जो ऊपर का बीम होता है, इसमें हमने अभी टेक्नोलॉजी मलेशिया और इससे लाई है। उसमें क्या है कि ये जो बीम को प्रिकास्ट करते हैं उसको स्टील फाइबर में करते हैं, तो उसका फायदा ये हुआ कि डिस्टेंस बिटवीन 2 पियर 40 मीटर के बजाय 120 मीटर हो गया, तो कॉस्ट 1/3 हो गई। तो टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके विदाउट कॉम्प्रोमाइज विद द क्वालिटी वी आर ट्राइंग फॉर रिड्यूसिंग द कॉस्ट ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन एंड इम्प्रूव द क्वालिटी ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन। तो अलग अलग प्रकार के, अभी हमने ये अहमदाबाद डोलरो वहाँ मैं गया था देखने के लिए, 20 लाख टन कचरा अहमदाबाद का हम रोड के अंदर डाल रहे हैं। अभी ये गाजीपुर की टेकड़ी पूरी खाली करने का मेरा इरादा था, ये दिल्ली मेरठ हाईवे में हम अनेक जगह पर कारपोरेशन की सॉलिड वेस्ट को रोड में डाल रहे हैं।
गाजीपुर का क्यों नहीं हुआ मंत्री जी?
अब मैंने बहुत कोशिश की, वो दिल्ली म्यूनिसिपल कारपोरेशन, डीडीए, एलजी, मैं मीटिंगें हुई, हमने कहा हमको सैग्रीगेट करके दो, तो सैग्रीगेट कौन करेगा? तो कोई तैयारी नहीं हुए, तो मैं सैग्रीगेट करना मेरा मैंडेट नहीं था।
केजरीवाल जी तैयार नहीं थे, ये तो सेंटर का मुद्दा था, डीडीए भी
नहीं, मैं उसमें राजनीति नहीं करता, वो केजरीवाल उस समय नहीं थे, उस समय बीजेपी की थे। मैंने कोशिश की, पर ये सैग्रीगेट करने के लिए जो सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में सैग्रीगेट करने के लिए जो मशीनरी लगानी पड़ती थी उसमें प्रॉब्लम आया। पर मैं अभी अनुरोध करूंगा
जी
सभी राज्य सरकार को और म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन को, और आपके द्वारा आप भी करिए, ये वेस्ट टू वेल्थ वाली बात है
जी,
कि ये पूरा कचरा सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का उसको सैग्रीगेट करिए, प्लास्टिक, ग्लास, मेटल, वो कचरे को उठाकर मैं रोड के बीच में डाल दूंगा जी। ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट से ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन बनेंगे। और जो सुवेज वाटर है, मैं अपने खुद के कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में
जी
नागपुर शहर का सुवेज 7 साल से बेच रहा हूँ महाराष्ट्र सरकार को, पावर जनरेशन को। आप इमेजिन करोगे 300 करोड़ रुपए साल के टॉयलेट का पानी बेचकर हमको पैसा मिल रहा है। और अभी हमने मथुरा में एक प्रोजेक्ट डाला है, वो हाइब्रिड एन्यूटी पे है कि 80 mld मथुरा का स्लज, मैं जब वाटर रिसोर्स मंत्री था तो मैंने हाइब्रिड एन्यूटी में डाला है। उसमें ऐसा है कि जो गंदा पानी है मथुरा का, उसको शुद्ध करके वो इंडियन ऑयल खरीदता है और 20 करोड़ साल के देता है। तो 40% सरकार ने दिया और 60% त्रिवेणी इंजीनियरिंग करके कंपनी है, उन्होंने लगाया और प्रोजेक्ट सक्सेसफुल हो गया। तो पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट इन सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट एंड लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट भी सक्सेसफुल है।
I don't know how many people who are watching us know the fact that Gadkari ji has given a clear-cut direction within his ministry that the budget that is allocated should be utilized by the 3rd quarter, which is by December.
Yes.
Not all ministries are able to do. There is a lot of money that goes back into the government at the end of the financial year. What is the success in this regard, Gadkari ji, and what formula have you used to get work done?
Actually, ये फिर से टारगेट है, ये कमिटमेंट नहीं है। क्योंकि मैं जब टारगेट रखता हूं तो लोग मेरी कमिटमेंट करके आप लोग लेते हैं और फिर छपवा देते हैं, तो मेरी एम्ब्रॉसिंग पोजीशन, इट्स ए टारगेट। अभी हमने 12,000 करोड़ के अवार्ड किए रोड के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, मैंने कहा ये 24,000 करोड़ करो। दूसरा, एनुअल प्लान में जो रिस्ट्रिक्शन है राज्य सरकार को जितने प्रोजेक्ट है भेज दो। फिर हम लोग 16,000 करोड़ के आरओबी बना रहे हैं, 2 लाख करोड़ के लॉजिस्टिक पार्क बना रहे हैं, 260 रोपवे, केबल कार, फैनाकुलर रेल बना रहे हैं। और मैं एक मंत्री हूँ जो नम्रता के साथ कहना चाहता हूँ, पैसे की देश में कोई कमी नहीं। मुझे अगर सरकार पैसा देती है तो 4 गुना पैसा मैं कैपिटल मार्केट से खड़ा करके, मेरे प्रोजेक्ट इकोनॉमिकली वायबल है, इंटरनल रेट ऑफ रिटर्न अच्छा है, तो मैं उसमें से पैसे तुरंत करके मोनेटाइज करके पैसे मिल जाएंगे।
मैंने ये देखा है आपके कार्यालय में या घर पे कि एमपी आते हैं और थोड़ा स्ट्रेस्ड होते हैं, उनके हाथ में फाइल होती है, जब आपके कमरे से निकलते हैं तो बिल्कुल खुश होकर निकलते हैं, क्योंकि आप कोई प्रोजेक्ट मना नहीं करते हो।
एक को भी नहीं बोलता। अरे मंत्री एमएलए कोई भी आए कि मेरे यहाँ ये प्रॉब्लम है, मंजूर। इसका कारण ऐसा है कि प्रॉब्लम सही में लोगों को है। दूसरा कारण यह है कि तो हमारे पास पैसे हैं। क्या होता है कि हम बिल्कुल अपने रोड नेटवर्क को अच्छा करना हमारा मैंडेट भी है। अभी मैं आरओबी बना रहा हूँ, आप ताज्जुब करोगे, मुझे 1600 करोड़ निर्मला जी ने इसके लिए दिए। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट सिटी के जो मेरे एनएच के नहीं, वो सेतु भारतम योजना बनाई। अब मैंने उसमें 1600 करोड़ पे मैंने कहा 10 गुना प्रोजेक्ट मंजूर कर दो। तो मजाक में मैंने कहा, लोग बोले सर क्या होगा, मैंने बोला 8 साल से मंत्री हूँ मैं, सीआरएफ में 6 गुना 8 गुना कभी आपको प्रॉब्लम आया क्या? तो मजाक में कहा कि ये रेलवे ये सब मिलकर डिजाइन तैयार करना, अप्रूवल लेना, तो मुझे सबकी अकार्य क्षमता पर दृढ़ विश्वास है। ये काम 3-3 साल नहीं होता, आप 10 गुना बढ़ा दो, कुछ नहीं होता। अब मैं 16,000 करोड़ के आरओबी मंजूर कर गए।
All of this is translating into massive infrastructure on the ground, and like we began this session by saying that we are building India, and if I'm permitted, I would like to call Gadkari ji the chief builder of India, at least from the center side.
But we have a commitment.
Yes.
Under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi ji, our dream and our mission and our target is to make Indian road infrastructure before end of 24 with the standard of USA. USA के बराबर हमारा रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर 2024 समाप्त होने को होगा। उसमें अरुणाचल, मेघालय, त्रिपुरा, बिहार और जम्मू कश्मीर, केवल पंजाब हरियाणा या आंध्र कर्नाटका या महाराष्ट्र गुजरात नहीं, पूरे देश का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर 2024 समाप्त होने के पहले अमेरिका के बराबर होगा, ये मेरा विश्वास है। पर ये टारगेट है, पर अभी तक मैं जो टारगेट तय करता हूं अभी तक तो पूरे होते हैं। बिल्कुल, तो ये भी आपकी सबकी शुभकामनाओं के साथ पूरा होगा।
बिल्कुल। गडकरी जी, जाते जाते 1-2 सवाल और। महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात, कर्नाटक, तमिलनाडु, आंध्र प्रदेश, राजस्थान, ये कई सालों से लीड कर रहे हैं टोटल जो उनकी रोड्स हैं उन स्टेट्स में, प्रांतों में। क्या इसमें बदलाव आएगा? क्योंकि आपने बाकी राज्यों की भी बात की,
देखिए आप
उत्तर पूर्व की भी बात
इसका इकोनॉमिक्स समझिए
जी।
जहां पर कैपिटा इनकम ज्यादा है, जहां इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट ज्यादा है, जहां कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट ज्यादा आई है, जहां पर कैपिटा इनकम के साथ एग्रीकल्चर ग्रोथ रेट ज्यादा है, वहां परचेसिंग पावर ज्यादा है। जहां परचेसिंग पावर ज्यादा है वहां गाड़ियों की संख्या ज्यादा है, और जहां इंडस्ट्री ट्रेड बिजनेस में ट्रक ज्यादा है, जहां ट्रक और गाड़ियों की संख्या ज्यादा है वहां टोल ज्यादा है, तो इंटरनल रेट ऑफ रिटर्न ज्यादा है। तो पंजाब, हरियाणा, आंध्र, कर्नाटक, महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात, ये एकदम डेवलप स्टेट होने के कारण वहाँ हमारे रोड के प्रोजेक्ट इकोनॉमिकली वायबल है। अब नॉर्थ ईस्ट, कश्मीर, हिमाचल, उत्तराखंड, ये कंपैरेटिवली उतना डेवलप, उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, ये नहीं हुए। तो हम क्या करते हैं, हम सब जगह प्रोजेक्ट करते हैं और सब जगह फिर मोनेटाइज करते हैं, और पैसा एक जगह आकर हम लोग जहाँ कमज़ोर है वहाँ भी पैसा देते हैं, जो फाइनेंशियली स्ट्रांग है वहाँ भी देते हैं। तो कभी कभी कमज़ोर स्टेट में इकोनॉमिकली नॉन वायबल भी प्रोजेक्ट होंगे तो भी उसकी मदद करते हैं। केवल 3 लाख करोड़ के काम मैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट में कर रहा हूँ, अरुणाचल, मेघालय, त्रिपुरा। आप यहाँ कोई होगा, किसी को पूछो कि तुम्हारे राज्य में रोड कैसे बन रहे, तो सब कहेंगे खूब रोड बन रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, absolutely. And as we end this session, Gadkari ji, that question which is always asked of you, what is your target for daily road construction. The last number which I recall you had spoken about was around 38 to 40 kilometers. 2024 आते आते ये क्या रहेगा ये आंकड़ा?
देखिए, मैंने 40 किलोमीटर का टारगेट रखा था
जी,
38.5 पर हम पहुंच गए
जी,
अभी अगले साल के लिए 45 किलोमीटर का रखा है
जी,
ये टारगेट है
जी।
अभी इसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है, लैंड एक्विजिशन, फॉरेस्ट एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंस, फिर यूटिलिटी शिफ्टिंग, लैंड एक्विजिशन, फिर न्यायालय कोर्ट आता है बीच में, उसके स्टे आते हैं, तो बहुत से प्रॉब्लम्स है। पर मैं हमारे अधिकारी को कहता हूं कि देयर आर सम पीपल who convert problems into opportunities and there are some people who convert opportunities into the problems. तो आप ये प्रॉब्लम्स है इसका सामना करो, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट अवार्ड करो, और अभी हमने निर्णय किया है कि 90% लैंड एक्वायर्ड किए बिना अपॉइंटमेंट डेट नहीं देंगे, फॉरेस्ट एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंस किए बिना अपॉइंटमेंट डेट नहीं देंगे। मेरी अध्यक्षता में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कमेटी अपॉइंट की, अभी उसकी मीटिंग हुई, काफ़ी काम क्लियर हो गए। फिर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ, चीफ सेक्रेटरी के साथ, मुख्यमंत्री के साथ हम रिव्यू मीटिंग करते हैं। अभी मैं प्रोजेक्ट टू प्रोजेक्ट दौरे कर रहा हूँ। मैं अभी बेंगलोर मैसूर रोड पर पूरा गया, वहाँ मुख्यमंत्री के साथ मीटिंग की, फिर चेन्नई बेंगलोर रोड पर गया। अब वो धीरे धीरे प्रॉब्लम्स आते हैं पर प्रॉब्लम छूटती है। अभी गुजरात में गया, मुख्यमंत्री और सब बैठकर वहाँ के प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हुए। तो प्रॉब्लम्स तो रहते हैं। देखिए, प्रॉब्लम्स की इस देश में कमी नहीं है। जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी का एक प्रसिद्ध वाक्य था कि जितने लोग हैं उतने प्रॉब्लम है। मैं पहला काम ये करूं कि मैं प्रॉब्लम नहीं रहूं देश के लिए, और दूसरा प्रॉब्लम है कि जो प्रॉब्लम है वो रिजॉल्व करने की कोशिश करूं, तो मुझे लगता है इससे सॉल्व होंगे। अभी प्रॉब्लम होने के बाद में भी ये टीम वर्क है कि हमारे ऑफिसर्स, हमारे इंजीनियर्स, मैं अकेला थोड़ी काम करता हूँ, एक टीम के रूप में अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। और मैं अक्सर उनको एक बात बताता हूँ, बहुत अच्छी है, कि ए नाम के व्यक्ति ने ए स्क्वायर काम किया और बी नाम के व्यक्ति ने बी स्क्वायर काम किया, तो टोटल वर्क इज ए स्क्वायर प्लस बी स्क्वायर। बट व्हेन ए एंड बी कम्स टुगेदर, थिंक्स टुगेदर एंड वर्क्स टुगेदर, ए प्लस बी ब्रैकेट में स्क्वायर, इसका जवाब आता है ए स्क्वायर प्लस बी स्क्वायर प्लस ट्वाइस ए बी, एंड दैट ट्वाइस ए बी इज द रिजल्ट ऑफ कलेक्टिव टीम स्पिरिट।
कलेक्टिव टीम स्पिरिट,
तो हमारे सब लोग मिलकर काम करते हैं और सबके सहयोग से ही होता है। दैट इज नॉट ओनली माई क्रेडिट, दैट ऑल क्रेडिट टू माई होल टीम, those who are day and night work for that.
Absolutely, and one of the most important members of Team Modi in the Union Cabinet, Union Road Transport and Highways Minister Nitin Gadkari ji, thank you very much. The first highway in India was, a road was supposed to have been built in Harappa. The first Grand Trunk Road was built by Sher Shah Suri, and Nitin Gadkari ji is now making sure that India will soon have a larger road and highway network than even the United States of America. As always, very proud to have you on our stage with us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Good morning. A very warm welcome to all of you here. Nitin Gadkari ji, a great honor to be here with you on the stage days after the budget. And if I may call it, there have been various descriptions of the budget, Nitin ji, but I would call this a budget for building India, and you are the chief building or the chief builder of India in some ways. Just some statistics for our audience to consider about the importance of both Nitin Gadkari ji and the ministry that he represents, and what it really means in terms of the government of India's spending. You must have heard of this number of 10 lakh crore, but let me give you some other data which will tell you about how important this ministry is. India has the second largest highway road network in the world after the United States of America. I don't know how many people absorb this fact, and we are ahead of China in this regard. And a round of applause to Nitin Gadkari ji for being the man who has done so much. One more bit of data before I open up the first question with Gadkari ji. In 2014 March, the total highway length in India was just over 91,000 kilometers, 91,300. And the last data that I have, and that is with the lag, and that is where I will start my first question with Gadkari ji. It was closer to 1,40,000 crore.
47,000.
47,000 crore is the latest number, Gadkari ji. Tell us, sir, where will all the extra capital expenditure that has been allocated to the ministry be spent in the forthcoming financial year, sir?
Actually, the Bharatmala 1 is already in the process. Now, the approval for Bharatmala 2 is pending with the cabinet. The idea is we are making green express highway. For example, already there is an existing road from Delhi to Dehradun. But now from Akshardham, we are making new green express highway where it will be possible from Delhi to Dehradun 2 hours, Delhi to Haridwar 2 hours, Delhi to Chandigarh 2.5 hours, Delhi to Amritsar 4 hours, Delhi to Srinagar 8 hours, Delhi to Katra 6 hours, and Delhi to Jaipur 2 hours, Bangalore to Chennai 2 hours, and Bangalore to Mysore 1 hour, and Nagpur to Pune 5 hours. Presently it takes 24 hours. So this type of new green express highway, where we are starting from land acquisition to making new roads, and there we need more investment. For example, in Delhi, Mumbai, the cost of the road is coming 1 lakh crore, and it is totally the new alignment, axis control highway, and that is the reason that we can increase the speed on that. So today we are making 32 green express highway, economic corridors, connectivity for the ports and for the airports and for the railway stations, for all districts also. We are giving priority for development of aspirant districts. Now government is concentrating on aspirant blocks, and roads are very important. I always remember the statement of American President John F. Kennedy that American roads are not good because America is rich, but America is rich because American roads are good. So these are the new roads which is going to give new prosperity to the nation, and where we are making the investment of this budget. At the same time, we will raise the capital from the market also for that.
50% of India's entire infrastructure sector, and infrastructure is a very big term, viewers, 50% of the entire infrastructure activity by volume is roads. I started by saying about the importance of the ministry and Gadkari ji as the minister in charge. 22% of all infrastructure by value is in the road sector. So that gives you a sense of the size. I want to take the second question, which is about the speed at which execution is happening. With the extra budgetary allocation, what do you think about the speed of execution of all the projects that you have currently?
Presently, to be very frank and clear, we don't have any resources problem. I am just giving you the example. Just one and a half month before, we launched our bond for InvIT model in Mumbai Stock Exchange. Actually, the bond was prescribed for 10 days. But first day, within 7 hours, it was 7 times oversubscribed. And now in our bond, we are giving 8.50 interest per year. And even there is a scheme that we will deposit the interest monthly on their account. So even they can invest 10,000 rupees in this bond. The small people like salary earned people, the pensioners, they can invest in NHI. And as compared with the deposit rate, interest rate in the banks and other, it is not more than 5 or 5.5. And we are offering them 8.50. So that is the reason that even the Indian people want to invest in NHI. Then we don't have any problem about the investment from abroad. All international financial agencies are keenly interested to invest in India. My priority is taking maximum investment from the poor people of this country and giving benefit to the poor and middle class people, salary earned people, pensioners. How we can give them more benefit for that, that is my priority. And I want to give more priority for that. I need more investment from the small people, and they will get good returns. It will be a great thing for me.
Sir, when is the next NHI bond issue coming so that everyone will be able to...
Sir, now we are planning to make the issue every 15 days. And we have a lot of projects. And InvIT model, the Bombay Stock Exchange, we are going to launch. And my request to all of you that particularly the salary earned people, they can get good returns, because anywhere on their deposit, They are getting maximum 5%, 5.5%. NHI is AAA rating, and you will get the interest of 8.50.
8.5% a return that is almost unimaginable with NHAI. Sir, several years back, there were questions raised about the NHAI taking on too much debt and it having financially some not being very viable. Tell our viewers and our audience here, where does NHAI stand as far as its finances are concerned?
Actually, the NHI assets are concerned. We are working on the report now. My estimate, it's not exactly, our asset is more than 80 lakh crores. Our toll income is 40,000 crore per year. And at the end of 24, our toll income, we are estimating up 1,40,000 crore. And presently, the loan which we have, only 3 lakh crore. And that is not a big problem. NHI is actually based on very strong financial base. And it is one of the flagship organization of Government of India, and under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi ji, we can make it, and making road is a profit making business. So some way, if I am telling you this thing, people may misquote me or misinterpret me. Now I am just telling you, for Mumbai Delhi highway, we are making investment of 1 lakh crore in the single road, and we will get back this investment within 15 years. And after that, the toll also there, it will be continue. So my income is going to increase and liability will be reduced. So the way in which we are in good, we are not at all at any financial crisis. We are in a good position. Our rating is AAA and we don't have any problem.
Gadkari ji, since you say that from 40,000 crore, the toll collection will go up to 1,40,000 in 24, that's a big jump. So does it mean that all of us have to be prepared for much higher toll fees?
No, sir, it's not the case. One thing is very important, that if you want good services, you have to pay for it. If you arrange program in this hotel, you have to pay the cost for that. Otherwise, Ram Leela Maidan was the option, free of charge. So people now from Mumbai to Delhi, now it is 12 hours. Generally, it takes 44 hours.
No,
so the fuel saving is there. Now I am telling you the example of Mumbai-Pune. I started, actually the BOT is introduced by me. At that time, there was a lot of discussion in Mumbai. And now, at that time, 8 to 9 hours they have to take from Mumbai to Pune. Now it is less than 2 hours. So the fuel consumption is less. You are saving the time. You are paying for that. It is profitable. It is not a loss.
We are paying for that. And Gadkari ji, whenever you have given this message that we need to pay for public infrastructure, completely taken.
Ajay, you take one example. Sir, you go anywhere in any country in the world. You have to pay the toll.
Sir, in any country in the world you have to pay, but no other country in the world do you see these big green boards with exemptions, President of India, Union Minister, State Minister, Falan, Dimkan. Why are people exempted and common people have to continue to pay toll? This is a question that you agree I am asking a fair question.
That is, there is an exemption for ambulance. There is an exemption.
Sir, let's leave ambulances, but why these VIPs? Why this VVIP culture when it comes to tolls?
It is not VIP, the MLA, MPs and ministers,
but why,
part
sir?
Of the government.
We pay their salaries, sir. Why should they be exempted?
Sir, you know the limitation of the popular politics also. If I am going to take the decision, what will happen in the parliament?
Sir, you are a solutions man. You have found ways to get work done that used to take 3 years. You get it done in 3 months. I have seen you hold meetings in the ministry.
Actually, frankly speaking, there are no answers for some questions.
There are no answers for that question. I will not press that point further because I have another point to ask you. This is the leakage of tolls. Is the additional 1 lakh increase that you are projecting for toll collection also because more technology and other measures will be used to prevent leakage?
Presently, we have FASTag. And because of FASTag, our toll income is increased by 7,000 crore. And now, within 3 to 4 months, we are in the process using automatic number plate linked with satellite. And we will charge the toll. There will be no toll nakas. So we are in the process. It is 100% leak proof. Anywhere, anyone who is not going to pay, 100% you will get his image and photographs and everything.
Sir,
So that
MLA
is-
MP की गाड़ी पे लगवा दीजिए ना वो सैटेलाइट वाला टोल.
Sir, वो free of charge है ना.
Okay, I'll move on. You said something about the time reduction that it will take on the new beautiful superhighways, green expressways that will be built, sir. Are you competing with airlines for their business?
Sir, 100% is going to happen. I'm not against airlines, but I'm telling you the example. When we construct Mumbai-Pune Express Highway in 97, 98, at that time there was 8 flights between Mumbai to Pune. From last 15 years, there is no flight between Mumbai to Pune. I am giving you the guarantee. The end of this year, there will be no flight from Delhi to Chandigarh, Delhi to Dehradun and Delhi to Jaipur. Even I feel that even Bangalore to Chennai also there will be no flight. Then Mysore to Bangalore, no flight. Because you have to go to airport 1 hour from your house. Then again you have to wait there for 1 hour. Then after taking flight 1 hour and going to home 1 hour, 4 hours. So in place of 4 hours, they want to go take the car from going to Dehradun. It will be within 2 hours. So why people will prefer airlines? That is the problem.
Since we are talking about the budget and the budgetary capex increase that has happened for your sector, I think there are 2 R's in this budget. One is roads, the other R is railways. I also want you to talk about a subject that is very close to your heart, which is road safety. And on road safety, my first question, sir, is about the allocation for maintenance. The last number I could see was in FY22, the allocation was just around 2,586 crore for maintenance. In the United States, for the comparable period, it is 1.7 lakh crore. Are we not spending enough on maintaining roads? Highway बन गई, सब कुछ बढ़िया हो गया उसमें. 1 साल बाद हम देखते हैं कि वहां पे स्थिति खराब हो जाती है, डेंट आ जाते हैं.
होती नहीं सर खराब. एक रोड का नाम बताओ. मैं गारंटी देता हूँ 50 साल रोड पे गड्ढा नहीं पड़ेगा. मैं कंक्रीट रोड बना रहा हूँ, इतनी बड़ी स्लैब है. मुंबई दिल्ली बन रहा है ना
जी,
गड्ढा ही नहीं. आप पुणे मुंबई जाओ, 95, 96 में बना हुआ है
जी,
गड्ढा ही नहीं है
जी.
मैं नागपुर में 750 किलोमीटर कंक्रीट रोड बना चुका हूँ, पूरे शहर में गड्ढा नहीं है और 50 साल की गारंटी देता हूँ.
So sir, is that the reason that maintenance funds?
सर लगता ही नहीं मेंटेनेंस.
Okay.
एक चीज है
जी
कि जो कंक्रीट रोड बन रहे हैं और जो रबर के टायर बन रहे हैं, तो टायर पर मैं स्टडी कर रहा हूँ कि वो इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड में कभी कभी टायर बस्ट होते हैं और हमको कंक्रीट रोड पर वो हीट के कारण प्रॉब्लम आता है. तो आइडियल स्टेज ऐसी है कि हम कंक्रीट रोड बनाकर उसको बिटुमिन सरफेसिंग करें, जैसे एटोबॉन पर जर्मनी में हुआ है. तो वो करने में कॉस्ट बढ़ती है. पर ये कंक्रीट रोड क्या है कि जैसे जहाँ टेम्परेचर बहुत ज़्यादा होता है वहाँ थोड़ा सा कुछ घटना है. बाद में क्या हुआ, पुरानी गाड़ियाँ जो थी उसमें प्रॉब्लम आए, पर अभी जो नई गाड़ियाँ बन रही है उसमें ये प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. अब टायर के भी इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स हम अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं, तो थोड़ा सा रोड में वो एक चिंता थी. और थोड़ा राइडिंग सरफेस जो होता है कंक्रीट का वो थोड़ा हार्ड होता है, तो जितना कंफर्ट बिटुमिन पे मिलता है उतना नहीं मिलता. पर हमारा एक प्रॉब्लम है, ब्लैक कॉटन सॉइल और बिटुमिन, इसका बहुत बड़ा झगड़ा है. आप कितना भी बिटुमिन के अच्छे रोड बनाओ, बरसात आने के बाद वो कोलैप्स होते हैं. तो हमारे देश में यही अच्छा है कि हमको कंक्रीट रोड बनाना चाहिए.
Why are there so many accidents? India is second largest in road network, but unfortunately we are also very high in terms of accidents on our roads.
एक सब्जेक्ट है जिसमें मैं इस बात को कबूल करता हूँ कि निश्चित रूप से ये चिंता का विषय है. मैं इसमें जितना चाहिए उतना काम नहीं कर सका. 5 लाख एक्सीडेंट होते हैं, 3 लाख मौतें होती है और 1.5 लाख मौतें होती है और 3 लाख लोगों के हाथ पैर टूट जाते हैं. 3.02 जीडीपी का नुकसान होता है और मरने वाले लोगों में 18 से 34 वयोगट के करीब 60% लोग हैं. और अभी हम लोग बहुत कोशिश कर रहे हैं, आपको भी मैं आह्वान करूंगा कि आप मीडिया के द्वारा हमें सहयोग करिए. ये ह्यूमन बिहेवियर को बदलना चाहिए. कानून के प्रति सम्मान भी नहीं और डर भी नहीं. और दूसरी बात, रोड इंजीनियरिंग, ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग में हम सुधार कर रहे हैं. फिर हमने एजुकेशन में रोड सेफ्टी के बारे में, रूल्स ऑफ द रोड के बारे में हमारे बच्चों को पढ़ाने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं. हम फिल्म, बड़े बड़े सेलिब्रिटीज़, क्रिकेटियर्स, उनका वो लेकर कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं, मीडिया पे कर रहे हैं, बाहर कर रहे हैं। अब धीरे धीरे लोगों के बिहेवियर को, जैसे अभी जर्मनी में देखो या यूरोपियन कंट्री में, अमेरिका में देखो, रेड लाइट लगेगा तो लोग खड़े हो जाएंगे। हमारे यहाँ रेड लाइट लगने के बाद भी लोग चिंता नहीं करते, घुस जाते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं पब्लिक बिहेवियर को भी सुधारना पड़ेगा एजुकेशन के द्वारा, और ये कानून को भी कड़ाई से इम्प्लीमेंट करना पड़ेगा। हम लोग इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कैमरे लगा रहे हैं, अब फाइन लग रहा है, स्पीड के ऊपर कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं, पर ओवरऑल इस समय सबसे दुख का विषय है कि हम वी आर हाईएस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड, और जितनी कोई लड़ाई में लोग नहीं मरते, कोविड में नहीं मरते और कोई दंगों में नहीं मरते, सबसे ज़्यादा लोग ये रोड एक्सीडेंट में मर रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, और इसके लिए हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हमने ब्लैक स्पॉट को इम्प्रूव किया, हमने ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग में एयर बैग्स के बारे में भी निर्णय किया है, बहुत सी बातें हम कर रहे हैं। अभी उसके बाद में भी हमने हमारे रोड इंजीनियरिंग में सुधार करते हुए काफ़ी ब्लैक स्पॉट्स, कर्व, इसमें भी चिंता कर रहे हैं। फिर भी मैं ये कहूँगा कि इसमें सब कुछ करने के बाद 8 साल से मैं मंत्री हूँ, और मुझे ये कहते हुए कोई यानी खुशी नहीं है, दुख है कि इसको हम अप टू द मार्क ये काम नहीं कर पाए। इसमें जनता का बहुत बड़ा सहयोग चाहिए, आपका भी चाहिए, तभी ये हम लोग इसमें यशस्वी होंगे।
Mantri ji, another point that you just said, which is concrete and its benefit. I don't know the numbers of how much we are doing in terms of concrete roads. If you have that number, if you can share that with our audience. And is there a target you have in mind that by 2025, the percentage of highways that will be constructed made purely of concrete?
Actually, मैंने पहले तय किया था कि मैं पूरे कंक्रीट रोड बनाऊंगा, पर मेरे बातों का फायदा सीमेंट इंडस्ट्री ने उल्टा लिया। मैं देश का 40% सीमेंट हम कंज्यूम करते हैं, इन्होंने कार्टेल बनाकर रेट बढ़ाना शुरू किया। जब पावर में बढ़ोतरी नहीं हुई, रॉ मटेरियल में बढ़ोतरी नहीं हुई, लेबर कॉस्ट में बढ़ोतरी नहीं हुई, टैक्सेशन में नहीं हुई, और ये रेट बढ़ाते रहे। फिर मैंने आकर एक दिन कहा कि नहीं, मैंडेटरी नहीं करना। अब मैं स्टील और सीमेंट के अल्टरनेटिव ढूंढ रहा हूँ, और ये अगर एक प्रॉफिट लेना सबका काम है, पर इस प्रकार से डिमांड को कार्टेलाइज करना और रेट बढ़ाना ये ठीक नहीं है। तो मैंने कहा कि चलो बिटवीन बनाओ, तो वो थोड़ा सा ये प्रॉब्लम है। पर कंक्रीट रोड जो है उसकी कॉस्ट में और बिटुमिन की कॉस्ट में साधारण यहाँ 1 रुपया लगता है तो वहाँ ₹1.25 ₹1.5 लगता है। अभी हमने एक नया सिस्टम लाया, वाइट टॉपिंग। वाइट टॉपिंग का मतलब ऐसा है कि जो बिटुमिन रोड है उसको निकालेंगे और उसके ऊपर 6 इंच से 8 इंच की कंक्रीट लेयर हम लोग हमारे जो पेवर्स है उसके द्वारा कर देंगे। वो भी रोड 20 साल 25 साल चलते हैं, उसमें कोई गड्ढे नहीं पड़ते। तो शहरों में ये बहुत सस्ते में होते हैं, पर ये भी है कि ज़्यादा मटेरियल यूज़ करेंगे तो अभी जैसे हमारे कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट की जो इंडस्ट्री है इसका टर्नओवर 50,000 करोड़ था, वो 1 लाख करोड़ हो गया, क्योंकि 3 गुना बढ़ा डिमांड, क्योंकि रोड इतने बन रहे हैं जी। तो मशीनरी की भी कीमत बढ़ी, रोजगार निर्माण हो रहा है, और रॉ मटेरियल में भी सीमेंट और स्टील की खपत बढ़ रही है, गवर्नमेंट को भी जीएसटी मिल रहा है। तो ये क्या है, मल्टीप्लाई इफेक्ट से जब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में इन्वेस्टमेंट होगी तो सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स को उसका फायदा होता है।
मंत्री जी, क्या सीमेंट का कार्टेल अभी भी चल रहा है?
अभी मैं इसमें कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहता, पर मेरी बात अगर उनके पास जाती होगी तो वो फिक्स पॉलिसी बनाए। अगर रेट में कहीं अगर बैंक का इंटरेस्ट बढ़ता है, रॉ मटेरियल कॉस्ट बढ़ती है, लेबर कॉस्ट बढ़ती है, टैक्स बढ़ता है, पावर कॉस्ट बढ़ती है, तो वो बड़ा है तो कोई अड़चन नहीं। पर मुझे लगता है ये अगर वो फिक्स पॉलिसी करके अगर कीमत रखेंगी तो मैं दावे के साथ कहता हूँ कि हम उनसे कंक्रीट रोड करेंगे। और निश्चित रूप से हम नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी, हमने एक इन्फोर्समेंट टेक्नोलॉजी लाई है। ये जैसे ब्रिज बनते हैं और मेट्रो बनती है ना, 2 पियर बनते हैं, हिंदुस्तान में इसका मैक्सिमम डिस्टेंस केवल 40 मीटर तक था। ये जो ऊपर का बीम होता है इसमें हमने अभी टेक्नोलॉजी मलेशिया और इससे लाई है। उसमें क्या है कि ये जो बीम को प्रीकास्ट करते हैं उसको स्टील फाइबर में करते हैं, तो उसका फायदा ये हुआ कि डिस्टेंस बिटवीन 2 पियर 40 मीटर के बजाय 120 मीटर हो गया, तो कॉस्ट 1/3 हो गई। तो टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके विदाउट कॉम्प्रोमाइज विद द क्वालिटी वी आर ट्राइंग फॉर रिड्यूसिंग द कॉस्ट ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन एंड इम्प्रूव द क्वालिटी ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन। तो अलग अलग प्रकार के, अभी हमने ये अहमदाबाद डोलरा वहाँ मैं गया था देखने के लिए, 20 लाख टन कचरा अहमदाबाद का हम रोड के अंदर डाल रहे हैं। अभी ये गाजीपुर की टेकड़ी पूरी खाली करने का मेरा इरादा था, ये दिल्ली मेरठ हाईवे में हम अनेक जगह पर कारपोरेशन की सॉलिड वेस्ट को रोड में डाल रहे हैं।
गाजीपुर का क्यों नहीं हुआ मंत्री जी?
अब मैंने बहुत कोशिश की, वो दिल्ली म्यूनिसिपल कारपोरेशन, डीडीए, एलजी, मैं मीटिंगें हुई, हमने कहा हमको सैग्रीगेट करके दो, तो सैग्रीगेट कौन करेगा? तो कोई तैयारी नहीं हुए, तो मैं सैग्रीगेट करना मेरा मैंडेट नहीं था।
केजरीवाल जी तैयार नहीं थे, ये तो सेंटर का मुद्दा था, डीडीए
नहीं, मैं उसमें राजनीति नहीं करता, वो केजरीवाल उस समय नहीं थे, उस समय बीजेपी की थे। मैंने कोशिश की, पर ये सैग्रीगेट करने के लिए जो सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में सैग्रीगेट करने के लिए जो मशीनरी लगानी पड़ती थी, उसमें प्रॉब्लम आया। पर मैं अभी अनुरोध करूंगा
जी
सभी राज्य सरकार को और म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन को, और आपके द्वारा आप भी करिए, ये वेस्ट टू वेल्थ वाली बात है
जी,
कि ये पूरा कचरा सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का उसको सैग्रीगेट करिए, प्लास्टिक, ग्लास, मेटल, वो कचरे को उठाकर मैं रोड के बीच में डाल दूंगा
जी।
ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट से ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन बनेंगे। और जो सुवेज वाटर है, मैं अपने खुद के कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में
जी
नागपुर शहर का सुवेज 7 साल से बेच रहा हूं महाराष्ट्र सरकार को, पावर जनरेशन को। आप इमेजिन करोगे 300 करोड़ रुपए साल के टॉयलेट का पानी बेचकर हमको पैसा मिल रहा है। और अभी हमने मथुरा में एक प्रोजेक्ट डाला है, वो हाइब्रिड एन्यूटी पे है कि 80 mld मथुरा का स्लज, मैं जब वाटर रिसोर्स मंत्री था तो मैंने हाइब्रिड एन्यूटी में डाला है। उसमें ऐसा है कि जो गंदा पानी है मथुरा का, उसको शुद्ध करके वो इंडियन ऑयल खरीदता है और 20 करोड़ साल के देता है। तो 40% सरकार ने दिया और 60% त्रिवेणी इंजीनियरिंग करके कंपनी है, उन्होंने लगाया और प्रोजेक्ट सक्सेसफुल हो गया। तो पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट इन सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट एंड लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट भी सक्सेसफुल है।
I don't know how many people who are watching us know the fact that Gadkari ji has given a clear-cut direction within his ministry that the budget that is allocated should be utilized by the third quarter, which is by December.
Yes.
Not all ministries are able to do. There is a lot of money that goes back into the government at the end of the financial year. What is the success in this regard, Gadkari ji, and what formula have you used to get work done?
Actually, ये फिर से टारगेट है, ये कमिटमेंट नहीं है। क्योंकि मैं जब टारगेट रखता हूं तो लोग मेरी कमिटमेंट करके आप लोग लेते हैं और फिर छपवा देते हैं, तो मेरी एम्ब्रॉसिंग पोजीशन, इट्स ए टारगेट। अभी हमने 12,000 करोड़ के अवार्ड किए रोड के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, मैंने कहा ये 24,000 करोड़ करो। दूसरा, एनुअल प्लान में जो रिस्ट्रिक्शन है, राज्य सरकार को जितने प्रोजेक्ट है भेज दो। फिर हम लोग 16,000 करोड़ के आरओबी बना रहे हैं, 2 लाख करोड़ के लॉजिस्टिक पार्क बना रहे हैं, 260 रोपवे, केबल कार, फैनाकुलर रेल बना रहे हैं। और मैं एक मंत्री हूँ जो नम्रता के साथ कहना चाहता हूँ, पैसे की देश में कोई कमी नहीं। मुझे अगर सरकार पैसा देती है तो 4 गुना पैसा मैं कैपिटल मार्केट से खड़ा करके, मेरे प्रोजेक्ट इकोनॉमिकली वायबल है, इंटरनल रेट ऑफ रिटर्न अच्छा है, तो मैं उसमें से पैसे तुरंत करके मोनेटाइज करके पैसे मिल जाएंगे।
मैंने ये देखा है आपके कार्यालय में या घर पे कि एमपी आते हैं और थोड़ा स्ट्रेस्ड होते हैं, उनके हाथ में फाइल होती है, जब आपके कमरे से निकलते हैं तो बिल्कुल खुश होकर निकलते हैं, क्योंकि आप कोई प्रोजेक्ट मना नहीं करते हो।
एक को भी नहीं बोलता, अरे मंत्री एमएलए कोई भी आए कि मेरे यहाँ ये प्रॉब्लम है, मंजूर। इसका कारण ऐसा है कि प्रॉब्लम सही में लोगों को है। दूसरा कारण यह है कि तो हमारे पास पैसे हैं। क्या होता है कि हम बिल्कुल अपने रोड नेटवर्क को अच्छा करना हमारा मैंडेट भी है। अभी मैं आरओबी बना रहा हूँ, आप ताज्जुब करोगे, मुझे 1600 करोड़ निर्मला जी ने इसके लिए दिए। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट सिटी के जो मेरे एनएच के नहीं, वो सेतु भारतम योजना बनाई। अब मैंने उसमें 1600 करोड़ पे मैंने कहा 10 गुना प्रोजेक्ट मंजूर कर दो। तो मजाक में मैंने कहा, लोग बोले सर क्या होगा, मैंने बोला 8 साल से मंत्री हूँ मैं, सीआरएफ में 6 गुना 8 गुना, कभी आपको प्रॉब्लम आया क्या? तो मजाक में कहा कि ये रेलवे ये सब मिलकर डिजाइन तैयार करना, अप्रूवल लेना, तो मुझे सबकी अकार्य क्षमता पर दृढ़ विश्वास है। ये काम 3-3 साल नहीं होता, आप 10 गुना बढ़ा दो, कुछ नहीं होता। अब मैं 16,000 करोड़ के आरओबी मंजूर कर गए।
All of this is translating into massive infrastructure on the ground, and like we began this session by saying that we are building India, and if I'm permitted, I would like to call Gadkari ji the chief builder of India, at least from the center side.
But we have a commitment.
Yes.
Under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi ji, our dream and our mission and our target is to make Indian road infrastructure before end of 24 with the standard of USA. यूएसए के बराबर हमारा रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर 2024 समाप्त होने को होगा। उसमें अरुणाचल, मेघालय, त्रिपुरा, बिहार और जम्मू कश्मीर, केवल पंजाब हरियाणा या आंध्र कर्नाटका या महाराष्ट्र गुजरात नहीं, पूरे देश का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर 2024 समाप्त होने के पहले अमेरिका के बराबर होगा, ये मेरा विश्वास है। पर ये टारगेट है, पर अभी तक मैं जो टारगेट तय करता हूं अभी तक तो पूरे होते हैं।
बिल्कुल,
तो ये भी आपकी सबकी शुभकामनाओं के साथ पूरा होगा।
बिल्कुल। गडकरी जी, जाते जाते एक दो सवाल और। महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात, कर्नाटक, तमिलनाडु, आंध्र प्रदेश, राजस्थान, ये कई सालों से लीड कर रहे हैं टोटल जो उनकी रोड्स हैं उन स्टेट्स में, प्रांतों में। क्या इसमें बदलाव आएगा? क्योंकि आपने बाकी राज्यों की भी बात की,
देखिए आप
उत्तर पूर्व की भी बात
इसका
की।
इकोनॉमिक्स समझिए
जी,
जहां पर कैपिटा इनकम ज्यादा है, जहां इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट ज्यादा है, जहां कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट ज्यादा आई है, जहां पर कैपिटा इनकम के साथ एग्रीकल्चर ग्रोथ रेट ज्यादा है, वहां परचेसिंग पावर ज्यादा है। जहां परचेसिंग पावर ज्यादा है वहां गाड़ियों की संख्या ज्यादा है, और जहां इंडस्ट्री ट्रेड बिजनेस में ट्रक ज्यादा है, जहां ट्रक और गाड़ियों की संख्या ज्यादा है वहां टोल ज्यादा है, तो इंटरनल रेट ऑफ रिटर्न ज्यादा है। तो पंजाब, हरियाणा, आंध्र, कर्नाटक, महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात, ये एकदम डेवलप स्टेट होने के कारण वहाँ हमारे रोड के प्रोजेक्ट इकोनॉमिकली वायबल है। अब नॉर्थ ईस्ट, कश्मीर, हिमाचल, उत्तराखंड, ये कंपैरेटिवली उतना डेवलप, उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, ये नहीं हुए। तो हम क्या करते हैं, हम सब जगह प्रोजेक्ट करते हैं और सब जगह फिर मोनेटाइज करते हैं, और पैसा एक जगह आकर हम लोग जहाँ कमज़ोर है वहाँ भी पैसा देते हैं, जो फाइनेंशियली स्ट्रांग है वहाँ भी देते हैं। तो कभी कभी कमज़ोर स्टेट में इकोनॉमिकली नॉन वायबल भी प्रोजेक्ट होंगे तो भी उसकी मदद करते हैं। केवल 3 लाख करोड़ के काम मैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट में कर रहा हूँ, अरुणाचल, मेघालय, त्रिपुरा। आप यहाँ कोई होगा, किसी को पूछो कि तुम्हारे राज्य में रोड कैसे बन रहे, तो सब कहेंगे खूब रोड बन रहे।
Conversation with Siddharth Zarabi. I'd like to welcome TV Somanathan, Finance Secretary. Sanjay Malhotra, Secretary, Department of Revenue. And joining us in just a moment, and there he is, we have Tuhin Kanta Pandey, Secretary, Department of Investment and Public Asset Management. A big round of applause for all of our guests, please. This is bound to be a fascinating conversation and one of the most looked out for post-budget.
Very good evening once again. We've had a decent tea break and now the grand finale of our day-long deliberations. The budget makers with us and will be followed by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman herself. We're running on a tight schedule, and the Finance Secretary, Dr. Somanathan, Mr. Malhotra and Mr. Pandey have been answering a whole lot of questions. So what I'll try and request all of you, I'm sure you will support us in this endeavor, is to try and explain things in the simplest manner possible for our wide audiences on the India Today platform, Business Today, who are watching on this. Dr. Somanathan, I'm starting with you. This is something that I picked up while I was trying to prepare some questions for all of you. In itself a very difficult task because you are the budget makers. If our CAPEX spending for FY24 was the GDP of a country, it would be larger than that of Kenya and double that of Myanmar. So a round of applause for the fact that the budget makers, the Government of India, Prime Minister Modi, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman have decided on such an ambitious CAPEX exercise, which is always fraught with difficulties. Dr. Somanathan, how confident are you about this money being expended, and if you could tell our audience in what areas?
So first, in terms of confidence, I think we are quite confident that the 10 lakh crore target is attainable, and the biggest evidence of that comes from the current year, where as against a budget provision of 7,50,000 crore, we expect to reach approximately 7,30,000 crores. And the shortfall is largely in the loans to state governments for capital expenditure. The central capital expenditure is expected to reach 100%. Even in the case of the state capital expenditure, the shortfall is primarily because there are some reform-linked elements where money is only released when certain policy actions are completed, and there are some states which have not taken their full entitlements in that category. Coming to next year, I think the step up is approximately 1/3. But as far as the central side is concerned, we have three main areas where the increment is going. The first is railways, where it's going up by nearly more than 1 lakh crores in terms of budget estimate to budget estimate. They have enough projects to execute. I think they can absorb it quite easily. Highways, again, a large increase. They will be able to absorb the increase effortlessly, I would think. And then we have certain very specific investments in the petroleum sector which relate to retrofitting refineries to prevent emissions and to make them on par with the best global standards, and an augmentation of the strategic petroleum reserve. So on the central side, I'm very confident that the plans will be executed. For the states, it's 1,30,000 crores. But the states also have experience of doing it this year, so they understand how the system works. They are in better shape to use it faster this year. So I'm pretty confident that most of it or all of it will be used.
I'll come back to you, sir, on your own reading of the COVID-induced delays and whether the delays in execution you think will get sorted out, because we are now mostly out of it. But I'll pause there and go to you, Mr. Malhotra, the mic on your left, sir. And again, this is a question that you've been asked, but this is by popular demand, really. We were discussing earlier. The 25 to 60 lakh rupees income, taxable income bracket, by one calculation, it says that under the new regime, the taxes will actually increase by 23,000 rupees. Is that correct, sir? And if so, why should that bracket of income taxpayers opt for the new regime?
Sorry, which bracket you said?
25 to 60. I mean, it's not one bracket.
25 lakh
taxable, 60 lakh. Yes, sir.
So that's a very short, very small bracket, first of all.
Okay.
But our sense is that, see, the benefits, we are giving benefits to all. And especially I'm surprised as to why, you are saying this, because the taxation rate is actually going down. Yes, I mean, those who are taking the benefits of, say, HRA. I think what you are referring to perhaps is, those who are taking benefits of HRA. Other than those, whether, they are in the old regime, they stand to benefit if they shift to the new regime. Because one has to invest about 3.75 lakh rupees in the old regime for it to be, more beneficial. So other than those who are having, substantial incomes by way of HRA, where we give a lot of tax exemptions, others should find the new regime more attractive.
And home loan, sir, a quick follow-up on that?
Home loan again is limited. You see, that benefit is limited to only 2 lakh rupees. So you add another 1.5 lakh rupees under 80C. 2 lakh, it works out to only 3.5 lakh. Over and above that, then, you have to be actually investing in insurance and other things. Yes, if you add that up, if you are taking the whole range of exemptions, then, well, yes, you're right. They may not find it so attractive.
The way I would like to add what you said is perhaps it reminds us of the time when we go to department stores for sales and they say, buy two, get one free. So the point that you're making is that in the current tax regime, that buy two, get one free is applicable because you have to first save that much to get that much tax. But I'll come back on another question because I want to get Mr. Pandey in on this.
One point, I would like to make here, whether it is the old regime or the new regime, all the salaried class, and 50% mind it, 50% of our taxpayers are salaried. Over there, we have given them a huge relief. The increase in leave encashment, and everyone gets, some leave encashment when you retire. So that increase by about 22 lakh rupees works out to a tax saving of about 7 lakh rupees at the marginal rate, of 30%, because most of them, would be in that bracket.
Yes, sir.
Especially those, the ones you are talking about, 25 lakh to 60 lakh tax bracket. So they stand to gain by 7 lakh rupees when they retire, and all of them are going to retire. You spread it, over their career span of 30 years.
Right.
It works out to, about 20,000 rupees per annum. So even if they don't shift now,
right,
they may not shift now, but there is a benefit to all the salaried class, because we have not taken away anything, even when they stay in the old regime.
Okay. Mr. Pandey, can you explain to our audience what is going forward the disinvestment approach and philosophy going to be? The government has to be complemented for Air India. You also and other people in the government have spoken about why BSNL is not going to be disinvested. But for the audience, beyond the revenue receipts that you are penciling in from divestment, what's the big approach? Not many companies left to be sold and therefore rely on dividends and FPOs?
I think if you really look at holistically, out of the CPSCs, there are two streams of incomes that the government receives. One is, of course, the dividend. While they are, the government money is invested in them, there has to be a return, and which comes to them, from profits, certain proportion comes in form of dividend. Now, of course, when we sell our equity, then it translates into disinvestment receipts upfront, and the current year dividend subsequently, and the subsequent dividends in future years, they are sacrificed. So it's in a way, you are upfronting those dividends by making a thing, and then this money is again reinvested, as you know, in capex and so on. Now, the strategy is a calibrated disinvestment strategy. It has two legs. One is that while we keep our value in our enterprises up and running, we have several listed companies, several listed banks in which millions of shareholders are also invested. Large institutional investors are there as well. So it's very important that the companies keep doing well, and the corporate governance and profitability, return on capital employed, and so on is looked after. Also related to that is also the capex. As you know, that there is a capex from the CPSC which has not been counted, what Somnathan has said, 10 lakh crore. 10 lakh crore is the government capex directly. 3.7 lakh crore additional is the capex, which is the grant which goes from the central government, and it helps create the capital assets. Additionally, 4.88 lakh crores, roughly about 5 lakh crores will be the capex from the CPSCs going forward. So if you really count the total capex, it's 18.5 lakh crores, which comes to about 6.2% of GDP, which is a very, very large sum.
Which is the highest in the world for
yes.
this year.
So some of it, which you said, about 4.88 lakh crores, comes from CPSC, from internal and extra budgetary resources. And internal resources includes after the dividend from profits, internal accruals. So therefore, you will realize that if you have to really increase our growth, they pay a substantial part in the CPSCs also while they are in the government.
So are you telling us, sir, that there is
No, I am just coming to...
Yeah, sure, please complete your point.
I'm just coming to now, so far as the disinvestment is concerned, as you know, the disinvestment is somewhere where you do market sales, where we have to keep in mind, what is the bandwidth which is available to us? What is the kind of a market impact which happens? What is the interest of minority shareholders? When it comes to disinvestment in the form of strategic disinvestment, which is privatization, which is also when we enter into a reform area. So in that reform area, we are saying that going forward, if it is disinvested, it is privatized, the enterprises will be able to create more growth. The enterprise will also be able to generate more jobs because of the certain unlocking of thing and the sort of capex that will follow subsequently. So therefore,
is another Air India possible therefore?
Pardon?
Is another Air India possible?
No, I mean, I mean, another Air India was actually done. It was not very much noticed. Nilachal Ispat Nigam is also a very large, where we received 18,000 crore.
Yes.
That particular asset has a potential to do about 10 million tons of steel at one place. So immediately we are jumping from a steel which was not produced to the extent of 0.9 million tons for almost so many years, more than a decade, to an asset in next 4-5 years producing 10 million tons. So you can see the economic growth potential of that asset, which has not been noticed. Incidentally, we didn't receive any money so far as the government coffers are concerned. So disinvestment receipts to the government nil, but benefit to the economy enormous.
Absolutely, and the point that you are making, sir, is that we shouldn't look at disinvestment only from revenue receipts, but about creating value and the downstream impacts. That point is very well taken. Dr. Somanathan, I come back to you. Again, a question that must have come to you. I am posing it on behalf of those who may have it. Has the government of India abandoned the FRBM and the target of 3% of GDP?
I think the first thing that is important to note, and I say this as a historical note, is that since its enactment in 2003, the target of 3% was achieved only once, and that too by accident in 2007. Okay, so it is. So I think this target of 3% is a sort of aspirational. It is something in the horizon and has perpetually been on the horizon. But coming more specifically to the next couple of years, I think the Government of India has made very clear that it is sticking to the path of fiscal consolidation, reducing the deficit this year, and is committed to going further. And the finance minister has announced the intention of reaching a deficit of less than 4.5% by 2025-26. So we are complying with the FRBM law by filing the necessary deviation statements, submitting the necessary deviation statements in Parliament, and that is part of the FRBM law as it has existed since 2003, and there is actually nothing new in what we're doing.
Is 4.5 the new 3%?
Not necessarily. 4.5 is the target for 2025-26. What the last few years have taught us is that the rigid adherence to an absolute number, regardless of growth potential, regardless of prevailing economic circumstances, is simply not something which is feasible in real life. It is something that belongs in economics textbooks, but nobody in the Maastricht Treaty has adhered to it. The first countries to violate the Maastricht Treaty, incidentally, was Germany, not Italy. And so these things play out very differently in real life because things keep happening. Other things are never equal. In economics textbooks, ceteris paribus is a constant assumption, but ceteris is never paribus in real life. And therefore, I think for us to hazard a guess beyond 2025-26 as to what should be the right level of deficit, it's too early to do so.
Absolutely. I'll come back to you on fiscal compression versus growth. But Mr. Malhotra, I'm coming to you. Analysts are pointing out that the ratio of overall tax collection, which includes both center and states, has to GDP has not actually risen. The economic survey says it's 5.5%, and that's lower than comparable countries. Is that the right way to look at it, or should we only focus on the central tax ratio, the central government's tax ratio?
No, see, two things. One, when we try to compare the tax to GDP ratio of our country with that of others, many a times we have seen, that it is only the federal taxes. But here in India, we have a lot of state taxes, as you have rightly pointed out. And so when one takes that into account, the story is different. The other thing to be kept in mind is like to like. Most of the times, we are comparing ourselves with OECD countries. And so the tax to GDP ratio of an OECD, of a developed country, will be very, very different from that of others. Like to like, as you have said, similar countries, there are studies which have said that when you factor both these things in, we are neither too high, but neither are we low. So we are somewhere, in the average. So that's where, we should be actually looking at. Of course, tax to GDP ratio, the buoyancy, in the last, especially, this year has been good. And so going forward, it should be our effort to further increase it.
Mr. Pandey, some time ago you had explained to me and my colleague Karishma Asudani about the difficulties that the government faces when it comes to putting companies on the block with regard to, for example, just one example, their land records, the lack of clarity on titles, which many of us who get impatient, don't realize about the months and months of work that is required. And the reason I ask you this question was that in the Videsh Sanchar Nigam case, the government of India set a template of hiving off the excess land and parking it somewhere else. And that's a long drawn saga. Going forward, can PSU's value unlocking happen through such off-balance sheet items also like land, or are you stuck in great difficulties there?
Let me first respond to VSNL land, which you mentioned. At that time, there was, I think, a lot of litigation, and the issue of land was left to the acquirer, strategic acquirer, and it was not done prior to the strategic disinvestment. But subsequently, it has happened, and about 786 acres of land, a lot of it is in metros, that is already with the company called Hemisphere, which is under government control and operated by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, where government has 51% that land one. So, but now what we are doing is, in the recent strategic disinvestment, we have changed the model in terms of actually doing everything on a clean basis. Rather than keeping any uncertainties for the future, we are hiving off the real estate, some of the very valuable real estate, which doesn't actually fetch value as operating company, and neither will it fetch value if you just strategically disinvest as an operating company. It will fetch a lot of value when it is sold as a real estate. So therefore, it's very important to take those assets out, and we undertake those demergers now. We have also have a very important amendments in two of the legislations which have been done. In one case, when you demerge into assets into another company, government company, the stamp duty at the time of demerger is not payable, and it will be paid only once when the assets are finally sold. So that makes this turnover kind of a tax, which is a stamp duty was a big hindrance, and that will be taken care of. The second important thing is when the capital gains tax provisions have also will not apply in this case. So overall, it will facilitate that. But yes, you're right what you're saying about the land records. In many cases, the leases have been based on, it's a leasehold land, not a freehold land. In many cases, there are restrictions. And obviously, when, something is strategically done, then obviously there are certain objections. There's a great deal required for the central government and the state governments to work together to solve these issues.
I wonder whether the SPV hemisphere properties where the government holds a majority stake is benefiting the government, but maybe that's a question for the housing ministry to answer, unless you want to.
No, that is just.
No, in terms of unlocking value, it's land, it's been there for 50 years.
No. Land was not there in 50 years. 2002, the VSNL, it was divested. The strategic acquirer was to actually hive it off. It went into a lot of litigation. There were court cases around it. It could happen only, 2020. So in 2020 only this was there, and then it has been recently listed, and I think it's just a couple of years in COVID, and the Ministry of Urban Affairs can very well now go ahead and monetize that land.
Thank you for making that clear. Dr. Somanathan, I'm coming to you. Will India ever formally target 10% GDP growth?
I doubt that we should. I think 10% GDP growth is not something that in the present era of global trade is attainable sustainably. And I do not think even the Chinese had attained 10% sustainably. There were 1 or 2 years when they did 10%. I think setting a growth rate target of 10% to me is not very realistic, to be honest.
What's a realistic target, sir? Because I'm sure the concerns include inflation.
Exactly. So what is a realistic target is also a function of global factors. And I think we cannot, there's a very perceptive observation that's been made by Ruchir Sharma, among others, that the rate of growth that a particular country can target is also a function of the rate at which global trade and global growth is happening. So what was feasible in an earlier era, the era of, let's say, dramatic expansion in global trade post 1995, the transition from GATT to WTO, that era is almost over. There is no incremental opening of world trade happening. World trade is relatively open. There's not much more that is opening up. New opportunities are not opening up in the way that they opened up between 1995 and say around 2010. So the feasible rates of growth for this era are something that we have to look at and work towards, but I would not like to hazard a particular figure at this time. I think for the short run, the growth that we are projecting for the coming year of 6.5% will be one of the highest in the world, and I think that reflects a very good performance. And I think some kind of absolute number based on history at different times, etc., is not perhaps a good comparator.
Point well taken, sir. Just one quick follow-up, Dr. Somanathan. Does it mean that when we raise our customs duties, which we have been doing over the last few years to support local manufacturing, are we playing into the global trade cycle, or are we excluding ourselves partially?
See, increases in customs duties are the way that some countries became export powerhouses. Let us not forget that Japan, Korea, most of East Asia started as people with a lot of protection before they became export powerhouses. So this protection for an infant industry is often a valid argument, provided the infant is treated as an infant only for a short while and then quickly weaned off the feeding bottle and made to grow up. If that is done, there is a case for short-term protection while you build comparative advantage in an economy, especially in sectors where you can acquire comparative advantage, but you haven't acquired it because you missed a historical bus and you don't therefore have the scale of component suppliers, etc. So some of our PLI schemes are precisely targeted at areas where India could have a comparative advantage and can still acquire it with a modicum of short-term support.
Are you happy with the outcome of PLI scheme so far?
I think the PLIs in the two early sectors are doing pretty well. That is on electronics and the mobile phones. They're doing pretty well. The others are in early stages of implementation.
And they got hit by COVID in terms
Absolutely,
of implementation.
yes.
Mr. Malhotra, when GST came, among the other rationals, and I remember reading something which said that it would add 2%, once it had stabilized, of course, to our GDP. But our GST is very different in terms of the exemptions. And since the government is offering taxpayers incentives to move to the new tax regime and give up exemptions, GST is riddled with a long list of exemptions. Do you think GST has added value to India's economy beyond just making life easier for large corporates?
Tremendously. Tremendously. I mean, there's no doubt in GST, there is for every segment of society something, some value, whether it is small or whether it is, a large business. I'll tell you, and you would all, recall, not very long ago, 5 years ago, before GST was implemented, and we used to, travel, and you would be traveling, your own locations from here to Jaipur, and there used to be a long queue of trucks, and you had to wait, those trucks had to wait, for hours together to cross what there used to be, a checkpost which the commercial taxes department had put up. Today you don't see it, it's all vanished. And this is not true, only of the Jaipur-Delhi highway. Any highway, you take between UP and Bihar, I'm told, within Mumbai, Mumbai used to charge, an octroi, and people had to, the trucks had to wait just, to enter Mumbai and to pay the octroi. So what it has unleashed, this is just, one example. The number of taxes that we had, huge number of taxes. Life, has become simpler. Whether, entertainment is service or whether, there is a good, believe me or not, entertainment, whether, entertainment should be classified as a service or good, that was under question. Whether electronics is a service or a good, that was under question. So much of litigation, has been avoided. It has obviously, resulted in savings for whether, it is a small taxpayer or for a huge taxpayer. And in terms of revenue, just look at the buoyancy.
Absolutely, sir. I'm not questioning all that has been done. This is just a sort of non-budget question, really, and I understand I'm putting you on the spot because lots of exemptions, 5 tax rates, and petroleum, electricity, alcohol, real estate development still out. Just for the record, sir, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I just want to come in on this. So the question is, what is your point of comparison? Are we comparing a theoretical ideal of one rate, no exemption, everything, one nation, one everything?
Honest answer, sir,
or are
there
we
is no
comparing
comparison.
what existed before GST?
Absolutely.
It's all a question of point of comparison. I don't think any country has an ideal tax system. I haven't seen any country which has it. Unless you're a city-state the size of Chennai, then you can have a single GST rate very easily like Singapore.
Interesting you
but
mentioned
it's not,
Chennai.
No, because Singapore is the size of Chennai and everybody says Singapore has only one rate GST. Of course, it's possible. But sir, it's not possible in a country of this size to have as simple a tax system as a city-state. So sometimes we have to set our aspirations realistically. The United States has a different sales tax rate for each state. Each of the 50 states has a different sales tax and they survive. So what I'm trying to say is...
And United States has 2 income tax also.
And they have separate income taxes for states. So let's be clear. It is possible to become a developed country without that utopian perfect tax system. What we do have is a huge improvement from what we had before GST to where we are today. And incremental improvements need to continue to be made.
Sir, is the middle class being taxed too much? Because when I learned whatever little of taxation, I was told direct taxes are progressive because they are linked to income. Indirect taxes are regressive because they don't discount for income disparity. Yet in India, we have indirect taxation which is leading the way versus
but it
direct.
is precisely because we want to be progressive that we don't have a single rate.
But sir,
we have a 28% rate on some cars and a higher rate on BMWs and Mercedes-Benz. Precisely because we want some element of progressivity, and that's why we have 5% on certain essential foods. So there is always a trade-off. Simplicity comes without progressivity. Progressivity detracts from simplicity.
I
so
agree.
We can't have them both.
What I submit before all of you as we wind down this debate is that the states are happy to charge me on petroleum. They do their own thing. The center does their own thing. Thankfully, you have provided us, the government of India, 10, 12-month holiday on petroleum pricing changes on a daily basis. Electricity, states do their own thing. Land, they do their own thing. And the center also does it. So where do we go as a middle class?
But hang on, this is true of any federation. So if you want to live in a diverse federation with diversity, this is the price
I live
you
in
pay.
a state, sir.
If you live in the United States, in Texas,
my voting card is of Delhi.
You have multiple taxes in each federal jurisdiction.
But we are not the United States on quality
But we are
of
also a
life.
federation. We are also a federation. Federations inherently have multiple taxing rights. You cannot make this a unitary state. It is just not possible. We are not Sri Lanka, we are not Singapore. So we will have to put up with a certain, if you want a diverse political union as one India, with diversity in the states, with autonomy for the states, you will have to put up with multiple tax rates. It's just not, it's not going to happen. It's not going to become Singapore anytime soon.
I'm glad you said that. Thank you.
Having said that, what we have done in GST is also again unique. I mean, we have, brought together the state taxes and the central taxes into a one tax. That's, again, a very unique.
See, let me tell you, the net incident on GST is down now. Because what used to happen there, you had excise duty and you had VAT. While you could VAT across the VAT, and you could VAT across the excise duty, you could not do one against the another. Secondly, when you used to cross the border, there was an origin-based taxation and a custom and the destination-based taxation coexisting. And there was no way you could get a refund of the CST paid. So you had to pay some CST, and there were a lot of form reconciliation. So if you really know the intricacies and those dealers who used to deal with that, you'll find. This one is the tax credit, input tax credit is across the states, across the service, goods and services. Except for a few denials, everything flows. And that makes the system, the net incident is actually lower.
But what about the revenue neutral
For
rate?
example, suppose I would say that I would have a rate of 4%. but it will be a 4% on turnover basis. It will turn out to be a far, far more than actually the rate.
I'll also
which
say
is
one more
much
thing.
higher.
I think what GST has shown us is that the middle class doesn't like to be told the true tax rate. They prefer to have a hidden excise duty, which nobody knows about, and then see a smaller rate as sales tax, and they think, taxes are low. If you integrate them and show that the tax on a car is 28%, they think it's too high. It has always been more than 28% in sales tax. It's come down post GST, but now you see it as one tax instead of a sales tax on an excise duty, which you didn't see because it was not included in the MRP.
Absolutely. This reminds me of the debate on fixed deposit versus market investments. Fixed deposit minus inflation, you can do your own math. The final question I want to end, and we're just down to our last 1 minute. So many years back, and I'm putting that to you as the finance secretary, India made a fundamental shift from exempt in terms of savings and taxation to EET. And somebody has just described the latest tax regime as TEE. Is that a fair assessment?
No, I don't think that. I think that is a mischaracterization. You had, whatever you had in the old system, you still have. You just don't have tax breaks for certain kinds of savings and certain kinds of dissavings, which you had in the old system. But you still have a choice to take that system. So you can choose which system gives you the optimal results in terms of your personal cash flow, and that's the system you choose. So it's neither, it was always TEE. It was not as if there was no tax on income before we went to the new system. The old system was not tax-free. It didn't say invest as much as you like and you don't pay any taxes. It always had taxes there.
Absolutely, and we have that realization about how taxes and death are two things that none of us can escape. Dr. TV Somanathan, Mr. Sanjay Malhotra, Mr. Tuhin Kanta Pandey, thank you very much for your time with us today and for decoding the budget. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of warm applause for our budget makers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'd say thank you for the applause, everybody. Over to you, Rahul.
Hello and welcome to the India Today, Business Today Post-Budget Roundtable. One of the big challenges in the new emerging world order are the deepening fissures between the Western liberal society and the China-Russia bloc when it comes to technology. And in these very choppy tech waters, what's the course that India must take to be able to put national interest first? The man entrusted with that very critical mission, which will in many ways determine the future of our country, is the Union Minister for Electronics, Information Technology, Communications and Railways, Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us, and it's fantastic to have you with us. I want to start by asking you about your big semiconductor mission, which is really the cynosure of all eyes. Begin by giving us a status update on where are we now. We've been hearing for a long time, badi announcement hone wali hai, kuch din ruk jao. It's been many weeks and months since. We're still waiting for that big announcement. So where are we at this moment, and how soon do you see India becoming a manufacturing hub for semiconductors? Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Rahul. Semiconductor is one subject which is very, very important for the country's future. See, today, electronics manufacturing, which was practically negligible 10 years back, is close to $87 billion electronics manufacturing is happening in the country. iPhone is manufactured in the country, and the recent budget, whatever reliefs has been given on the BCD for some components, that is going to further increase the growth of mobile phones manufacturing in the country. We are almost reaching $9 billion exports of mobile phones this year. to cater to the most important raw material, semiconductor, a semiconductor policy was announced on the 1st of January of 2022. And if you recall, in each of my statements I had said in 14 to 16 months we'll have the decision in place. 14 to 16 months starts from 1st of March. Just wait for that much time. What I can tell you is, as an update, there is very strong, very positive reaction, very positive approach by semiconductor majors for India. And that's because of three things. First, we have very good talent base here. Second, the entire ecosystem which is required for semiconductor, the government has contacted each and every of those ecosystem participants. They are willing to come here, they have committed to come here. Third, a very good long-term plan which is there for 10 years. Our plan is for 10 years, right? So this kind of talent base, this kind of ecosystem, this kind of commitment for a long term, which is what is very unique to the country, and we should be seeing some real majors coming to India in the coming months.
So while we still wait for this idea to translate into reality, you would have seen very high profile criticism from the likes of Raghuram Rajan and many others about the semiconductor policy. I interviewed him at the World Economic Forum in Davos, and I'll quote certain aspects of his philosophical arguments and get you to respond to it. The first is that you got a $10 billion PLI scheme in trying to make India a semiconductor manufacturing hub. 50% of the project costs for domestic production will be taken care of by the government. One of the concerns your critics have is, what's the guarantee that once the PLI incentives are done away with, that these manufacturers will actually stay? PLI disguises uncompetitiveness of manufacturing, and there is a possibility that a hub like Vietnam may be able to attract some of these players once our government's incentives end. So let's start by getting you to respond to that.
Mr. Raghuram Rajan is a very well-known economist. I respect him a lot. When people marry economics with politics, their views change. Before 2014, Mr. Raghuram Rajan was always going for increasing credit, increasing credit, increasing credit. After May 2014, as the RBI governor, he changed his totally he changed his stance. He said, no, tighten, 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 tighten. The person who says that we should not be promoting manufacturing in this country, would you take his argument seriously? Had he been a neutral, a professional economist, I would like to get on a debate with him. But today, he is colored by his affiliation for a particular political party. Rather than giving a professional economic rationale, he is giving politically colored arguments.
It's interesting to see the minister's response, because my impression of Minister Vaishnaw so far has been a technocrat. I've seen you now punching back as a politician, which is good. Now, the other criticism that I've heard, and I'm keen on getting you to respond to it, is the technology of the semiconductors which will be manufactured in India. Now, from what we've heard from Vedanta Foxconn, initially they'll produce semiconductors which are 28 nanometers. Now, it's being said that already the world is at 5 nanometers, and by the time this manufacturing facility becomes live, 3 nm semiconductor chips could be in production. So the concern is that we're actually spending a lot of money or giving a lot of incentive for technology which will be dated by the time it gets started.
This is a totally misplaced concern. If you look at the way semiconductor industry is evolving, and this is a development of last 4-5 years, right? Today, almost 52% of the total semiconductor market is in 3 sectors. What are those 3 sectors? First is electric vehicles, second is telecom equipment, third is power electronics. These are the 3 sectors in which semiconductors are having more than 50% of the demand today. And what are these sectors requiring? These sectors require higher voltage because they have to carry more current. So they have to, these are basically applications which are called high power applications, right? All these applications require semiconductors in the range of 35, 45, 60, those nanometers. So the entire world today is actually rebalancing their semiconductor manufacturing and getting more and more towards the higher nodes, because that is where the demand is. If you look at the US CHIPS Act, they have kept a special provision for the higher nodes because everybody can see the future, the telecom revolution of 5G. It's a huge demand base, electrical vehicle demand. These are huge demand bases for semiconductor, and all these will be in the higher nodes.
The other concern is that there is already a global semiconductor production glut. Much of what is already being produced is finding no buyers because there's excess production capacity, lesser demand. And therefore, if the slated aim of your policy is to encourage semiconductor exports from India, who will be doing the buying if there's already a production glut?
See, the semiconductor industry took about 50 years or 45 years to reach a level of about $600 billion, right? Next 6 years, it is going to reach $1 trillion. That is the growth which is there in semiconductor industry. Every industry will have its ups and downs, but there is a clear, consistent increase in demand. There are certain nodes which have demand today, lesser demand, which is a dip, but a large majority of the nodes, especially the higher nodes that we were talking just now, they are still in short supply, they are still in very high demand.
I want to come to cryptocurrency, where it's being said that there's some kind of standard operating procedure for crypto assets which is being worked on as part of the G20 deliberations that are happening. As the Minister for IT, how do you wrap your head around what kind of crypto regulation should be worked on by the government as part of a larger G20 plan?
Nobody other than government should ever issue any currency. Very clear. Every government, that's the fundamental basis of economics of any country over last many centuries, right? So crypto as a currency is a clear no-no, Crypto as a technology, the distributed ledger technology, the blockchain technology, that is one big thing which we must all promote, and our focus has to be primarily on the technology behind cryptocurrency rather than crypto as a currency.
The other thing I want to talk about, which comes through the budget, is your plan to revive BSNL. That you think of this as a strategic asset, and some of the arguments we are hearing is similar to what the government used to previously say about Air India. Now, a lot of people are concerned, saying that given that this is likely to be money not wisely spent, I don't want to say down the drain, but money not necessarily wisely spent, and that BSNL has been such a laggard for so long, why is the government even bothering to make this investment? Because isse hona to kuch hai nahi.
Let us meet after about 10-12 months, then I'll ask you this question, BSNL mein kya transformation hua?
But
there's a huge transformation which is happening in BSNL.
Every telecom minister I've spoken to in many years has always said the same.
I'm telling you the facts. India's own 4G, 5G technology stack. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji gave this target in 2020, it was one of those very difficult tasks, very difficult target, because there are only about 5 countries which have telecom technology end-to-end. Developing a technology stack and placing it on a large network is only possible if you have full government support behind a technology company. That is item number 1. 2, maintaining one stabilizing factor in a highly competitive, highly dynamic, highly a sector which has a natural tendency towards being concentrated. That kind of sector, having one government PSU is a clear strategic choice. We have made a very clear choice, very rational choice, and whatever amount government is putting in it, you will see that this amount is going to be returned with very good margins on it.
You've announced in this budget setting up a Center for Excellence for Artificial Intelligence. Can you explain what this does? I mean, what chances does the government have of being at the cutting edge of innovation for AI? How do you hope to harness the opportunity provided by artificial intelligence and machine learning to try and improve the mechanics of governance in India?
So the centers of excellence for AI are primarily going to be in academic institutions and the startup world which is associated with it. Today in AI, India is rated as the highest talent concentration for AI. And this year, actually, India is hosting the leadership of GPay, which is the Global Association for AI. Our focus will be to create centers of excellence where the startup community, the academicians, all these sectors who are working at the cutting edge. It's not going to be a government center of excellence. It's going to be a center of excellence where all people associated with AI technologies, they are, excuse me, they are able to find a way by which they can take their ideas forward, produce different use cases, develop technologies, and then take it to the market.
I want to spend some time on your handling of the railways portfolio. Now, the good thing is that the budget allotted to the railway ministry as a percentage of total expenditure, which used to be about 1.5% in 2008-2009, is now projected to be at 5.5%. So this is the highest allocation for the railways at 2.4 lakh crores. Explain to everyone sitting here, how are you intending to best use the extra money you've got?
See, railways had a huge infrastructure deficit for many years. If you look at comparable countries, they invested significant amounts 30 years back. Unfortunately, in India, before 2014, railway was never considered as a sector in which you should be investing. 2014 onwards, the investment started from just about 20-25,000 as the budgetary allocation. Prime Minister Modi ji immediately doubled it to 45,000 crore when he took the responsibility of the country, kept on increasing it, and the result is visible. What railways electrified about 30-odd thousand in the 60 years of India's independence. Last 8 years, railways has electrified 33,000. So what was not done in 60 years has been done in the last 8 years. 2014, railway was laying just about 4 kilometers a day new tracks. This year, railway is laying 12 kilometers a day new railway tracks. Stations are getting modernized. New technology trains are coming, and these are like Vande Bharat. The entire technology has been developed in India, manufactured in India. I mean, India's talent, which was designing for the world, is today getting an opportunity to develop for the country. In terms of cargo, in 1950s, railways was having about 80% market share. At its lowest, railway reached 26% market share in cargo. Last year, from 26% to 27% there is an increase, and this year likely railway will be ending at 28% market share. So all these things have been possible only because the focus...
Gadkari ji in the morning, he says he'll ensure that all the other competitive means of avenues for transport will be impacted because of the roads that he's building. He says for places like Delhi, Mumbai, for places like Delhi, Chandigarh, and various places that he named, आपको और कुछ ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, 2 घंटे में यहाँ पहुँच जाओगे तो he's competing with you. He's got the same idea.
Absolutely, every sector will have great scope. See, transport economics basically plays out up to 200-250 kilometer. Road is the right choice. From 250 to about 1,000 kilometers, rail is the right choice. Beyond 1,000 kilometers, air is the best choice. That is the way transport economics plays out in all countries.
One of the things that all railways ministers have spoken of very elaborately is the idea that there is excess railway land which is lying unmonetized, that there are these railway stations which can be handed over to the private sector, and then we later hear for various reasons it didn't work out, so the government has decided to step in and build that railway station afresh. What is the roadblock? And if a government which has the kind of majority that your government has can't monetize some of these assets which you yourself accept are not well utilized, then who will?
See, the railway land, the numbers that we see, if you go in details, most of the railway land is along the tracks. This is one major opportunity for expansion of railway network. I don't think the railway land along the tracks should ever be monetized. It should be preserved, it should be maintained, and as we grow, because in future, when you see, today we are about 1 lakh odd track kilometers in the country. We are going to have something like 1,50,000 track kilometers in the coming years. Acquiring new land, is that a better option, or using the existing land
That's
is
just
a
land
better
parallel
option?
to the...
That is the majority. That is about 85.
The rail tracks.
That is 85% of the land. That is 85%.
No, but you have land parcels also, which former railway
Rahul,
minister...
let's get into details. That is about 85% of the land available, which people say is surplus for railways, right? Then there are railway parcels, railway land parcels around stations. Now, development of stations should not be done in isolation from the city. Development of station should be done as a master plan in which whatever is required for the next 30, 40, 50 years, we should plan today and keep developing railways, right? So, land around stations should be seen as one of those urban rejuvenation opportunity for city centers. That is the way Honorable Prime Minister has always guided us, that in development of stations, think of 50 years ahead.
So you're saying thinking to some extent is changing, which explains partly what happens to land along railway tracks. But what about railway stations?
I explained in railway stations, that should be seen as a city center, that should be seen as urban hub, that should be seen as areas where new urban spaces get created.
No, but is that just spin? Because you couldn't privatize those railway stations and nobody came forward.
No. Please take a look at the station plans which we have posted on the social media sites also, and the work is going on. Take a look at New Delhi station, right? Now, New Delhi station, reaching New Delhi station in the current transportation sector is always a big task, right? So, how do we create facilities, transportation facilities, where people are quickly able to come to the station and quickly able to go out? One. Two, when station gets developed, lots of commercial opportunities come. How do we develop those commercial opportunities so that people get a commercial space which is absolutely close to a major transportation hub? Those are the parts of the master plan.
So your government was also talking very passionately about getting the private sectors into running some of the railways, having some of these trains operated by private operators or offering them, and that again is a plan which doesn't seem to have made much headway.
See, railway has a big social obligation. Social obligation, railway today transports 800 crore passengers every year and gives a subsidy of about 59,000 crore rupees. Food transportation, food grain transportation is subsidized. Fertilizer transportation is subsidized. There are at least 70 odd commodities which are subsidized. It's a large social obligation which railways is meeting, right?
No, so then there has been a change in thinking,
under
but
those
nobody's
conditions,
ever told us
Rahul,
transparently that there's a
Rahul,
change
you
in
have to
thinking.
listen, man. If you have to ask a question, you have to listen to the answer also. Under those social obligations, it is very important that we maintain a balance, and railways is a strategic sector where government has taken a clear decision that railway will not be privatized.
One of the things which was said by the Modi government itself when Suresh Prabhuji was railway minister was that, and this is in 2016, that by 2023, which is now, the first bullet train would start running between Mumbai and Ahmedabad. To some extent, there were issues with land acquisition, the government itself, which was a hostile government, your government didn't help. Now you're talking about 2027. Is that a firm commitment, or do you think this is again an idea which is taking much more time than originally anticipated to fructify?
I will actually invite you to go and see the site. The construction is happening at such a torrid pace, such a fast pace. Already 140 kilometers of pillars have been cast, almost 28 kilometers of girders have been laid. All the 8 rivers, the bridges they have reached a deck level. All the 13 stations, the work is going on. Yes, in the Maharashtra section, till Mr. Thackeray was the chief minister, he never gave any permissions, never gave any clearances. As soon as Shinde Saab took the responsibility, Shinde Saab and Devendra Fadnavis ji immediately gave the permissions, and now the work will start in Maharashtra section also. I wouldn't take any name of any other country, But there are countries which have taken 15 to 18 years to design the high-speed railway. It's a very complex. See, driving a car at 100 kmph is a difficult thing, controlling it. This is a train which will run at 320 kilometers per hour. Designing that kind of complex system, making sure that it is in tune with our climate, with our soil characteristics, with our way of movement, everything, it takes 2-3 years, and there were 2 years which were lost in Corona. Now the pace is going on at very good speed, and today we are in a position where we have understood and absorbed the technology, and we can take up many more high-speed corridors in future.
So even if the government is able to get the Mumbai Ahmedabad high-speed or bullet train ready by 2027, I want you to share with people sitting here your larger plan. Do you see space, because this is taken so long from 2014, 13 years to get the first bullet train going when it's up and running. Do you see space in India for the development of high-speed railways in the way that China has done? A lot of people say it costs too much money, it's not the best way to be spending our resources. Will this be a one-off showcase project, or can this be an example which you replicate in other parts?
Just go a bit deeper into transport economics and urban economics, right? When a high-speed rail project comes, what does it do? High-speed rail is not merely a transportation project. Take the case of the first Shinkansen. From Tokyo, Nagoya, Kobe, Kyoto, Osaka. These 6 large economic zones, they become one economic zone, one super large economic zone. Same is the case from Mumbai, Thane, Vapi, Surat, Baroda, Ahmedabad. All these 6 cities will become one single economic zone because of high-speed rail. That's the power of a high-speed rail system, and no wonder wherever countries have done high-speed rail, those cities and those areas, those regions have got significant economic growth because of the high-speed rail.
Where else do you intend to go?
There are many more corridors which are being identified. There will be good corridors. India has huge potential. India has about quite a large number of cities which are million plus. So connecting such cities will be the target in coming future.
So you want to double down on?
Absolutely, there will be more high-speed corridors. We have absorbed the technology, we have understood the construction methods, we have understood how complex it is to design it, and now we can take more projects.
Given the political constraints which impact the functioning of the railways, what are you doing to improve the operational efficiency of the railways? You currently have an operating ratio of 98.22. How are you hoping to make the railways more efficiently run, given that one hand is tied because of politics and because of welfareism, consumerism, public welfare? I mean, you can call it whatever you want, but what's your plan?
See, the social obligation will remain. If we take out the cost of social obligation, railways operating efficiency would be, I mean, the operating ratio as we call, would be something like 75%, right? So that 25% is basically the social obligation cost. That will be there. We are pitted towards our social obligation.
We leave it over there. Minister, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Rahul.
And it's an absolute pleasure to have you with us at the India Today Business Today Budget Roundtable. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
The India Today, Business Today, Post-Budget Roundtable. I hope you've had a cracking day with lots of great insights, lots of sharp analysis. Can you join me in welcoming with a warm round of applause India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji as she comes to this India Today, Business Today event. And I want to, before we get started, so what we're going to do in a short while from now is we'll have a panel of India Today group editors who will be questioning the Finance Minister. We did this last year. It was very different from having just one person interview the Finance Minister. You get a different variety, different perspectives. So we'll start that in a moment. But before that, could I request Mr. Arun Puri, our Editor-in-Chief, to come up on the stage with the Finance Minister as we unveil the anniversary issue of Business Today. This is the 31st anniversary of India's #1 news magazine. So we've got the anniversary issue. And then we've got a special Nirmala ji issue as well, which we'll get the Finance Minister to unveil. Mr. Puri, Madam Finance Minister, could you please join us? Can we have a warm round of applause, please? And there is something really special about this particular image, because this is the first time any magazine has used an image built through artificial intelligence to generate the cover. Madam, could you do the honors, please? Warm round of applause, please. Can we have a warm round of applause? Come. So that's the 31st anniversary issue of the magazine, and that has Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, talking about how artificial intelligence is going to be bigger than what we've seen with mobile telephony. Thank you. Can I have another set of issues sent across to the Finance Minister? And this one we've done specially for Nirmala ji. Since she'd come to this event, we created one specially for her. So we asked our artificial intelligence tools to tell us what a superwoman would look like. So if the Finance Minister were to be a superwoman, and this is a cover generated through artificial intelligence, and this is the first time we're seeing it, coming out of that wrapper right now, an image of the Finance Minister post the budget, where this is an image generated through AI. Can we have a warm round of applause, please? Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. We'll ask you about how you feel to be a superwoman on that cover, but thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Puri. Can I now welcome on the stage our moderators for our grand finale? I want to start by welcoming India's top stock markets financial analyst, markets guru, our global business editor, Udayan Mukherjee. Udayan, can you join us on the stage, please? Can I invite the managing editor of Business Today Television, one of the sharpest political economy voices in the country, Siddharth Zarabi. Can you come on the stage, please? And can I invite the superstar anchor from Aaj Tak, the most recognizable face on Indian TV, Anjana Kashyap. Can you come on the stage, please? Thank you, ma'am. Please take your seat and we'll just start. Thank you very much, Nirmala ji, for joining us here at the India Today, Aaj Tak, Business Today, Post-Budget Roundtable. I want to start by asking you about the superwoman. You know, when you see yourself in that image, a cover image generated through artificial intelligence, I'm wondering what's going through your head.
Superwoman of that kind? Yeah. Really? But it's a very good attempt to use, you know, artificial intelligence and immediately make it an entertaining magazine cover. Very well appreciated.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you so much. We'll start decoding some of the budget fine print. And I want to start by asking you about your thrust on capital expenditure, which is very welcome because of the fact that you're trying to build the foundations of a new India. But from Mr. Chidambaram to Sonia Gandhi ji, several voices in the opposition have come out and said that this is at the cost of the Aam Aadmi, that a lot of the social welfare schemes are either flat or tending downwards. John Drez, in fact, has a piece which he's put out saying, adjusted for inflation, most social welfare schemes are actually now at allocations lower than 2013, 2014. So how do you respond to the likes of Sonia Gandhi, Mr. Chidambaram, Jean Dress? Let's start from there and then we'll dive in.
Well, if it's what you've said, if that's what they've said, not right at all. Because the spending for capital expenditure, we can all talk about to whom it goes, how it goes, who benefits from it, state a lot of fundamental facts. But at the cost of social welfare, I'm not sure if they've done their work. It's all right. They could have given an initial comment. I invite them to go and look into the details of the budget. If they're alluring to Mahatma Gandhi Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, it always starts at a time of the budget with a certain number. And because it's a demand-driven program, it keeps adding as and when there's more demand. And during the supplementary demand for grants, the amount increases. And that's been the pattern you'll know before the pandemic and also even more so after the pandemic. So actually, therefore, where is it dropping? Where is it even plateauing? So if you look at the past records, past 2 years and now, I'm not even going prior to the COVID pandemic, there's never been a drop. If anything, we clearly, steadily build on it as and when the demand comes, one. Second, if you're just focusing your attention on Mahatma Gandhi Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, sorry, you're missing out on many more things. If money is being spent in PM Awas Yojana, who are the ones who are building the house for you? The very same people who go on the job card for the Manrega. And there, in PM Awas Yojana, it is a 66% hike. Will that not benefit them? 79,000 crores is being spent there. Will that not benefit the same set of people who, if there's no other job, come and demand under Manrega? So one, that keeps going up steadily as and when demand comes. The other, even at the BE, we've given a higher allocation through PM Awas Yojana. And also, the big number for water programs, Jal Jeevan Mission, that's a grant going from the center. Even Jal Jeevan Mission's work happens in the rural areas. Building water tanks, taking water connections to the villages and from the villages to the households. These are the very same work which a Manrega worker would do. Now, is that not being utilized for the very same people who need that? Have they had a look at all this? So is there a comprehensive picture that you've seen and then you're telling me I've reduced? No, sorry. So I think quick response I can accept, which is just I've heard the budget, so I want to comment. But please spend some time, look at it, and then come back to me if I've reduced it.
Udayan?
Mrs. Sitharaman, other than the members of the Congress party who criticize this aspect, I think generally this 10 lakh crore capex figure has been applauded by everybody. But the question which I have is, given the sectors that you've targeted this to, roads, railways, defense, do you think each of them have the capacity to absorb numbers of this magnitude? And whatever your outlay is, will they actually be converted into contracts and projects on the ground? How confident are you about that?
Well, in the past 2 years, steadily the appetite for capital expenditure has gone up in various departments, inclusive of the 3 that you've named. And in the 3, I request you to look at what has happened in the last year. In the last year, if you'd recall, in the Lok Sabha, talking about the supplementary demand for grants, I openly said there that I'm even giving 10,000 crores more even for this year, because railways are clearly moving ahead speedily in changing a lot of things which have been waiting for decades. So railways, Udan, for instance, reviving all those Second World War time runways which were built in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, Civil aviation is growing in India. They need more airports, more facilities, more also for their cargo. Civil aviation has a big capacity to absorb. Roadways has already shown it. NHA has already shown it. So, and of course defense. So, even within the central government's departments, there are clear departments with that kind of an appetite, not only to absorb, but to implement in a time-bound manner and show it. And so are the states. What was 15,000 2 years ago, crores, became 1 lakh crore last year, and now that has gone up to 1,30,000 crores, because states are showing clear appetite also for capital expenditure. There is. Even if I had given more, I'm sure the states will absorb.
Which brings me to a larger question, Mrs. Sitharaman. When your government came to power, there was quite a bit of talk about how there will be minimum government. But over the years, for whatever reason, the government seems to be still taking center stage with capex, and it's not ceded its economic space to the private sector through divestment of its own companies as was expected earlier. Have you had a rethink at the government, even at a philosophical level, of what role the government needs to be playing with the economy?
Uday, I'm a bit disappointed that you're asking this question.
It's not a suggestion, I'm asking whether that's happened.
I'm disappointed that you're asking this, because does this investment happen indifferent to what is around you, what is to the market? I may be ready to sell off, let's say, 2, which as per my public sector enterprises policy are not core sectors, and therefore I can dispose them off. Even if I'm ready to do it, and it is public money, I'll have to see how it is going to be in the market. And therefore, those realities also determine when I actually make it happen. So given that, I'm on course, I will get myself ready, but the moment I feel, or the department feels, and those who are sitting and assessing, the markets feel it's appropriate time, then we'll release it.
Siddharth? Madam Finance Minister, I just want to follow up on the capex question. The finance secretaries were here just before this session, and they spoke about when you add the PSU as well as state expenditure on capex, it's almost 18.5 lakh crore, and the dollar figure, if we can work out, would clearly be the single highest. The question again is, Bharat lives in its villages, and most of the execution of projects beyond the central projects is in the capacity of states. And if you take out the top 5 states, Maharashtra, where there were so many delays, bullet train, just an example, being sorted. The rest of India, there are some questions about the state government's capacity and ability to execute. Do you think just money will solve it, or more needs to be done, ma'am?
No, capacity and ability together with political will is important. I fully concede that point. But it's not just for the center, it's also for the industries, it's also the people, it's also for the media to engage with state governments to say what is the collective benefit that all of us are going to get by moving ahead. It is not just Modi's program, it is not just a CM's program, it's a program for the people. We need to catch up with so many things which probably for whatever reason, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody, have languished. We need to ramp up capacities. It's going to benefit everybody. So there's no point if there is this hesitation saying, will it become known as Modi's program, so should we? No, it's eventually going to benefit the people. So it's not just for the center to keep engaging with states, which we'll anyway keep doing. But it's also got to be the collective conscience of this country to say, enough, let's get going with some things. Politics, yes, do it. But this is going to help the economy. And in that you'll benefit, I benefit, everybody benefits.
Anjana?
Yeah. So is this a populist budget, Finance Minister? And I ask this because आज तक के लिए मैं हिंदी में पूछती हूँ, क्या ये एक चुनावी बजट है? आपने गरीबों को मुफ्त अनाज योजना 1 साल बढ़ाकर गरीबों को टारगेट कर लिया. आपने लोअर इनकम जो सैलरी क्लास है उसको टैक्स रिजीम में जो आपने 8 साल में बड़ा चेंज नहीं किया था, इस बार आपने 5 लाख से 7 लाख कर दिया. और तीसरा, आपने पीएम आवास योजना का आवंटन तो 66% बढ़ा दिया, आपने माइनॉरिटी अफेयर्स का आवंटन 38% घटा दिया. तो क्या आपने तीनों ही ग्रुप्स को टारगेट करके चुनावी बजट ये 24 को, क्योंकि जब आवास आप देंगे तो जाहिर तौर पर आपको बहुत बड़ा इलेक्टोरल फायदा हो सकता है उससे. Is it a populist budget aimed at pleasing these classes?
I'm amazed at the capacity of the media to wield the knife this way when they want and that way when they don't want. You build the houses for the people who don't have a roof over their head. I did it last year, I did it the year before that. तब वो चुनावी बजट नहीं था, मगर इस साल वो चुनावी बजट. ये कैसे हो सकता है जी? करो तो गलत, ना करो तो भी गलत. हाँ, or I would have thought, hey, how come you didn't make a चुनावी budget? That should have been the प्रश्न. ये चुनावी बजट है क्या? आप बोलो भाई, घर नहीं बनाया इससे पहले, पानी नहीं दिया इससे पहले, सैचुरेशन तक पहुंचने के लिए इस साल भी मैं करूंगी. उसके वजह से ये चुनावी बजट हो जाएगा क्या? और जनता आज ये भी देख रही है कि पैसा बंटवारा करना है कि सचमुच उनको जो चाहिए वो पहुंच रहे कि नहीं पहुंच रहे. अगर ये चुनावी बजट होता, पिछले 4 साल का बजट, हर बजट चुनावी बजट ही है, इस साल का भी है.
66% बढ़ा है, 66% increase in PM आवास योजना and 38% decrease in minority affairs.
Wait a minute. The minority affairs ministry's budget being reduced or because it has been routed through a different route, and that as per the ministry's demand. If you want to twist it this way, you can. But the fact remains that the coverage in terms of fellowships and scholarship reaching minority students, I distinctly remember Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi ji talking about it, has been highest between 2014 and 19. अगर उसको चुनावी मुद्दा समझेंगे, just as in scheduled caste dominated constituencies, scheduled tribe dominated constituencies, BJP got high votes. Would you also say in minority dominated constituencies, we would have also won in huge numbers? So somewhere, the programs that we do are aimed at Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. From where the word comes is for you to go on analyzing. We do it for everybody.
Madam Finance Minister, I'm curious about your thinking on the defense budget. The defense budget this year was at 5.93 lakh crores. That's about 1.5% more than last year in terms of revised estimates. Now, this is about 1.97% of our percentage of total expenditure. Given that we've got a 33-month standoff with China at the border, and given that we are spending much lesser than comparable countries, especially China, on defense as a percentage of total expenditure, are we doing enough to modernize our forces? Opposition can say at the time of Rajiv Gandhi and for many years after that, the ratio of defense spending to total spending was much higher than it is on your watch. And this is a nationalist government which puts India's defense first.
I would have readily answered this question on the face of it. But the moment you compared me with Rajiv Gandhi's budget for defense, what comes to my mind is Bofors. We've not done that. I concede we've not done that.
No, but the fact that the budget is
nationalist
increased...
government is also to take care of defense without any corruption, defense without any pilferage, defense also for its personnel, OROP, which never happened before. And also, I want you to see defense also from the point of view of border area connectivity. The number of roads, Rahul, put a face which shows familiarity with that.
No, sure, of course.
Don't be confused.
No, that's true. You built border roads.
Border roads, accessibility to the border areas, villages in the border areas, bridges in the border areas, accessibility for tanks and everything else to reach. Phenomenal work. That's defense budget also. It goes through the BRO. So the amount is one thing and actually where it goes. And also, look at the silos for defense spending. Defense civil, defense personnel, defense ammunition and armaments, defense production, Please put it all together.
No, but
and
if I
see it.
remove the 1.3
This kind
lakh...
of a bifurcation or trifurcation never happened before. We are taking care of each one of their silos without letting down on any one of them.
No, especially in the context of a live border face-off with China. If I take away the 1.38 lakh crores spent on pension payments for 35 lakh servicemen, the percentage of spending as a part of our GDP, as a percent of our GDP is only 1.5%. Now, what concerns me is, are we doing enough to actively buy new weapon systems which the services need? Or is the government's calculation that this border face-off will not actually convert into a hot war between the two countries and therefore we don't need to do more?
Rahul, again, I'm sure you're one of those who are familiar with the ways in which defense equipment purchases happen. The numbers need not be reflected each year in terms of what equipments are bought. Between 16 and now, just look at Air Force's capabilities. Just look at the way in which Rafale, all the aircrafts landed in India per the time of the contract. Look at the way in which many of the things which are being made for defense is made in India. Those procurements are also for enhancing their abilities. So you see it in some way, you also should see it in some other ways which is happening there. And not always as defense really tell you this was used in Galwan, this was used in Tawang. It doesn't say that to you. Many things are sent to the place where they require it, and some of them can also be through revenue expenditure.
Udyan?
I want to ask you a bit about the issue of unemployment, Mrs. Sitharaman. While what you're doing on the capex front will help that issue, it seems that some of our neighbors like Bangladesh and Vietnam are doing better on the lower end manufacturing front, which is the real unemployment generator. Over the last couple of budgets, or even going forward, have you thought about this more closely on what can be done to stoke manufacturing of the lower end of the variety which is creating so many jobs in our neighboring nations?
It's very difficult for me to answer if you conflate it as opposed to Bangladesh and Vietnam.
But they are doing well on that front.
No, I'm not refuting that.
Okay.
But it's not possible for me to compare it in those indicators or the types in which they support job creation. In India, at a stage at which Indian industries are, and at a time when industry expanding its capacities is also looking at how they would go about it, because most of them are looking at bringing in higher levels of technology, Industry 4.0, Web 3 and so on. My conversations with industry have shown me that they are looking for people appropriately skilled for these jobs. They are not jobs which existed before. They are jobs which are definitely, specifically requiring of certain skill sets. So we, in this budget and even in the last one, and in this one in particular for Industry 4.0, have committed ourselves in a big way to train and upskill people to meet the newer requirements of industry. So the jobs are there, appropriate skill sets are not available, for which we are really rushing through in certifying such institutions which can train appropriately for the requirement of industry.
Since you speak about industry, let me ask you this, because it seems like what is coming through from industry, given that you're spending so much money on capex yourself, is that they're busy buying each other out, I mean NCLT, etc. But they're not engaging in greenfield expansions, which will give that huge impetus to the credit cycle. Why is that not happening, Mr. Sitharaman?
Greenfield expansions?
Greenfield projects.
Greenfield projects? What are those immense achievements, and not of government, private sector, in renewable energy? What are those immense move to also become component manufacturers for chips? What are those immense move when you're looking at electronics, which you'd so need for many other industries which require them as raw material? What are the PLI successes in the sunrise sectors? They are happening. Like I said elsewhere today, we have got used to, and I include myself in it, at the old core industries. Even they have a challenge before them, much before they can expand their capacities. I take the example of steel. No longer can India's steel industry say, I'm expanding capacity, producing more, unless they're going to produce green steel. Because your existing steel faces immense non-tariff barriers wherever it goes. Wherever it goes, they have a problem because the measure is it green? So Indian industry will not just expand to produce more steel, but it will have to expand to produce more and newer green steel, for which the kind of investments to make, the kind of technology appropriate that you'll need, and then the manpower for it. We are at a stage where there is an immense transitional work happening. So yes, I like you will be impatient to see, hey, get some fellows getting into jobs to do that. But it does take that painful lot of time, because the transition that Indian industry is going through is to produce what they produce now in a lot more scaled fashion, but also in green fashion. There's a lot of change happening, a lot of churn happening. We should take all that into our analysis.
Finance Minister, the question I want to ask you is about the philosophy behind sweetening the new tax regime. Some people would definitely know that you made an attempt in 2020. It's not something that you decided to do in pre-election year. It didn't work. You have now improved upon the scheme. There are some people who are saying that it will end up, and that may not be your intention, disincentivizing savings, because we have been used over decades of using ATC and other exemptions. What is your own view about why was this change needed, and is it true that you want people to spend more and save less as the charge is leveled by some?
No, not really. I couldn't have anticipated that in 2023 I need to have people spend more and therefore bring it in 2020 itself and so on. No. It was brought in, the new tax regime was brought in because we wanted a more simplified, easy to comply, and above all have a reasonably low rate of tax to pay. And that particularly for that set of people who are in the low and middle class income band. And that couldn't have been done in one go. We wanted to come into it steadily. That is why even today we've retained the old exemption-rich old tax regime, whilst bringing and making it more attractive. Not only just bringing it 2 years ago, the new tax regime, but making it attractive by giving greater easy compliance, and also for those slabs which belong and to which majority of the Indian middle class belong to, with better favorable tax slabs. So it was brought in because of that. We didn't shut down the old tax regime because there are still people using it. And I'm not forcing anybody to come into the new tax regime, but certainly I like to make it more and more attractive so that people find merit in coming into a system which is lots more simpler.
Ma'am, a quick follow-up. Between the 20% and 30% slab, if you are up till 15 lakh, you are at 20. The moment you cross that, you go to 30. Corporate India is at 25%. The question people are asking, why isn't PIT the same as CIT, corporate tax rate of 25%? Why have you retained 30 still?
Interesting. Let me work on it next time.
You will work on this next time?
I'll try to say, I'll work, but I'm not promising anything.
No, but this is an...
I said simpler and more attractive new regime. It can start and end at every stage of it.
So the finance ministry will consider in the months to
come
I'm
not saying
a reduction in personal income tax from 30% to 25%.
No, I'm not saying that.
It'll be applauded very loudly.
No, I don't want the applause. I have to work.
No, but okay. Are you satisfied with the results that you've got on the reduction in corporate income tax? We've seen publicly and privately, you yourself and others in government nudge India Inc. to do more. in terms of what you would have imagined, of course the pandemic happened, there's a war going on, but in terms of what you would have expected from the sharp and wise reductions in corporate income tax, how satisfied are you with the bang that you've got for your buck?
No, first of all, I'll bring in the dimensions which the corporate tax rate coming down has brought in. It cleaned up the balance sheets of industry. They could de-leverage themselves in the sense they could pay back a lot of their loans to the banks. The twin balance sheet problem was addressed also because of that. The economy had so many different fallout or benefit from the reduction in corporate tax. So I just don't look at it as, all right, money saved from that because of the low corporate tax will certainly come into industry this year itself. No, it will come in. But it cleared a lot of backlog before it came in here. So I see that as a benefit.
Anjana?
Yeah. No wonder we've called you the Wonder Woman, because you've been in the eye of the storm now for the 5th time when you put forward the budget. But my question to you is this: OTR versus NTR, even P. Chidambaram Sahab has tweeted on it, and he says, P. Chidambaram Sahab, वही anti-saving सरकार का ये कदम है, क्योंकि by default आप new tax regime को push कर रहे हैं. अगला सवाल जो मेरा है वो आपसे ये है कि राहुल गांधी कह रहे हैं कि ये अमृत काल का बजट नहीं, ये मित्र काल का बजट है. जब आपने 2 करोड़ से ज़्यादा सैलरी वालों की जो सरचार्ज है उसको घटाकर 25% कर दिया है, अडानी को लेकर जेपीसी की मांग विपक्ष कर रहा है और पार्लियामेंट को स्टॉल कर रहा है, तो बतौर वित्त मंत्री आप दोनों को क्या जवाब देंगे?
They have different answers. I don't want to get carried away by the names or the tongue-in-cheek way in which reforms in India are being treated because it's being done by Modi and not being done by Congress. I don't want to get into that because it's all right. It's entertaining for a few minutes for all of us. I can come up with a fancy name to do, you know, everything which anybody gives me. But as I said earlier, do we think about India? Do we think about Indian economy? Do we want to make Indian economy a lot more attractive a place for us to do business in? Do we want to make it easier for all of us to live our lives paying genuinely what we have to pay our tax like? Or do we want to constantly create a myth of a world which was never under the Congress? Oh, this is Gabbar Singh tax. Oh my God, under each item, I've said it in Rajya Sabha, I'll say it again anywhere you want me to come. I will come wherever you call me. Item by item, I'll tell you, pre-GST, on common man's items, what was the rate of tax and what is it after GST? It's actually far lower on each one of them. No item is higher than what it was pre-GST. But, sorry, I don't like this reform being done by Modi, therefore it is Gabbar Singh tax. Now, if you ask me that, he's saying it's Gabbar, would you want to? No, sorry, I don't want to engage. If you do your homework and come back to me to say it is Gabbar because I'm willing to engage. Just throw something like that. Similarly, now, to say it's not Amritkal. India won its freedom in such a way that so many people lost their lives. 75 years we've struggled. This party, that party, all parties did something to improve the lot of the common man. I'm not denying anybody their role. But would we want to move forward also? And therefore, the year before, 25 years before reaching 2047, if we call it Amritkal, you don't like it. I'm sorry, I'm not calling it Amritkal for myself. It's for all of us. You don't want something to be good for India? No, it's negative. I'm afraid of leaderships which only project everything in the negative light. You want the country's people to live with hope and move forward and do best for themselves, or you want to keep telling them tomorrow is going to be worse than today. Of course, under your regime, it was worse than today. So, Anjana, please, I want leaderships, irrespective of the party they belong to tell people there's hope and I will do better, and so on, rather than decry everything. And with that toxic language, And it is this set of people who speak that toxic language who claim they are having pyar ka dukan. Where's that nonsense? Your language, first of all, is so toxic. You show hate. Even if it's for a person who belongs to the opposition party. I'll not spit poison like this. I'm sorry, I don't like your politics, but I'm sorry, this is not the way to go about. We are doing it like this. Would be enough for people of India to understand. If you're constantly, continuously spitting poison, I'm sorry, my little bit of advice, people will get fed up of poison, yeah? You know, I want to just give a film example. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm making a longish answer. Why do Indians love movies where, you know, lovely music, people running around trees and singing songs and such beautiful imagery and all that? And I remember ages ago, this particular film had come. I can't even recollect its name. And it was suffused with the culture of a particular area and its culture. But every Indian enjoyed it. Even that India which is in South, which says, I am sorry, we can't understand Hindi, enjoyed that film. Why? It showed positiveness, enjoyment, family together, everybody liked one another, and you know, and there was difficulty, somebody dies, and then still somebody makes up. It was all suffused. What is that film, yeah, where
Anjana, between Siddharth, Udayan and me, if there's a question on film, you have to play the dumb charades, okay? Yeah. I don't think Udayan has any clues. Siddharth, I'm not sure. Well done.
No, that,
round of applause. There you go.
Family which goes about singing in one marriage, then moves to another house, one lady dies, another lady comes in, and then there's so much of, you know, oh goody, everything nice. Why do you think Indians like that film? Even if they didn't understand the culture of a particular area of in India which is highlighted in that film, and that kind of Hindi. Because it packed so much of goodness, it packed so much of hope, and brought in such images of, it's nice, you come out feeling good, but you'll be going back in that drudgery, in that DTC bus and all that, but still you liked it. That's the point I want to underline. I'm not asking him to give me another hum aapke hai kaun, but at least batao bhai acha shabdon mein Bharat ka, give me good images, give me promise of good things and execute them. Hare garibi, 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 20-point program, only we can remove garibi, garibi, garibi. Even today, remove karke dikhao bhai. That's the problem there.
This question, hum aapke hai kaun, is something which it seemed Gautam Adani was trying to ask the government when he stood in front of the flag and said it's an attack on India. But you did not answer that question, Mrs. Sitharaman.
Jairam Ramesh is saying, Adani aapke hain kaun? That's the opposition's charge. He actually said, hum aapke hain kaun? I mean, it's ironical of all the films that you could have mentioned. You mentioned the one film which is currently being used by the Congress to attack your government.
That's the point. That's exactly the point. I am referring to that film because of the angularities which I'm seeing, saying common people liked it because of this. But if that's the DNA there, you know, even a good hum aapke hai kaun can be twisted to...
Was it a conscious decision though to not speak in this matter of Adani versus the stock market? Did you say it's between two private parties, the government should not get involved?
Did I say that?
No, I'm asking you. Is it?
No. My response for the questions which have been asked of me on that issue is that the regulators in India are doing their job and they should be on their toes to do the job. Any disputes on that? And no hum aapke hai kaun here. I'm seriously saying regulators will have to do their job.
Madam Finance Minister, on the Adani Hindenburg saga, I have two queries. One, your response to the charge of this being a case of crony capitalism, and secondly, on the exposure of public financial institutions. The Life Insurance Corporation of India, which is entrusted with the savings of our citizens, said that they've got 1% of their total assets under management with the Adani Group. And this is an investment which domestic mutual funds, even on the equity side, with far more aggressive investment mandates would not make. And therefore, does it appear to you to be odd that the LIC, which is supposed to have a more conservative investment mandate, would make an investment which even equity mutual funds domestically shied away from making? Secondly, State Bank of India said that they've got 0.9% of exposure to the Adani Group. That's about 27,000 crore rupees. Most of the private sector banks chose to stay away from investing in Adani stocks or giving them loans for various projects, and yet SBI did. How do you respond to the questions being asked by the opposition?
Both LIC and SBI have given their statements publicly and in great detail. The heads themselves came out and spoke about it. So there's nothing that I can materially add to that. On the one hand, I'm sure Udayan would ask me, why are you all interfering with, aside from this problem, interfering with LIC or banks and their functioning? Shouldn't they be running professionally? Yes, we are allowing them to run professionally. So I don't think it is right for me even to think that I should have gone in every 2 weeks to say, no, no, you will choose this company, you will not choose that company. No. They are taking their conscious, board-driven, professional call. And if they come out to speak about it, I'll take that word and quote it back to you.
Ma'am, it's just that there's a saying in English that fools rush in where angels fear to tread.
Oh God, you're talking about our banks who are professional as
not a single
fools.
Not a single private sector bank thinks it's prudent to
and by
lend to the group.
implication, you're saying that, like Rahul tried putting words into my mouth, I want to. By implication, therefore, you're saying private banks are not fools and public sector banks are fools. I'm sorry.
The past experience of public sector banks versus private sector banks, ma'am.
Decision making anywhere will have to be assessed for what they are. It's not as if the private is more, public is not. Or public is doing things and private is not. I've been asked questions about public sector going ahead with emergency credit liquidity guarantee scheme and the private sector was not doing it. Was that good or was that bad? Every decision is taken by the respective boards, and I don't think I would, sitting here before the media with you, immediately off the cuff say this is good and that is bad. No, I can't do that.
See that?
Finance Minister, at last year's budget, I was on Anjana's show and we discussed, a point came up, हमारे बैंकों का हाल क्या है? I am asking you this question, Finance Minister, because over the last few months, it has become quite clear that the PSU banking pack, which was sometimes called the sick man of our financial system, is now very robust. We have seen that reflect in stock prices also and also credit. The question to you, ma'am, हमारे बैंकों का, सरकारी बैंकों का खासकर क्या हाल है आज?
आजकल मंत्री, वित्त मंत्री जी बोलते नहीं है, उसके ऊपर पेपर में आ जाता है 3 दिन पहले ही. State Bank का profit Q4, Q3, they have announced it already. Public sector bank every year in the last 2 years is showing how NPAs are coming down and their profitability is going up. So I don't need to list it all out, but it is there out there for you all to see. And I'm sure, Siddharth, you've noticed the health of the public sector banks in the last few years have considerably changed, that they don't even ask me for fund for recapitalizing them. Would you have heard of this? Consistently last 3 years, no money has been given for bank for recapitalization. Doesn't that itself indicate what is the health of Indian banks?
Do you think of this as your biggest achievement? Well, what do you think of as your biggest achievement?
No, I don't.
In your time and
I don't spend my time on that.
So that's for the pundits to do. Anjana?
वित्त मंत्री जी, मेरे 2 सवाल हैं आपसे. आरबीआई की तरफ से तो जानकारी मांगी गई बैंकों को लेकर कि किसने कितना निवेश किया, लेकिन क्या सेबी वाकई इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है अडानी ग्रुप की जो हिंडनबर्ग रिपोर्ट?
आरबीआई has asked बैंकों का जानकारी, ये आपको मालूम है?
ये हमें तो सूत्रों के हवाले से हमने खबर चलाई है और ये
सूत्रों के हवाले से, I don't want to.
दोनों जानकारी वित्त मंत्री जी आप बता दें, क्या सेबी इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है? पहला प्रश्न है.
Haven't they given a statement already? कल या परसों उनकी तरफ से elaborately एक statement आया है.
दूसरा हिस्सा इसी प्रश्न का है कि हिंडनबर्ग की एक रिपोर्ट आती है, यूएस जस्टिस डिपार्टमेंट हिंडनबर्ग को वहाँ पे इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहा है, लेकिन ब्लड बाथ होता है यहाँ पे। 10 दिन में जो नंबर 2 पर थे अडानी साहब, वो टॉप 20 के बाहर हो जाते हैं। तो डेविल्स एडवोकेट प्ले करते हुए हमारे रेगुलेटर्स क्या कर रहे हैं? जब इतना गुना इजाफा उनके शेयर्स में हो रहा था, क्या कंपनी मैनेजमेंट से अकाउंटेबिलिटी उसकी पूछी गई? क्या बेहतर और पारदर्शी एक तरीका बन सकता है जिसकी वजह से ऐसा हमारा शेयर बाजार में हम परेशानी का सामना ना करें? क्या हमारे रेगुलर्स ज़्यादा प्रोएक्टिव हो सकते थे?
रेगुलेटर्स प्रोएक्टिव होना है कि नहीं होना है, वो भी एक प्रश्न मेरे मन में है, क्योंकि कॉन्फिडेंस मार्केट में बरकरार रहना है तो प्रोएक्टिव रहने में बरकरार रहेंगे या नहीं, वो भी एक प्रश्न है। अगर मान लीजिए, एक इस विषय में नहीं बोल रही हूँ, मान लीजिए एक रेगुलेटर बार बार बोलते हैं, oh my God, there is a risk in this company, that company is being investigated, this company is being, ओपनली बोलते रह रहा है, वो मार्केट के लिए अच्छा है कि नहीं है? मैं प्रश्न पूछ रही हूँ, मेरा कुछ राय नहीं है इसमें। और दूसरा, अगर वो इन्वेस्टिगेट ही कर रहे हैं, खुलेआम कंक्लूशन के पहले ही बोलना अच्छा है, बाद में बोलना अच्छा है, ये सब भी उनके मन में रहता है, वो उनके अप्रोप्रिएट डिसीजन भी लेते हैं। इधर हम बैठ करके आज, क्योंकि एक विषय के ऊपर हम सब इतना इन्वॉल्व है और हमें जानकारी चाहिए, इसीलिए हमको वो थर्स्ट लग रही है कि क्यों नहीं आ रहा जल्दी। हम विषय इधर उठा सकते हैं, जवाब भी दे सकते हैं, मगर इट्स अप टू देम टू सी व्हेन इज द बेस्ट टाइम, क्योंकि वो भी मार्केट से संबंधित है कि आज बोलूं कि कल बोलूं, बोलने में क्या आउटपुट आएगा।
On the reverse side, ma'am, the likes of BJP leader Mahesh Jethmalani have seen a Chinese hand in this because the Adani Group was a part of India's global economic diplomacy. They sense a larger conspiracy to try and trip the India story. Do you see purchase in that argument?
I won't engage in that argument.
You know, that's called an outswinging ball, which the finance minister just said, "Chhod do isko nahi chhuna." Yeah, Udayan, go on.
No. Mrs. Sitharaman, there are some banks in the country which we call too big to fail. Adani is a very important player in the infrastructure space. Is it big enough to call too big to fail? Because, you know, there is a suggestion that because of the setbacks, it might set back our progress on many key infrastructure projects. Do you see that as a risk at all?
Well, any institution on the verge of failure or any institution in a high risk environment for an economy like India can cause its own impact. So I will not say this is more, that's less. I'll give you the lived experience of 2019, where literally I used to wonder tomorrow morning which is that NBFC which is going to be in difficulty, who's going to fall off the cliff. I used to have that fear. And at that time, if I had disclosed it, what good would it do? And even as we were going through this and making sure every precautionary steps were being taken, you had one S-Bank on which the Reserve Bank immediately came in, luckily came up with a solution to address it and so on. So, every time if questions are posed saying, you think this is going to be dangerous, that's going, no, I will not know. My job will be to make sure the economy runs smoothly. Where I have to intervene, I'll have to intervene. And that's about it. I don't need to talk anything at all.
See that?
Nirmala ji, this was your fifth outing and a very crisp speech at that. I wonder if you would like to tell our audience what your own views are about how much can India's GDP grow. The reason I ask you, several decades ago we were, it was derogatorily said, Hindu rate of growth. And then we saw pretty decent growth. But in the medium to long term, what does the finance minister have to say about her own growth expectations? The economic survey gives us a number, but I would really be grateful if you could tell us what is the number that you would aspire for.
Very difficult to say, because I think at every stage, every finance minister must have faced challenges. But now, with at least two major problems yet not completely coming to a closure, the pandemic, in some parts of the world it's still alive, and the war, which doesn't seem to show any sign of coming to a conclusion, coming to an end. It's very difficult for me to take a risk and say, at this number I'll be comfortable, because I don't know what risks, again, I'll have to, repeatedly last 3 budgets. How much ever effort we put and come up with a budget, you saw the way in which within a month something else would come and challenge us. Whether it was the Delta wave, whether it was Omicron, whether it was the Russia war. So there are very uncertain times, difficult to project a number.
So we're coming to the tail end of this conversation. I want to get a quick round of last questions from editors. I'll start with you, Anjali.
Okay. My question is, P. Chidambaram was actually counting the number of times you had said certain words. और उनका कहना था कि महंगाई, बेरोजगारी जैसे मुद्दों पर आपने कुछ नहीं कहा है. और उन्होंने ये भी कहा, तेजस्वी यादव कह रहे हैं कि किसानों की आय दोगुनी हो जाएगी 2022 तक. इस पर सरकार फेल हो गई है. किसान सम्मान निधि जो आप 6,000 सालाना देते हैं, उसमें भी आपने रकम नहीं बढ़ाई. ये माने ना माने, लेकिन 2024 में चुनाव है. महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और किसानों की समस्या सबसे बड़े मुद्दे होंगे जिस पर विपक्ष आपको घेरेगा. इन तीनों पर आपका जवाब, और क्या आपने वाकई ईमानदारी से इन 3 इश्यूज को एड्रेस किया है अपने इस बजट में?
हाँ, बिल्कुल एड्रेस किया है. महंगाई को बजट के द्वारा भी और बजट के हटकर बाहर भी कंटिन्यूअसली हमने महंगाई को नियंत्रण में रखने के लिए हर कोशिश कर रहे हैं. इसीलिए पिछले बार जब लोग एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे कि इट विल कम डाउन फ्रॉम 8 टू समथिंग लाइक 7, वो 5.8 में पहुंचने में एकदम चौंक गए सब लोग. अरे इतना भी गिरावट आई है क्या? सो वी आर वर्किंग ऑन इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल both through the budget and outside. One. Second, बेरोजगारी के विषय में मैं विस्तार से ऑलरेडी बोल चुकी हूँ. सरकार के द्वारा भी हर महीना you saw that jobs are being, letters of appointment are being given. उसके अलावा स्किलिंग, अपस्किलिंग का लगातार प्रोग्राम्स करते आ रहे हैं. और इसमें इस बार ग्लोबली हमारे युवकों को अपॉर्चुनिटी बढ़ रही है, इसलिए उनको फॉरेन लैंग्वेज का ट्रेनिंग भी साथ जोड़ रहे हैं जब उनके यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में पढ़ने के आखिरी साल में उनके लिए वो जॉब ट्रेनिंग भी. और उसके अलावा बहुत प्रोग्राम्स है जिसका अभी मैं एलैबोरेट नहीं कर रही हूँ. और लास्ट में आपने किसान के विषय बोले. किसान के लिए 2020 में भी उनको इतने सारे दिक्कत आने के बावजूद भी अच्छा सा फसल उत्पादन हुआ. फिर भी हम उनको इंटरेस्ट को कम करने के लिए किसान का वो क्रॉप लोन के विषय में टू कीप इट वेल अंडर कंट्रोल, तब इंटरेस्ट रेट वाज स्टिल गोइंग अप. वी ब्रॉट इन द इंटरेस्ट सबवेंशन सो दैट देयर रेट डजंट गो अप. और किसान के लिए अच्छा सीड्स का प्रावधान, कृषि विकास केंद्र के द्वारा एक्टिविटी, और ये मिलेट श्री अन्न का एक्सपेंशन करना, ये सब किसान का फायदामंद है. एंड ऑल्सो अन्नदाता, ऊर्जा दाता भी हो सकते हैं. उनका सोलर पैनल लगवाना, उससे उनके बिजली का खर्च कम करवाना, ये सब भी इसमें शामिल है. हाँ, 6,000 को बढ़ाया नहीं है बोल सकते हैं. उनके लिए कुछ ना कुछ मुद्दा ढूंढने में ये सब हाथ में आएगा. मगर हम तो जो वायदा दिया दुगुनी करने के लिए फुलफिल बिल्कुल करेंगे.
Last question from Udyan.
You know, Mrs. Sitharaman, nobody disputes that India is the fastest growing among the large economies of the world. The only wrinkle for even people who are great supporters of the Indian economy is the balance sheet. They said, you know, so many years have passed, but we are stuck at that 80% of GDP on our debt. And it's debt which is bringing down the house of Adani. So perhaps if you could tell us if you have any targets on which you can pare down our national debt before it becomes a problem.
It's a good ideal, meaning a question which addresses an ideal situation, no? Bringing down debt, ideal situation. But let's understand why we reached here. And that too reached here in spite of the very same people who are talking to us now, oh, debt, debt. When these the very same people who asked me to print notes and distribute it come what may, that's their language. Print हर हाथ में पैसा रखो, आपके पास पैसा नहीं है तो प्रिंट करो। नमस्कार कर रही हूं उनके ज्ञान के लिए। अगर वो मैं करती, where will I be in fiscal deficit now? Where will I be in terms of getting that money back and then keeping the economy steady? So advice के समय एक, दूसरे समय नियंत्रण के साथ हम जा रहे हैं, तब दूसरा। Please, my strong suggestion to the thinking media personnel, हर एक इशू में प्लीज जितना मुझे प्रश्न कर रही हो और सरकार में मंत्रीगण को प्रश्न कर रही हो और हम जवाब जरूर देंगे, उतना ही मीनिंगफुल प्रश्न उनसे भी बोलो भाई, पूछ लो उनसे। अगर प्रिंट करते क्या होता है इंडियन इकोनॉमी, आपने उस सजेशन दिया, उसका मतलब क्या है? ये प्रश्न भी पूछ लिया करिए। Debt is a concern. We will bring it down. But why did we reach this level? 2020. And I sympathize with the states. When economy dipped -20, -23, they didn't have any money in their hand. We will have to ensure, not just the central government, but also the state, because the GST revenues had come down. Back-to-back borrowing was undertaken. Otherwise, where would they be? Again, last year when the budget expanded on the capital expenditure, we had to borrow. Market borrowings happened from the center. Are these necessary borrowings or not? If I were to say, no, bhaiya, my debt to GDP will go haywire, I won't borrow, let's all sit where we are, we can't build this country now, COVID has hit us badly, let the economy revive on its own, then I will come. Will it be possible? Yes, consciously, debt was undertaken. Borrowing was undertaken. But even now, it's much better position than many other countries.
Last ball by Siddharth.
One very quick point, ma'am. In 2019, you gave a September pre-Diwali surprise to corporate India by cutting tax rates. Can we expect that this September, at least for personal income tax rates?
I've done that already for personal income tax. It's already
No,
moved
30
to
to
next.
25. I will keep at it. 30 to 25.
Let this bill get passed from the parliament. We'll think about it.
You know, most ministers are much happier taking questions from one anchor or editor because you kind of know the kind of bowling that's going to come your way. The finance minister liked the session that happened last time and said, you know, we can do something similar. So to have 4 completely different perspectives. So you've got questions coming at different altitudes, questions coming from different spectrums of economic philosophy. That takes, that takes a lot of, and given what's happening outside of the budget as well, so that takes a lot of courage.
Questions in Hindi.
Questions in Hindi also. No, so my last question is this. Everybody has his own take, Finance Minister, on how they think you've changed in the 5 years that you've been in the hottest seat running one of the most important ministries, if not the most important ministry in the Modi government. I want to know from you, how do you think you've changed in the 5 years as Finance Minister? What is it that worries you the most and what is it that gives you the greatest satisfaction?
And which was easier, Defense Minister or the Finance Minister?
I didn't say this earlier, but I'm saying it here. I think now I'm a lot more cooler in taking criticism. 2019 was very difficult. And I think that's thanks a lot to the media. You kept me on my toes. I'm not saying it in a tongue-in-cheek fashion. Social media was one other game. That's a different story. But I think media has also been appropriate, can I say, in the way in which you carried the criticism each year to a level which actually addressed the nitty-gritties of finance. It wasn't a blunt criticism which remained the same 19, 20, 20, 21, 22. No, I can see distinctly different approach to criticizing budgets, finance ministry's activities, and that gives me the feeling that there's sense and there's hope. people are not aankh band karke criticizing us, particularly the media. And actually today I'm telling you all, you have helped me to change my approach to dealing with media. I'm a lot more cooler now.
How nice. We love ministers who love criticism. That's just the best kind of space to be.
And that's truth.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the India Today and Business Today Budget Roundtable, can you join me in a very warm round of applause for the Finance Minister for having come here? You know, being populist as you build into an election is the easiest thing to do. To attempt to show financial conservatism despite all populist pressure takes a special kind of effort, and that's what you've shown. Thank you very much. We look forward to the day when income tax comes down from 30 to 25. You've kind of given an indication that you'll think about it. We hope you think about it very seriously, and you listen to a lot of what at least our media says. Others I'm not so worried about, at least what the India Today group says, that issue. Thank you very much, madam, for joining us. Thank you. Absolute pleasure having you with us. Thank you for your time. Thank you, ma'am.